Should be live. I'm just making sure I'm ready to go. All right. We got a tornado warning here in Arkansas, right here in that area. Decent little area of rotation here north and east of Ozark. Folks that need to be in their safe spots, preferably is White Oak and Oak Grove and Bastion. I think they're going to extend this off to the east here in a little bit, but there is area of circulation right here. And I'm actually keeping an eye on this storm via a camera view, as you can see right here. There is a little mesocyclone right in front of us, and that is part of this storm as it moves north of Highway 40. If you guys live in this area, I would certainly go into your shelters. Again, that is the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Hello, everyone. Yes, happy Easter to everybody. Hopefully, you guys are done with your Easter plans by now if you live in this area, but the storm should be passed pretty quickly here. Tuning in from Australia. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, as you can see, we do have some rotation in here. I was a little bit stronger earlier, but this thing has been kind of off and on with its rotation for the past couple of minutes. So again, right over here north of Ozark, we're over here just to the east of Fort Smith, Arkansas there. So if you guys live in this area, just be staying in your safe spots. I would expect them to move this off to the north and east unless like our tornado warning to be extended unless this area of rotation just kind of dies off. Munching on eggs right now. Well, that's good. Yeah, it's probably best, especially if you live in like the Arkansas, Missouri area, to get it started earlier because this shouldn't be our main tornado threat of the day, but these storms have been trying to organize in this little environment. It's not very strong tornado environment right now, but as you can see, this is not our only area of rotation. We got one over here north and east of Ozark and another one over here near north and east of Huntsville, Arkansas. There's our area of rotation about to move over 412, and that's going to be pushing off to the north and east towards kind of the Green Forest, Eureka Springs, and Howe area, or Haw. As a shear looking, it's looking pretty good. The instability is kind of the question with these storms right now. Yeah, come over here to the surface base. You can see that where these storms are located, we got about a 500 joules per kilogram nearby them, but the wind shear in the lower levels is around 30, 35 knots around these storms. So not the weakest shear, potentially just enough to support tornadic activity, which this storm became very close to that. You can see over by our camera view, this is looking towards the storm, I think a little bit more to the north. Here you can see that there is, definitely either a shelf cloud or what was a wall cloud at one point. Let me see if we got any other views of this storm, maybe from a little bit further away, because they are kind of controlling these cameras and moving them around a little bit. No, this still continues to be our best view of the storm. Morning. Yeah, they're really not well organized, but I think what's happening here is that we have enough, just enough. Let me see here. I do want to see what our storm relative helicity is looking like. Really not that much storm relative helicity, actually. There is a lot down here, though, where these cells are about to pop out of over here in like kind of southern Oklahoma near Stigler. Got to watch these storms as well. I can already see we have a broad area of circulation with that one, and that one's going to be moving off to the east eventually towards Panama, Spiro, Salisal. I would definitely be keeping an eye on that. So we've got a penny-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind warning update on this severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be moving, or that's going to be for Ozark, Catapa, and then Upper Buffalo Wilderness. I see the multiple tornadoes last night. Yes, I did. I was watching as with all of you guys last night. I unfortunately couldn't go live because of my stomach. Was feeling kind of nauseous all day, and my energy levels were really low. But I'm feeling a little bit better this morning. I'm hoping that it lasts all the way throughout the day. Also, a little bit of broad circulation with this storm over here near Grossback and Teague. Keeping an eye on that storm. Yeah, I've been dealing with some sort of stomach bug. Not exactly sure what it is. I haven't really gone to the doctors. I'm kind of used to stomach problems. I'm just trying to rough it out. Also, there's a decent area up here as well of vorticity, or storm relative helicity, and some shear up here. But these storms are a little bit on the immature side. But I wouldn't rule out, this part of the storm as well, trying to maybe spin up a tornado or two eventually. But if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning over here for this storm. It looks like that rotation is kind of struggling right now, so they might not put a new tornado warning on this, but still going to have to keep an eye on this storm. Thank you, Anthony, for the 2. I do appreciate that. Any severe weather tomorrow? No, or at least not right now. It's not expected tomorrow. This should be kind of the last day of this kind of sporadic severe weather event. Yeah, thank you so much, Anthony, again, for that $2. That is very helpful. Don't want to sell latching onto the front. Yeah, I mean, let me see if I can. I just did a video, so all of it is current. So if you want like the latest information on all that, like a little bit more of a detailed breakdown. But if you come over to our, so as you can see, these storms that are kind of out in front of the line, they should eventually dissipate right as these storms back over here start to get organized. And our tornado threat should start, really anywhere from around 12 to 1 p.m. as these storms kind of move off to the east. And it'll actually kind of be at its height here by around 2 to 4 p.m. As these storms are a little bit more discrete. And then once they try to form into a line itself, there's still going to be a tornado threat, but it's not going to be, most likely will not be as bad as earlier today. But if we come over to our significant tornado parameter, you can kind of get an understanding of where that strongest tornado threat will be. And you can see as soon as those storms get started down there on the Oklahoma-Texas border, that's when that tornado threat is going to start to ramp up. And it should continue all the way into about 5 p.m. and then 7 p.m. But then after that, a lot of our tornado threat is pretty small, maybe a little bit of a tornado threat up here near our warm front. As that moves on to the north and east, near like the Davenport and Burlington area, but should be it is going to be a dangerous day for sure, and a lot of folks need to be weather aware. That's pretty much just the bottom line. I mean, these storms are definitely going to have that capability pretty much all day today to produce tornadoes. I'm not feeling like 100% better, but I'm feeling a lot better than I did yesterday, I guess is what you could say. My stomach still is definitely pretty bubbly, but not as feeling as nauseous as I was yesterday. So I'm hoping that lasts all the way throughout the day. I haven't eaten anything, just kind of fasting right now, just to keep it on the low end. Hoping to see some weather in Lake Ozark, Missouri today. Yeah, well, maybe not. If you see any significant weather today, it's probably not going to be a good thing in the Missouri area today. All right, looks like they did let that tornado warning expire. That's good. Wonder if that storm produced a brief tornado or not. Can't rule that out, but how am I feeling about Central Illinois? Should be a pretty, it shouldn't really be too big of a deal unless these storms do something sneaky. A little bit of a line here of some thunderstorms. The instability, though, should be really low, but we have a lot of SRH in this area, which will kind of add to the buoyancy in this region. So if you live over there near Troy, St. Louis, Alton, I would keep an eye on these storms. I'm going to be keeping an eye on them too. But for now, they're kind of under the severe weather limits. Wouldn't rule out some damaging winds and maybe a briefer tornado threat with this, but instability should be too low for that for now. Everything today is like a moderate. A real storm moon kind of prevent the better threat. You mean the worst threat? Um, yeah, I mean it really just depends. Really just depends on how these storms congeal. I mean, no matter if they're in a solid line or not, they are going to be, bringing that strong tornado threat with them. So I would say it's just going to be a day that we're going to have to pay attention to pretty much all day. Also, keeping an eye on this area of circulation back over here near Mexia. The storm is going to be moving off to the north and east towards 45. This is here in Texas, south of Corsiana. And yeah, right here in this area, little area of rotation trying to get developed there. Pretty much any one of these storms, at least in this environment, if they can get their act together, either along the frontal boundary or out in front of it, is going to be something that we're going to have to be watching pretty closely because we're basically just going to have an area generally out here with enough wind shear. Ooh, that's a little bit. There we go. Ooh, dang it. I'm saying like right out in here with enough wind shear to cause tornadoes today. So, really, any one of these storms that can get mature and tap into that spin environment are going to most likely have that capability of producing. Bought an annual subscription to Weatherwise. Awesome. Glad you're enjoying it. All right, latest scan over here. Looks like this storm actually still has a little bit of rotation in it. It's not quite done yet. Not sure if that's going to, increase or not, but it's still a storm that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Not in the best environment, but as we just saw, it is a good enough environment to potentially support a kind of quick tornado over there. Tuesday, we're back to severe weather. Yeah, a little bit of severe weather is going to be possible on Tuesday. This is just the day 3 outlook. I haven't really done a deep dive into this day yet, but you know, we can if we want, if there's anybody that lives in that area, I guess. Yeah, I'm just hoping that today, although it looked kind of dangerous, just doesn't really do much. I mean, it is Easter. I mean, Easter tornado. I mean, tornadoes in general are bad, but on a day where everybody's going to be kind of hanging out with their family at home, you know, I guess it's technically the best case scenario, right? You don't have mom or dad at work. They're all going to be home watching their kids, ready to go if need be. Yeah, when I get to bed on time, yeah, I usually wake up at around 6. All right, latest scan on this storm. Still some broader circulation as that moves up to the north and east. Got some storms coming into the Springdale and Fayetteville area. And also over here in Springfield, where we had a tornado report actually near Sparta and Ozark. You do have some storms coming into your region right now. So, if you're up planning to do any Eastern activities today near Lebanon and Marshfield, unfortunately, you're about to get some rain on your parade. Back up here to the northeast, also for Troy, Wentzville, and St. Louis. St. Louis has some time for that. There's some Eastern fun, but you should probably be getting that done like ASAP because rain and thunderstorms are coming. Will this storm impact Georgia? No, it won't. No, this is mainly going to be. Let's do the outlook again, just so because we got new peeps here. It's mainly going to be over here in the Ozarks, also down here in the Southern Plains as well. We're talking about, Columbia, Jefferson City, Springfield, Lebanon, Rolla, Russellville, Batesville, Fayetteville, and Bentonville. All of you guys are going to be, in an enhanced risk out here. Also, we got a slight risk around that. That is going to be for Shreveport, Pine Bluff, Jonesboro, St. Louis, Quincy, Burlington, parts of Kansas City, Bartlesville, and Tulsa. And then we got a marginal risk around that here in the green. Main area that we were focused on, though, is going to be back over into this orange and yellow region as tornadoes could be getting started, as soon as this line kind of gets into eastern Oklahoma and northeastern Texas. Really just depends on, how fast our storms can get mature in this environment. Still keeping an eye on this circulation south of Stigler, here into parts of Oklahoma. That's still going to be pushing off towards McCurtain here in a little bit. So if you live in McCurtain, I would just be keeping an eye on this storm. Probably a low chance that it produces a tornado this early, but we surely can't rule it out. Making clearance area here. All right. You're in the target zone. Well, just make sure you're weather aware out there. Could be yet another dangerous day. Yesterday was pretty interesting. It was vorticity and three cape that kind of kept the storms going initially, and then it transitioned more into your conventional, stronger lower level shear, upper level shear environment type tornado day as a capping inversion kind of eroded throughout the day as it came close and into the the Weatherford area over there near Abilene, San Angelo. You want to check back in with this storm over here near Mejia. Yeah, still a little bit of rotation here, but not quite an organized storm. And I think we also got to watch out for storms like this, potentially out in front of our storm as well. As really any storm that can mature, whether it's out in front of the line or be near the line, is going to be in quite the tornadic environment. If I come over here to our SPC meso analysis and just kind of show you guys where that lower level shear is right now. I mean, it's widespread all the way from northeastern Texas all the way up here into Missouri. So any mature storms in this environment will already be carrying a tornado threat and potentially even a strong tornado threat. Can't rule that out this morning. You're from St. Louis. This area just keeps getting battered with storms. Can I share some insight into why? It's just the pattern, the general pattern we've been in. We've had a little bit of a. Let me see if I can do something here. So we've had for a while we've had like a high pressure system kind of sitting over the southeast, and it's kind of moved off the coast. And yeah, I mean, pretty much storm after storm is going to be possible. Whenever you have that, and we've been seeing that for multiple days, starting off over there near Iowa and Nebraska, like Omaha, and then it's shifted down a little bit to the south. But generally, most of our storms have been kind of taking the same track in the United States because of this high pressure system as of late. And then that last storm that came through was actually kind of similar, just a stubborn boundary. Lots of storms kind of rode up that boundary into the St. Louis area. So just kind of unlucky, I would say, in where our boundaries are setting up and our instability here initially. And weird little looking thing right there. I don't think that's anything there. Just double checking. And that should be like out in front. That is odd. I don't know what that is, to be honest. There's not really a whole lot of rotation there. Just kind of waiting for everything to line up here. Okay, never mind. All right, so that is definitely out in front of the storm, just making sure. Check back over here with this storm that was tornado warned just a while ago, but it has since lost that tornado warning. Yeah, still not a whole lot of new rotation with this storm yet. Further up to the north, though, maybe a little bit of rotation developing now near Berryville and Green Forest. Let's come back over here near Springfield. Yeah, not as strong as you look further away here. Springfield is getting a little bit of thunderstorm activity right now. So it's definitely not time to be doing any Easter things, but it should clear out here. Well, maybe not. Yeah, these storms are kind of moving just kind of northeast. So probably going to be rainy and thundery for quite a while up there in Springfield. Latest scan out here. Still looking all right. And back over in this area. Yeah. So yeah, we got a line. We got some storms, kind of trying to bubble up over here near Corsiana. And these guys are going to be a tornado problem as soon as they can get their act together. and then back over here monitoring this portion of the line over here near Stigler, and then also any of these storms that can kind of fire out in front of here as well. You want to see if I can get an eye on some of these storms near West Fork. Here in the Arkansas area, we should be able to get, I think, a camera view close to there at least. Kind of want to be right here. If we can get faced west, this is looking southbound, which we'll eventually see something. Be like a northbound from here. Okay, I guess we'll just keep it on this one for now. Huntsville, Arkansas. Yeah, I mean, you guys have to be weather aware today. Tornadoes, damaging winds, hail are all going to be a possibility for you. Mentioned instability concerns. Yeah, there are instability concerns today. As of right now, our thermodynamics are definitely on the lower end of things. Our kind of juiciest moisture is still down here into Texas. But one of the things, like this is most likely going to be a higher shear, lower instability day. The HRRR latest model run out of there does bring that instability eventually up into Texas and Arkansas. I mean, but you just saw there as we started the stream, you know, that these storms are going to be able to rotate and potentially produce tornadoes even in a lower instability environment. And the main reason why that is because we have, you know, in some of these areas, a lot of storm relative helicity. Looks like we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for some quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be for Green Forest and Blue Eye. Also, still keeping an eye on this area of circulation out here. Let me see if that's associated with the storm itself. It kind of is, yeah. So watch out over there near Green Forest. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on that storm there in northern Arkansas. Hello, hello, welcome. Yeah, everybody, if you can, make sure you're hitting that like button and sharing the stream as well to as many people as you can, just so we can get the word out about the threat for today. A lot of folks are going to be focusing on the Easter Day activities, but they're not necessarily going to be focusing on the severe weather today. So might have to nudge them back into that weather-aware mind frame as we go throughout the day here. I know you guys want to spend time with your family, which, you know, there will be opportunities, you know, before the storm to do so. Thank you, Yvette, for subscribing. I do appreciate that. Let me get my time fixed here as well. Just realize that that's broken. Yeah, there were a lot of tornadoes yesterday. It was a pretty intense day out there. See if I can get the latest, at least storm reports of yesterday. Yeah, we had 17 tornado reports, 150 wind reports, and 27 hail reports. Most of those tornadoes were located really close to the DFW area, and a couple of there into southern Oklahoma as well. Rita got hit again less than a half of a year. Wow. Yeah, it's good to be back. I was watching yesterday. I wish I could have gone live, but there was just no way. I didn't want to like throw up on my computer live on air. Would have been not good. Yeah, area of rotation over here near Green Forest still existing as that moves up to the north and east. Do you want to check back down, or what do you want to check these storms just to make sure they're not doing anything there? Okay, rotation is kind of subsiding over here. Mainly, it seems like we're getting a little bit of a damaging wind threat now with the Boeing segment of our lines south of VN. Back over here near Corsicana, it looks like that rotation is starting to die off as well. Hope I am feeling better. I'm feeling a little bit better. I'm still definitely not 100%, but hopefully that'll last throughout the entire day. Yeah. Well, Binksy, it sounds like it wouldn't have been good for the both of us. All right, this storm is getting pretty close here. Let me cycle through these cameras again. Oh, is that it? On the left side of the screen? It says it's facing southbound, which means the storm should be on the right side of the screen, if it is. Let me just make sure this is our best view. And you kind of see something in the background a little bit further to the south, but that says it's also facing southbound. So lots of good cameras in this area. My goodness. Pretty high quality cameras in the Arkansas area for traffic cams, at least. I mean, there is an EF3 tornado on Wednesday near the Omaha area. It was in northern Omaha near Bennington. That caused a significant amount of damage up there. Yeah, I think how today's going to go is that it's going to be kind of on and off here in the morning, and then as we move closer to about 12 p.m., and that's probably we're probably going to start to see that tornado threat get pretty close to its peak. Man, a little interesting thing here. Some broader circulation with this storm at the moment. We got to watch here just to the west of West Fork. They got to watch that little area that could try to tighten up eventually. Am I feeling better? I'm feeling a little bit better. Still a little bit weak. Definitely have more energy than I did yesterday, and I'm not feeling nauseous. I also haven't eaten anything today. Probably gonna fast for as long as I can, just to make sure that I get this out of my system. I'm leaning towards food poisoning with it. It didn't really feel very viral to me. I didn't get like a fever or anything. Some chicken noodle soup. That sounds pretty darn good. I'm not gonna lie. But really eating anything right now is probably not a smart idea. It's snowing in Dallas? No, that's not. That can't be true. Pedialyte? Yeah, I don't have any of that. Joplin is safe. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the storms are to the south of you, and it seems like it's going to be pretty hard to get them up into the Joplin area. So, someone came in the chat. They're saying it's snowing in Dallas. That would be like if that happened. That would probably be the biggest weather story of the year, if I had to guess. Who's the best storm chaser? Um, I mean, they're all pretty good, but like the one that can I think Reed is still the best. Brandon Kopic as well as well up there. Brandon Kopic is a phenomenal chaser. He just seems to be there whenever the storms do something. That's kind of how you get rated as a storm chaser, at least in terms of being the best, is really just who's the best forecaster. That's where it boils down to. Smartest forecaster will be on the storm with the NATO. And yeah, I think that's our storm coming into view here. I'm wondering if this camera is really looking north. I don't think so. Yeah, Brad Arnold's pretty darn good as well. Yeah, I mean Brad Arnold, I would definitely put him up in the top 3 with Brandon and Reed. Maybe Brett Adair deserves to be up there as well. He just doesn't chase as much anymore, so he's kind of falling behind in the in my brain's storm chasing rankings. Pecos Hank as well is really good, but I just never know what storm he's on ever. Gherkin is usually on fire too. Yeah, I always wonder about Gherkin because I've never seen him chase like alone. So I don't know if he's making those decisions or if it's Brandon that's making those decisions and then he's just there. I'm not sure. I haven't really watched him enough to see how his brain works. Stormwater Media, they're okay. They're pretty good. They're definitely up there. They're a little bit on the newer side of Storm Chasers. So they really haven't been doing it long enough to really build a reputation, I think, to even get in the top 10. Yeah, still a little bit of rotation over here near Green Forest, moving off to the north and east, still towards Blue Eye. Still keeping an eye on that. And then still keeping an eye on this storm as well. It's got some broad circulation here south of Farmington, about to head up into the Fayetteville area here in Arkansas. Stormwater Media style. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, in terms of like who's the chillest storm chasers, if you want to do rankings like that, I mean, it's probably Pecos Hank first. And then Stormwater Media would probably be pretty far up there. Um, who else is really chill? Brad Arnold's actually, or not Brad Arnold. Well, Brad Arnold is actually pretty chill. Brett Adair's a chill chaser. I think Corey Gherkin isn't Corey like pretty chill chaser. I mean, even Brandon Kopic's pretty chill. Yeah, Freddie is like probably as chill as you can get. Next to like Pecos. Hey, what you doing? Look out. Do all the storm chasers charge the same to use their content? It differs. It just depends on who they're signed with. You got a lot of storm chaser orgs, and when you're in a storm chaser org, the broker sets the price, not the storm chaser. Yeah, if you like the chill, down to earth vibe, it does not get better than Pecos Hang. Yeah, this storm is still kind of struggling up here. New severe thunderstorm warning, or at least an update here on the one near Carroll, Arkansas. Is that this one? Any sized hail? Yeah, this one's for 60-mile-per-hour winds, but this one up here, I think, is our penny-sized hail one. Yeah, this is the one going up to Blue Eye. Really seeing a whole lot though on radar for this storm, other than just some rain. Oh yeah, Daniel Shaw is awesome. Oh, Carmen, yeah, I like Carmen. He's also very chill. He's new to the scene, at least in the streaming. I don't know how long he's been storm chasing, but to where I've been able to track him, he's kind of new to the scene, but he's also very chill as well. I like his style quite a bit. What's up with Vince? Vince is Vince, and Vince will always be Vince. He's chased for a while, just not live. Okay, yeah. All right, looks like our storm appears to be coming into view a little bit here. It should be like right on the highway. You have to go a little bit further north than where we are here. Let me Let me see what we got in terms of our northern camera options. Is near Greenland. Something off to the left there. I don't think we're going to be spotting any tornadoes. Yes, we are live. I wouldn't say I feel better. Definitely not feeling better yet. But I feel a lot better than I did yesterday, mainly because I'm fasting. Yeah, that right here is this storm here. Just keeping an eye on it. Not a whole lot of rotation on it right now. There was a little bit more earlier, but that seems to be falling apart there. Back over here towards Texas. Give you guys a little update over here. Still got a line of storms over near the Teague and Groesbeck area. That's going to be moving off to the east towards Palestine. Nothing too crazy with those right now, but once that instability starts to get its act together, I wonder how much cloud cover we have out here. There's actually a decent amount. Is a decent amount of cloud cover out there. But instability, at least with these southern storms, is nosing up. They're about to move into some better instability. So that severe threat with these storms down here will probably get started. And then looks like these storms a little bit further up to the north, looks like they're going to be struggling, at least initially, with some instability. Let me zoom back out here. But our latest wrap model guidance is saying that instability will increase all the way up into the Missouri area with plenty of instability. So shouldn't be a problem today. A little bit of backed winds at the surface as well, with the increase of our lower level jet as this kind of ejects into the area. That's not our lower level jet. There we go. And we're going to be dealing with like 40 to 50 knots of shear on the lower levels, which will provide plenty of spin for these storms. So does seem like we're still talking about a dangerous day. I'm not really seeing anything that indicates anything otherwise yet. Yes, today is supposed to be active. We have an enhanced risk of severe weather here in parts of Missouri and northern Arkansas, and we actually have a strong tornado threat today. That's going to be for northern Little Rock, Russellville, Batesville, Fayetteville, Bentonville, there in Arkansas, and then over here into Missouri. Neosho, Joplin, Nixa, Springfield, Lebanon, Rolla, Jefferson City, Fulton, Mexico, Moberly, Columbia, Marshall, Warrensburg, and Sedalia. And a 5% around that as well. That extends almost all the way into Shreveport, also extends into St. Louis, Quincy, Jacksonville, Kirksville, just to the south and east of Kansas City. Yeah, Meta, I think Paige's just trying to get comfortable with the whole streaming thing. Her and Bryce are pretty smart. You know, you can tell that they're oh, look at this. You can tell that they're pretty smart because they're usually on the storm where the tornado is. They do that pretty consistently. But I know Bryce has been streaming for a while, but I don't think he's ever really been very talkative personality like on camera. I know Paige. I know Tornado Paige. She is extremely bubbly, talkative, and funny, but she hasn't really come out of her shell on camera yet. So I can tell you guys, that once she gets more comfortable, it'll be a whole different story. She just needs to get used to being on camera, and it takes a while. Took me about, I don't know, 2 to 3 years to get used to being on camera and to really show my true self. It takes a while. It's so hard. Ecos does not stream, no. It's very hard to track, you know, how many tornadoes he has seen until he posts one of his videos, which his videos are always top notch. By the way, they did allow the severe thunderstorm warning to expire over here near Green Forest. These storms are north of our instability right now. But if these can kind of stay mature ish, by the time that instability makes it up there, then they could do something eventually. I think our main corridor should be back over into this region. Another thing that I haven't really checked out, I do want to check out how our lapse rates are doing so far. Wow. Yeah, lapse rates are pretty low out here at the moment. Is that expected to improve? Yeah. It is expected to improve as of with everything. Yeah, I started the stream because of a tornado warning. That was for this storm over here, but it has since kind of lost its marbles. Yeah, yeah. Connor was pretty quick at it. Yeah, I mean he was a fast. I think he's always kind of been a little bit of a personality, even off camera. But it did take him a while to kind of get comfortable. Really, those fried burgers. No, I mean it was definitely like some sort of food poisoning. I think I got it from Lawyer's Barbecue. Yeah, although these storms aren't really in the best environment, they have been showing some spin. And this one came very close to producing just a moment ago, if it didn't already. But I mean, it is possible that it might have briefly produced a tornado and it just never showed up. Do get another storm coming west of this one. Let me come back down to the south again with our view. See if we can get a better view from this camera again. Yes, Freiberger is my real last name. If you're looking to steal all my credit card and social security information, you already got the first piece of the puzzle. Springfield, Missouri, going to see tornadoes today? It's certainly possible. It just really depends on if our instability gets all the way up there, because the shear environment will certainly support it. Yeah, no, that was pretty much my day entirely yesterday. There were some times, even when I was feeling like very low energy, that I considered going live, but I was just like, I don't want to throw up all over my mic and computer, so I'm just not going to do that. Hello, hello. Well, you're doing all right, Livy? Yeah. I mean, one of the things that I wouldn't rule out today is a moderate risk, like a last minute update to a moderate risk. It certainly could be possible today. I would assume it'd be like in the Arkansas, Missouri border area. Because everything is there. I mean, looking at our meso analysis, as long as our lapse rates can get up there, the instability really builds in like it's saying. And our lower level shear really gets up into those 50 to 60 mile per hour zone there. I would not rule out a 15% tornado risk. Oh, yeah. Strong tornadoes are certainly going to be possible out there for sure. And as you can see here by our latest SBC outlook here in the yellow area with all these dashed lines. Absolutely, Libby. That sounds delicious. Like Springfield, yeah. I mean, Springfield is in kind of the center of that strong tornado risk. But your threat is really going to be dependent on whether or not or how much these storms kind of modify the atmosphere out here. Usually lurking, studying the storms on different radar apps. Yeah, it's kind of the best way to do it, especially, you get little tidbits here and there from everybody that does radar coverage. And, the goal is, to get to the point to where you can kind of make some determinations by yourself. There's no moderate risk. No, not yet, but I would not rule one out. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Trying to see if we can get a view of this little storm that's building here near West Fork. How crazy do I think this storm by St. Louis is going to get? There's not a whole lot of instability here for these guys. So, that would be really the only thing that kind of modifies what these storms can do. I wouldn't rule out like a brief spin up being possible up here just because we have so much storm relative velocity out here. But it should be kind of on the weaker end right now. Your main threat's going to be coming later on tonight if everything kind of does what the models are saying they should do. Tostadas and taco salad for dinner. Yeah, you guys are always eating. You guys are so fancy with your dinners. All right, let me get my water. I completely forgot it. It's in the other room. It'll take like 10 seconds. That is delish. Who's my favorite weather YouTuber? Um, hmm, that's a good question. I'd say Pecos. Whenever Pecos posts either that or Freddie McKinney. They're both really good when it comes to not only like their lot like for Freddie, his live streams are decent, but like his videos are pretty darn good. Also like Tornado TRX, I think is what his name is. I love his I love his tornado documentaries. They are so good. Let me see if that's right. Tornado. Yeah, Tornado TRX. This guy, he's really good. Oh my gosh, 5.8 million views. I'm not even subscribed to him. Oh my gosh. That's how you know how good his videos are. There is definitely a trade-off making videos this good. You get so like into the video itself, you forget that like everything else exists. Carly Anna, yeah. I like Carly. He's definitely on the chiller side and more educational side of things. A little bit of a couplet now developing again with this storm south and east of Johnson. Still gonna have to keep an eye on that guy. Let me see if there's any cameras west of Springfield, maybe. Or Springdale, sorry. There is some in Blue Springs. Oh, yeah, there's a storm back there. Ooh, gross. That river. was brown. Kind of looks like it's maybe a little bit flooded. See some like little leaves and stuff in there. Yeah, settlements. It's definitely moving faster than it would have due to all the rain that we have had with this event. And you can see that that is increasing the speed of the river, which brings up a lot more sediment, mud. Uh, Definitely seems a little bit swollen. The swollen river needs some put some ice on that river. Oh yeah, instant weather is. I think he's like one of the only people in Canada that does like in-depth severe weather coverage. But I always call him the Ryan Hall of Canada. His vibe is just. I love his vibe. He's just so down to earth. And every time he ends the stream, he like plays the guitar. And he's making his own like 3D weather verse. It doesn't get much cooler than that. I mean, it's kind of unfair how cool he is because he sets a bar so high. Have I ever chased? Yes. Yes, I have. I'm actually a really good storm chaser because the thing is like you need good forecasting skills. You need good situational awareness, which I have. I just have everything that would make probably because like I went and chased near Oklahoma City. I caught like 4 or 5 tornadoes that day. That was the last chase I did. I usually do like once a week, once a year, which I will definitely do this year. During the summertime, but uh, but yeah, I'm not gonna toot my own horn, but I will say I'm good at forecasting, really good at analyzing radar and mesoscale information during the day. And I'm really good at situational awareness and navigating. I played football for a while, and that helps. Quick thinking, and navigating in between storms, kind of like dodging running backs or not running backs. Uh, what are they called? Linebackers and linemen, defensive linemen, safeties, juking out the storms. Like if I was chasing right now, honestly, I wouldn't be. I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't really care if there's tornadoes on the storm. But like, I might if I was like in the area and awake, I might be up here because you could definitely be hanging out with these storms for a little bit before having to like shoot back down further to the south or maybe a little bit further west into like Russellville near Little Rock and all that area. I have Adam's seal of approval. Nice. Well, he has mine. Will we see the Mothman today? Probably a low chance of that. Like he only comes out during when there's hail fog in West Virginia. Grilled ribs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know. Instant weather. Um, he's a Canadian. Instant weather. Yeah, if you guys live in Canada, you're gonna want to be subscribed to this guy right here, Adam Skinner in Canada. His last live 2 weeks ago, and there he is. Look at it. Uh, he's a chill guy for sure. I'm a big fan of his. Yeah, latest look out over here with our storm that is currently east of Springdale. There was a little tiny bit of circulation in there. Still keeping an eye on it. Our camera is like out over here in this region. So hopefully we can get a good view of that little rotation. It is looking to the west. Yes, happy Easter, everybody. Yes, yes, yes. Sorry that we got to hang out on Easter because of something like this. Have permission from Adam to share the anxiety song? How do you know that? I don't even know where that the storm anxiety song is. What music do I like? I like just lo-fi music. Also like EDM. I'm a fan of EDM music. I still got some thunderstorms over here near Troy. They're not doing anything unexpected right now, mainly just some rain and thunder heading towards Troy and Wentzville right now. Also, a lot of rain and thunder moving into the Illinois area near Decatur. Getting into Springfield, Illinois, and Decatur here in just a little bit. May is usually the busiest month for severe weather. Yeah, it really just depends. My favorite storm I've chased? There was one. I actually really liked the Oklahoma chase. I mean, I didn't like it because a lot of people were impacted by it, but that was my favorite one. My skills were properly honed in for that event. Ooh, something's popping up on the camera. Look at that. Back out in the distance. Something is coming. It's got some texture in there, yeah. Not, I'm assuming it's going to be like a shelf cloud. Maybe a little bit of an embedded mesocyclone in there. It is moving pretty quickly. That's a good observation. Probably between like 12 p.m. and 4 p.m. is going to be the absolute peak of this event. Yeah, this thing does have a little bit of broad circulation to it right now. It's this storm over here. You can see there is a little area of some broad circulation right in this area. Probably what we're looking at right now, to be honest. People have had enough storms for a freaking year. Yeah, unfortunately. And oh man, look in the river. There's like legitimate trees. Or maybe some large limbs in there. My goodness. Where's this bridge at? It's just to the east of Springfield, or Springdale, sorry, in northeastern Iowa. So, I mean, dang. It's in Blue Springs Village in Arkansas. Bridge is right here, right over this river. And we're looking directly at this storm here that is just to the east of Springdale, Arkansas. There you can see the leading edge of that storm off in the distance, just in between those trees. What's the river's name? Can I get that just off of the app? Yeah, White River. So this is the White River here in Arkansas. I mean, these storms aren't particularly intense right now. They do have special weather statements on them for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 0.75 inches. Man, look at that thing. What is that? I think the trees make that look like it's just a big old NATO, but that's just the trees doing that. That's not actually the storm. Yeah, I think that's the mesocyclone we're looking at right now. That thing's definitely got a lot of motion to it. Yeah, that's flood debris in the White River, exactly. Our camera's at on the bottom right or bottom left. Jeez Louise, brain is not functioning, at least in terms of thinking and then putting the words in my mouth or out my mouth, not matching up. Clouds are hauling. Yeah, that's that lower level jet. I mean, the lower level jet up here is pretty decent, and so is our no. I mean, the thing that's really keeping these storms at bay for now is the lack of instability. But I mean, one in this environment did try to spin up not too long ago, so definitely still got to keep an eye on these storms. And this one also, still has some rotation to it, which is what we're looking at right now. Arkansas is amazing. Yeah, it's a pretty beautiful state. If you really like that southeastern vibe with a lot of trees, rivers, and wildlife, Arkansas is a pretty darn nice area to live. I wouldn't say it's too strong. I mean, again, we just saw the storm probably about 30 minutes ago really attempt to plan a tornado. It's this storm over here. It's been struggling ever since, but I wouldn't say it's impossible to get a tornado right now because we literally almost just had one. Even though the instability is pretty weak, um, we did literally just get an attempt from one of these storms. It got really close, if not produced a tornado, but I didn't see a debris signature on radar. In a funnel cloud, it could have been. Yeah, I mean, we didn't have a we had a view on it though. Um, as it passed near one of our traffic cameras, there was definitely an organized mesocyclone, but I didn't see any tornadoes with it with the camera. But the camera just might not have been looking at the right storm. It definitely looked like a wall cloud when we started the stream. I mean, I agree. I mean, it's not the most tornadic environment, but at least for right now, it's going to get a lot worse later on today. Yeah, sorry about that, Dylan. I wanted to be live yesterday. I actually considered it, but I was nauseous all day yesterday. And I can tell you right now, it's pretty hard to talk when you feel like you're going to throw up. Do you want to check in on our latest scans on this storm? Yeah. Still a broad area of circulation with this guy. Not a whole lot has changed as of our latest scans. But it's a nice little storm to look at. Don't say it. Okay. I'll refrain from saying that. I'll just use the word nauseous. No, I don't want to make you guys nauseous. Sun is trying to come out. Yeah, I mean, on our satellite view, if we come back over to here, you can see that it is still kind of dark out here because, or it's just kind of like getting lighter actually, because the day is just getting started. I'm feeling better. Still not feeling 100%. Not even close, but I got enough energy to stream all day, I think, as long as nothing changes. As long as I keep it relatively. Got some storms over here near the Houston area, also trying to get started. These ones will have some severe potential. Lapse rates are a little low, so they might struggle. Let me see if we got any forcing down there. Yeah, also not a whole lot of forcing out in this area, but instability out here is enough to potentially support some severe weather with these guys south and east of College Station, just west of the Houston area. We're keeping an eye on this storm over here. Not a whole lot of strong rotation on it right now. You can see that we do have some broader circulation, maybe a little area of increased rotation here, maybe like up in this area, but that appears to be out into the inflow of the storm right now. Most of the wind associated with the storm itself should be right there in that area. So this might be, a little bit over exaggerated on the radar right now, but definitely a storm to keep an eye on. Do I think Southwest Missouri will see any tornadoes? It's kind of possible. Big question mark though on just how much this rain will affect your tornado risk today. And that's kind of like the biggest uncertainty for Southwest Arkansas or Missouri is this is going to keep the instability low until some of this can clear out. Hot Springs, Arkansas is sunny. We can check that out actually. Oh yeah, got some sun poking through already out here in the Hot Springs area. So we should start to see that instability really start to build in. Yeah, it's sunny over here near Friendship as well. About the Little Rock area. A little bit murky on that camera. Yeah, a little bit of sun is poking through. Website am I using for what? The radar or for the camera views? I'm wondering. We have a bunch of cameras out over here, so we are 100% going to be able to get a view on this storm, but I am curious. See, maybe if we can get maybe a little bit of a view from Fort Smith. There's one like looking north, one's looking east. East. It's looking west. We might see like a outflow boundary from that. We might have to wait. Yeah, we might have to wait for this storm to actually get to I-49. Man. I mean, it definitely looks like a storm that wants to produce a tornado, but in terms of our rotation, still relatively broad at this moment. But this is definitely an indication that this storm is maturing and starting to tap into that shear environment a little bit. Let me see how tall that storm is in comparison to others. Yeah, it's really, well, we might be too close to the radar there to get a good reading. And this one's saying the same thing. It's not a very tall thunderstorm, like really at all. Coffee's not working, going back to bed. Okay. I feel that. Sometimes it just doesn't do what it needs to do, depending on what you were doing the day before. Let's go check around on all these other ones. Yeah, these stores that were trying to get started near Palestine, Texas, have died off. Do I have any nachos? No. And even if I did, I would not eat them. If I eat anything today, it's going to be rice and chicken, just to keep it nice and light on the stomach. But I think I'm going to try to, I'm going to hold off on eating for as long as possible because I really just want to clear out whatever is in my stomach. I'm feeling better, or not better, but a little bit better, and I want to keep that going throughout most of the day. Definitely not at that point where where I'm like confident that I still won't feel symptoms today. Springfield radar. Yeah, there are some storms coming for Springfield. Not really much rotation there's zero rotation on any of these storms right now, so it's mainly just like rain and thunderstorms right now. Will Nevada, Missouri get storms? Um, really know where Nevada is. Oh, there it is. You're in one of those areas where it's kind of iffy. Definitely a question on whether or not you're actually going to get anything or not, because we got questions on just how far, to the west our severe weather event will be in this area. Kind of seems like it will start back down in here and then kind of move up into like the southern Missouri area. Question is like, mainly over here near Nevada, Joplin, Neosho, El Dorado Springs. How much does this rain modify the atmosphere? Lots of chili to help flush it out. Yeah. I mean, you could try a lot of different things, but the main thing is just kind of waiting until it passes. The latest scan here, a little area of broader circulation is still present with this storm as that pushes off towards the Missouri and Arkansas border. Yes, waiting for a stomach bug to clear up and severe weather is very similar. You just got to wait for it to pass. You think that's a tornado? Not right now, no. Some broader circulation exists with this storm right now. Definitely no tornado associated with that guy just yet. Yeah, still got some grays. It's definitely on the broader side of the spectrum of rotation right now. Yeah, little thunderstorms popping up all the way around the Houston area. So if you're out there trying to figure out whether or not you should do your Easter plans or not, I would just go with that rule of thumb. If you hear some thunder, bring it indoors. You want to move my camera just a tad here. Yeah, 17 tornadoes so far for yesterday. All right. So we got our latest scan in. Still some broad rotation here, but it does seem to be weakening as of our latest scan. This thing might be about to become outflow dominant here. Stuttgart, Arkansas is Stuttgart. We have covered that area before. Is that northeast? What portion of Arkansas is that in? You have strep. Oh, what is outflow dominant? It basically means that there is some cooler air that is wrapping into the inflow of the storm. You can think of this storm here, this region of the storm, as kind of like a mouth, right? And it's eaten all the instability the minimal instability that is in this area. But like storms, they love warm and moist air. That is their filet mignon. That is their ribeye steak. That is their sushi, their wings. They love that stuff. But outflow dominant storm has majority cooler air pouring into its mouth. So it's eaten rain cooled air, or what it doesn't like it's just like a bunch of anchovies being rocketed into the storm, and yeah, it can kill off tornado chances, as we are seeing there. That rotation is now pretty much non-existent. It tried there for a brief moment, but then kind of fell apart, which is what we like to see. It's good. It's a good thing. You live in Branson, Missouri. You have a link to a great live cam for when storms come across Table Rock Lake area. If it's like a news cam, probably cannot use that. Sorry. You're up late. Yeah. I was watching those storms too. Through like Stormchaser perspectives, watching them on my own radar and stuff. It was definitely a pretty dangerous day yesterday. Pretty darn active. Really hope. I mean, the probably the worst thing about it is, you got a lot of folks that are going to be cleaning up on Easter. They will not be finding eggs out there. They're going to be looking for their personal items, picking up pieces of their lives instead of eggs today, which is pretty sad to think about. Be working at Walmart during the storm when it hit southwest Missouri. Heard between 11 and 3. The storms last night were loud. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. Expecting it is kind of a weird scenario kind of happening up here for the southwestern portion of Missouri. We got a lot of rain out here. A lot of rain. Our dew points are rising out past this boundary right now. There's definitely an area of some rain cooled air sitting over into this region. So that should, for the most part, keep the instability on the lower end of things. Capping is really not going to be too big of an issue there in southwestern Missouri. It's mainly just, do you guys actually get instability? Our latest models, we'll come back over here. Latest mesoscale analysis kind of pushing off into the future. You see these red lines here, how they kind of increase as that moves off to the east. It does say that there is a chance for some instability to build more into like southern Missouri and maybe just nosing in to southwestern Missouri. By the time we get about 4 hours from now. So if it gets warm, watch out. Yeah, I mean, if you feel some of that heat building in, for sure. Yeah, latest scan on this storm back over here still appears to be struggling at the moment. Go check back up here near the St. Louis area, see how these storms are doing. Yeah, still mainly just rain and thunder out over here. Azzy, what are you getting worked up about? I'm watching my parents' dogs right now. Hey, y'all be calm. All right, if y'all are gonna do that, do it somewhere else. There. Hold on 1 second. My dogs are playing right now. Chazzy don't like it. He's like, y'all need to start farting around. This is a serious household. Show us the doths. Yeah, I guess we could do it. I mean, if we're gonna show off the puppers, this would be the time. Hold on, we'll get them. We'll do like a little doggo show and tell. I know what we can do. We'll do a little dog show. Which doggo is the cutest? There we go. We got Jojo Bean. We got, I don't even spell Taiki. Taiki. And we've got Chazzy Noodle. All right. Did I spell noodle right? Yeah. No, it's 2 O's. Noodle. There we go. All right. So first on the list in our dog show is Jojo Bean. Oh, this is Jojo Bean. This is my mom's dog. He's a little cutie pie. Yes. Hi, Jojo Bean. How are ya? How are ya? Yes. All right, Jojo Bean, do something cool. Okay. You're not in the mood. Okay. Oh, thanks for the kiss. So there's Jojo Bean. We've got Tyke. This is actually my brother's dog, but my parents have been taking care of him for a little bit, as my brother's current housing situation does not allow for puppers. This is Tyke. All right, do something. You got any talents you want to show off? No, just licking. Okay, all the dog's talents are licking talents. All right. So there's Tyke and Jojo Bean, and then last is gonna be Chazzy. Hold on. And this is definitely Chazzy. You're supposed to be show. Okay, Chaz's talent is growling at everything. What are you doing? Yes. He's got bones he's trying to protect. This is Chazzy Noodle. And there you go. That's all the dogs. So those other two dogs are my parents' dogs. I'm watching them while they're celebrating Easter with my older brother, who has a bunch of little kidlets. He had a dense fog advisory. I didn't even know my warning system did that. Chaz's talent is teeth. Yeah. Is Chazzy a corgi? No. Chaz is he's either a corgi mix, or he's a Lancaster healer. Gremlin. Which dog are you calling a gremlin? All right, let's see who's winning the cutest doggo competition. So we got Jojo Bean in second, 34%. Tyke in last place with 11%. Dang, poor Tyke. We got Chazzy Noodle with the clear lead of 55%. The last one was the gremlin. All right. You're gonna get a timeout. You're gonna get a timeout for that. For at least a minute. There you go. Get out of here with that nonsense. Calling my dog a gremlin. You know what? Me and Chaz are going to come over to your house and I'm going to let Chaz take a poop on your lawn because he said that. And I'm not going to pick it up either. I'm just going to leave it there. You voted too early? Why'd you vote early? I told y'all we were going to look at 3 dogs. If it's a competition, you got to wait to see all the dogs. Bad dog owner? I don't think so. My doggo loves me. Third one looks like he would bite your heels. Yeah, he really didn't show off, how sweet and cuddly he was, did he? He did a really poor job of that. Okay, all right. People just asking for timeouts. No more calling my dog a gremlin. All right, we just got our latest SPC meso analysis, and it looks like that instability is slowly tracking up to the north here. Got 1,000 joules per kilogram now working its way into this area. And thank you, Cheryl Masters, for the $10 for the doggy treats. Thank you so much. That will buy a half a doggy treat. I do appreciate that. Doggy treats are getting expensive. $10 only gets you a couple begging strips. Can you pet that dog? Hey, man, let me pet that dog. A little area of circulation here. Trying to squeak out something on the Arkansas and Oklahoma border. Going to be keeping an eye on that. How stinking cute JoJo Bean is. Yeah, JoJo Bean is a little sweetie. You see, Chaz will sit on a couch and he'll just sit there. Like he won't jump onto your lap. He'll do it like maybe once or twice a day, but for the most part, he's kind of an introvert. JoJo Bean and is like the mixture between introverted and extroverted. Like he can get pretty spastic sometimes, but he'll sit on your lap all day long and just kind of hang out. Heike is an extrovert, and he'll just get in your face, and he'll just be like, "Hey, I'm here." And then if you ignore him, he'll remind you again and again and again and again and again until you're annoyed. He's just like one of those dogs that really wants to make sure that you know that he is there and is there. He announces his presence every single time, and he's like, "Hey, I'm here." If you look away for 5 seconds, he'll put his little paw in your hand and he'll say, "I'm still here, dude. Are you gonna give me some pets? How about some treats? Pets and treats." He just doesn't shut up. He even makes these little noises like "meow" to like remind you of his existence. Liberty, Missouri. Not sure where Liberty is. Is that like in southeastern, northeastern, central? Is it near like a bigger city? Not sure where the old Liberty is. But best rule of thumb if you're outdoors, for any severe threat, tornado threat, or just rain and thunder threat, lightning threat, the best thing to do is to, just make sure that if you hear thunder, get indoors. It's as simple as that. You don't even need me. Unless it's one of those days where, like, you know, there's like a tornado threat, but with like barely any lightning. That does happen sometimes. Liberty's in the Kansas City area. Oh. Yeah, for now, you guys are doing pretty good. I see it now. Okay. And it should stay like that throughout most of the day. There is a little bit of a chance that that instability makes it just up there, but it should be pretty marginal. You guys are in a 2% tornado risk right now. Wind threat, 5%. Hail threat, 5% there. So, yeah, going to be in that marginal risk. So, not going to be a super eventful day up there as it is going to be further down to the south for areas like Columbia, Jefferson City, Springfield, Fayette. Isn't flood in Missouri? Yeah. And we can go over the flood threat really quick. So for today, looks like we're dealing with a slight risk out there for excessive rainfall. So if you live, or I guess you could call that a 2 out of 4. So that's going to be mainly for the Fort Smith, Joplin, Jefferson City, Quincy, Burlington, Cedar Rapids, Waterloo. So not a very active flooding day today. Not as active as it was yesterday. Take a look at your super chat. Did I miss it? Let me see. Ah, yes, I did miss it. Thank you, Emergency, for the 5. New chaser based in Missouri, heading south down 44 right now. Love your content. Keep up the good work. You'll be streaming on X. All right. Use stream anytime. I'll keep that in mind. Please be safe out there. It's going to be quite the dangerous day, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. That is nice, not only with the donation, but also offering some help. So thank you. All right, we're ending the poll. The poll go. I ended it, but it didn't show up in chat. It usually shows up in chat. Oh, there it is. Chazzy Noodle has won the dog competition. Sorry, Tyke. You were in last place. He's got a little. He's mad at you guys. He doesn't like you guys. He's like, who the heck are these people? Oh, that's too late. Chaz doesn't even need to come over here and check in on all the results. He already know he won. All right. There's actually some broader areas of circulation here near these storms just west of Houston. Might have to keep an eye on those. I don't think the tornado risk should be overly elevated down here. There's a decent amount of instability. What are we talking about in terms of wind shear? Yeah, wind shear is pretty weak down here. Our strongest area of wind shear right now is currently near these rain showers. We've got about 50 knots of shear out in this area right now. Storms like this, if they can get started and mature, they're going to be a pretty dangerous risk for today. Surface-based instability, though, is still struggling in this area. We got a little area of about 500 joules per kilogram right here, but everything north of here is in some pretty crappy instability. These will probably struggle here initially, but as they move off to the east, as that instability builds up in this area, eventually they will be probably our main threat for today. You said he would poop in your yard and leave. Exactly. And that's a promise, not a threat. Don't call my dog a gremlin. We have two rules. Don't call my dog a gremlin. Rule number one. Number two, if you get a free membership from somebody that gifts it in chat, you have to say thank you. Those are the only two rules. And also, and then rule number three, no politics. And mentioning like other streamers' names. Those are pretty much our only rules. I think for us in Chicago, it's just going to be regular rain. I think you're right. I can see some thunderstorms. But yeah, no severe weather risk for Chicago today. How's the storm's emotional instability? Their instability is building. They're currently sitting at depressed, but if we get a little bit more instability, they will be becoming bipolar probably by afternoon. Thank you, Keys to Mama's Heart, for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you so much. Yeah, lots of rain and thunderstorms near the Oklahoma City area. This is yeah, that's definitely going to be the main event here. This is I'm pretty sure this is our low pressure system back over here. Yeah. Low pressure system back over here. Storms building right out in front of that. You can see that instability hasn't quite made it up there, but by the time we get into about 2 hours from now, it should be game on. especially with all this wind shear that's here. Where's our forcing at? Yeah, our forcing is also starting to work into the area as well, which is why we're starting to see these storms get started out here near Holdenville. Where did Blondie go? I don't know. She just might not be awake. And thank you, Bucky Barnes, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome to the Fry family. They pull upper level temps from aircraft flying. Yes, from drops or from radiosondes and aircraft, and also you can get upper level temperatures sometimes from satellite, depending on the cloud cover. Let me walk your dog? No. I don't know you. I'm going to let a stranger walk my dog. You think I'm just going to let some stranger pull up to my house and walk my dog? Wild. Chaz looks well fed. Dude, that's on the line. That is on the line, JR. That is on the line. Well fed. That's like that could mean you're calling my dog fat, but that could also mean that I'm being a good dog owner. Uh, but if you flip that around to like saying that to like a human, then it changes everything. Like if I said JR looks well fed, I'm sure it would be really hard not to take that personally. The dog has big bones. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Imagine like calling your wife well fed. You'd be sleeping on the couch. Shit, that just might be the end of the relationship. Identifies as land seal. Okay, you just called my dog fat. You know what? That's the third time. So now I'm increasing your time out to 5 minutes this time. What's up, Chazzy Noodle? You better go protect your bones or someone's gonna eat it, Chazzy. Go eat your bone. You got competition today. You got to protect them. It's so crazy. Like whenever like Jojo Bean and Taiki aren't here, Chaz is just always sitting by his bones, and he like takes his little bones everywhere, just in case somebody tries to steal it when there's nobody in the house that wants his bones. But then today he's just being all lackadaisical, all happy pappy, leaving his bones out in the open when there's legit dogs that want to eat it. It don't make no sense. I'm wondering if we can get a view on these storms. I don't think we can. Pretty sure there's not anything that I can do about that. We can potentially get a view on this guy as it gets closer to West Fork. So let's just go ahead and move that camera over into that area. See what happens. Probably going to look pretty similar to some of these other storms that we've been looking at, if I had to guess. This is out in front of the storm. Seeing some clouds. Actually, a little bit of sunlight poking through here in the West Fork area. That instability is probably going to be starting to get its act together, maybe a little bit more organized. One of the things that I've noticed, especially since I've been watching webcams and just generally driving, like the amount of white and black and gray cars is getting quite annoying. Like, look at that. White, gray. Like, where's all the creative people? I haven't seen one car that's not white, black, or gray. There's another black car over there. Wow. Another white car. My goodness. White and gray. Seriously? Like, not a red car? White car with a black trailer, another black car? How long until we actually see a car that's not white or gray? Two more gray cars, white, black. Oh my gosh. They're all the same colors. It's not black and white. There's color. You can see the green trees. Come on. Somebody said the feed is black and white. Gray, white, black, white, black. Come on. Give us like a blue car or a red car or a yellow car. There we go. Red car. Let's go. Things are heating up. A blue car. My car is black, so I have no room to talk. Gray truck. Boo. It took like at least 40 cars, though, to get our first. Man, they're really coming now. Another red car. We got all the creative people getting out there now. It's like the printer. The color ink in the printer ran out for like all cars. Wait, is there someone in chat named Chazzy Noodle? No. What is that? Hey. Someone came in as Chazzy Noodle and said, I'll admit it, I'm fat. Hey. Look what you guys have done to my Chaz. You got him now thinking that he's fat. You guys did that. Bullied him to the point to where now he has become sentient enough to make a YouTube profile. That is crazy. Now he thinks he's fat. So there you go. That's y'all's fault. Dang, man. What a Chaz, get off the phone. What have I told you about screen time? You don't have unlimited data. Jeez Louise. My bill's about to be fat. Thanks a lot, guys. And I have a fat bill. What? That spammer just said the weirdest thing in chat. Show Illinois. All right. You guys got some rain and thunder out there? Maybe an actual, decent little storm over here. What is this spam message? The dude keeps coming in the chat. He said, Max Velocity said you're one of the biggest Democrats he has ever seen, and that's why he doesn't like you. Oh, no. Is that true? Let me ask Grok. We'll ask Grok if that's legitimate. I've been seeing those like on Twitter recently. Yeah, latest scan here with this storm. Still not really seeing a whole lot of rotation. It looks like it should have some, but Oh my gosh, this guy is really good at making new accounts fast. How does he do that fast? Let's come back down here towards the Houston area. Check out these storms. Yeah, they're struggling to mature because the lapse rates are so low right now. Also got a lot of little pop-up thunderstorms happening over here north of Lake Charles as well. Sorry, account generator. But yeah, how do they like log into it so fast? Oh, here he is again. That is crazy. Switch to sub only. Yeah, we can do that really quick. We'll switch to sub only real quick. How do I do that? Forgot. We haven't been in sub only for so long. There we go. Save. Actually, yeah. We'll switch to sub only for 5 minutes. Or 5 minute sub only mode. Just so like if they do subscribe, it'll take them 5 minutes to get approved. They'll probably just give up. Make it 1 minute. I can't. Because then they'll just be able to subscribe and then instantly be able to spam again. We gotta wait them out. But if in 5 minutes, we'll switch it back and then we'll see what happens. No, wait, no. If they're a bot, they are a bot, right? So doesn't that mean, hold on, let me just do it. Let me try any duration and see if he comes back up. Because if they're a bot, I'm pretty sure they can't press the subscribe button. I thank you, Dylan, for being a member for 4 months. Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure it's a bot, so. No, I mean we just banned all of those accounts as soon as they started spamming. And these storms over here in Oklahoma are slowly starting to get their act together. Stop it, type. Not quite there yet, but they are slowly trying to get organized. I'm wondering if that instability is starting to build up into this area. It's just not showing up. I mean, probably not, if I had to guess. Still a lot of cloud cover out there, to be honest. Might have to wait for that to erode a little bit more before these storms start to do anything. But I will say, even in the lower instability amounts, I think we have a lot of storm relative helicity out here. Yeah. Okay, we did just get our latest instability, and you can see that it's still not near where those storms are. We do have 1,000 joules per kilogram, making it all the way up into northern Arkansas now. And let me see here. I am wondering. A strong lower level shear. Storm relative helicity. Effective. Yeah, there is a lot of storm relative helicity out here. And thank you, Maybell, for becoming a WIMD member. And also, Millie? Is it Millie or Mile? Oh, dang. All right. So that didn't work. It is not a bot. They can subscribe. Man, why do I got to get freaking targeted? All right. We got to move it to, we'll try 1 minute because every time they get banned, they'll have to resubscribe. How do they do it so fast? I don't know. Technology. I thought it was a bot, but I don't think bots are supposed to be able to subscribe. So I don't think it is bot. How am I feeling today? A little bit better. Still not 100%. Definitely still have, a decent amount of stomach discomfort, but I have a lot more energy than I did yesterday, and I'm not feeling nearly as nauseous. I still have a little bit of nausea, but it's not that bad. I haven't eaten anything all day today, so trying to keep it trying to keep it relatively low, the low as possible. Thanks, greasy McDonald's breast first. No, that is the last thing I need right now. That is the very last thing. Bit of soup. Yes, if I had soup. Well, actually, I do have soup. That might, if I do eat anything, I'd probably eat that. Soup cures everything. It does, yeah. Definitely makes you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. That is for sure. Now you can see how these storms have been progressing here. They're still not quite mature yet, though. But what I'm wondering here with these guys is if the SRH is going to be high enough, even in like a so pretty much the storm relative velocity can add buoyancy to the atmosphere. But and that's pretty much what instability is as well. It's not, it shows you how moist and buoyant the atmosphere is, and SRH can kind of make up for when you have a lack of that instability, and it still keeps storms tornadic. So I am interested to see how these storms will go. But I will say the environment around them right now, other than that SRH, is not really that potent at the moment. Tomato and grilled cheese. Nah, that's too much. And cook me soup. I wish. I wish. Where's the storm going? That's going more north. Let's go a little bit further north with our camera. I do want to see what this storm looks like. Where are we looking here? So we want to be near West Fork. Where is West Fork? Okay, West Fork's right there. Okay. So this is actually still should be our best camera. Maybe a southern view from here. That's looking north. Actually might not be too terrible. Unfortunately, our camera right here is looking south. Chocolate shakes are good for bad stomach. Really? Well, we had a tornado warning to start the stream, and nothing's really happened since then. But yeah, I mean, we're just staying live because why not? Eventually, the storm threat will eventually happen, but we're just kind of here hanging out, answering questions at the moment because it's a little bit quiet. Yeah, I got some cream of chicken from Campbell's chicken noodle soup. I think still, I might make that in a little bit just to give it a try, but I'm kind of afraid to eat right now. Hey, thank you for the 140. I think that's African money, if I remember correctly. Is that right? Czar? Thank you for 140 of that type of currency. Thank you so much. The only guy I know who covers early daytime and stays on. Yeah. Yeah, we try to do our best on this channel. Plenty of energy today, hopefully, to get me throughout the day. So it really just depends on if I start getting nauseous again, which is still technically a possibility. So we'll see. South African rand. Oh, all right. With whipped cream and all that junk. Oh, okay. I don't have any ginger right now. We'll go bring the radar up over here. Back into Illinois for a second, just so people can see where their rain is. A lot of folks are, it's just kind of one of those days where even rain, people are want to kind of know where it is because it's right around this time. Everybody's going to be, doing their Easter festivities. Chicken noodle soup, yeah, chicken noodle soup would do well, I think. Yeah, I don't have any ginger at my house. Yeah, no problem, Dawson. Yeah. I mean, we usually always go live early, regardless, just to kind of hang out and go over the storm threat. But today we were prompted by a tornado warning to go live. So we're probably a little bit earlier than we would typically be. But regardless, there is some rain out there and it's Easter. So technically it's not a bad idea to stay live and to just kind of let people know where the at least the beginnings of the storms are happening right now. Because if you're out in Henrietta and you got eggs outside, they're about to get rained on. Bring you some chicken noodle soup and warm tea. I mean, you guys keep saying you're gonna like come over here and make me food, but how's that possible? Y'all don't even know where I am. Storm data from yesterday? I can a little bit, yeah. Um, so like over here in West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Maryland, we had a couple of wind reports out here and some significant wind reports as well. There and there. And then back over here near Oklahoma and Texas, we had, quite a few tornadoes as well. 17 tornado reports. Yeah, no problem. Absolutely no problem. And I'm wondering, do we like still have power outages or anything? Yeah. There is still some power outages over here in Pennsylvania. 18,000 there, 24,000 in Maryland, uh, 33,000 in West Virginia, and 17,000 still without power in Texas. How's Fort Smith, Texas doing? Texas is doing pretty good right now. I mean, there's really not a whole lot happening in the Texas area yet. Instability is building out in front of these storms, but lapse rates are a little bit low right now. We're going to need to wait until those lapse rates improve a little bit, but eventually we are expecting, some tornadic potential, especially up here in like the north eastern corner of Texas, near like Paris, Sulphur Springs, Tyler, and Longview. Shot of whiskey works for stomach stuff? I don't think so. Can it ever be too hot for tornadoes? God, that's a good question. I don't know. Honestly, I mean, I've never seen. I don't think I've. Has a tornado ever happened in 100-degree temperatures? I don't know. There is a point though where the having too much sunshine will overmix the environment. Um, yeah, I think yeah, because typically if you get a low pressure system, right, you're gonna have that cold front back behind it, and you're gonna have usually some cloud cover. So it is hard to get up into those 80s and 90s, but I think you can still get tornadoes within that range. But like 100, 110, I think you would most likely be too far away from the main forcing and the strongest wind shear to get tornado activity. I would say that's probably pretty rare. What's the hottest tornado? What's the hottest tornado to ever happen? I guess fire nado. Yeah. Tornado and a fire. Was I streaming for the 2020 outbreak? No. No, I wasn't streaming in 2020. I started in like 2022. And the derecho came through later that day. We spanned our area with tornadoes. Yeah, but it wasn't 100 degrees next to the tornado. By that time, temperatures would have cooled down a little bit. Molten lava tornado? I don't think that's a thing. But there are fire nados, so that you could definitely get some hot nados with that. Bentonville, Arkansas. You guys are an enhanced risk over there in Bentonville. 10% tornado threat there for you guys. 10% chance for some strong tornadoes there. Why did it switch to date? Oh, I went to probabilistic. That's why. And I figured you guys would even. I figured you'd even turn that into something dirty. Leave it to chat. Can't say hot NATOs without somebody. I don't even know. Like, well, why would your brain go there? I want to take that tornado on a date. It's a hot NATO. Like, how does your brain go there? Like, even just like from a theoretical standpoint, that is impossible. This is the view still waiting for that storm to kind of come through, the small storm. Well, it's actually even smaller now. More towards Greenland. Let me just go ahead and get that camera up. Lava NATO? It's not a lava NATO. That's well, I don't know. Maybe the base of the tornado was on the lava. Maybe. Am I feeling better? Not really. I mean, I feel like I feel better than yesterday, but I still have some issues. A little bit nauseous still. I have more energy than I did have yesterday, and I don't feel like I'm gonna throw up. So some improvement. Haven't really seen anything yet on this camera. It might just be last minute when this storm comes through, but we might see something. Yes, progress. I have enough energy to go live, so there is that. It's enough to where I can fight it throughout the day. Yesterday, it was just a no go. The good news is that when you stream, people don't have the ability to smell your breath. I'm sure it doesn't smell that great. I've been lurking since you started your stream, but when you saw tornadoes dropping yesterday, I knew you were either sick or dying because you weren't on. Yeah, I was definitely sick. I put a little post. I'm not sure if it's always kind of it sucks to have to take a day off because it's really hard to get the word out that you're not going to be live. But people usually eventually see it, I guess, because they eventually figure it out that you're not live, and they'll be like, okay, something's going on with him. Yeah, I made a little community post about it yesterday, trying to give you guys an update before the storms got started, just so you guys could see that there was low chances, and it just Yesterday was kind of bad. Didn't pop up until 13 hours after I posted it. That's great. Love it when YouTube doesn't notify my subscribers of stuff. Like, isn't that the point of subscribing? Like, what's the point of subscribing if that doesn't work? I don't get that. Like, I feel like I'd rather have people like sign up or join the Discord, because the notifications always go out for that as long as your phone isn't on like do not disturb. A couple of areas of circulation showing up with this storm here, but I think a lot of that is side lobe at the moment. And it also could be legitimate. That one's in kind of the right space there as well, near Elm Springs, Johnson, and Prairie Grove. We should be able to get a view of this storm as it moves near Greenland here in a little bit on our camera. Don't get all notifications either. Yeah, the best thing to do is just join the Discord. The link is in the description if you want to do that. But that will send a notification to you, guaranteed. So if you're subscribed and you guys want to make sure that you get that notification 100%, just go to the description, join the Discord. We also hang out there and chat about weather every now and then, or other people do. Because you don't chat too much there. When I'm not streaming, I'm not usually too online. I thank you, Annalise, for becoming a WIMD member. I have a cousin named Annalise. Your name isn't green, so your comment won't be read. Imagine. Explain side lobe contamination. Yeah, I can do that really quick. A lot of people say it, and a lot of times it's not really understood what it is. So, say you have your radar here, and then you got your little storm over in this area. So when when the radar shoots out a beam, it usually shoots it out, kind of in this direction. But there is a side lobe of that beam itself, looking up higher into the atmosphere. Now, most of the time, this signal is the strongest, and it returns back to the radar as a clean, view of what's happening down here. But sometimes this, for some reason, usually because there's like a lot of hail up there or something, it becomes stronger um, than the beam nearest to like the closest portion of the surface it can look at. And so this signal becomes a little bit stronger, and it makes the rotation of the storm look a little wonky, because it's showing you the rotation of the storm this high up rather than near the surface, and it looks very contaminated. And it takes a while to kind of be able to recognize that really quickly and accurately. How do you join the Discord? It's in the description. You just press the description of the video. I can also put it in chat. Hopefully, the link still works. Let me just make sure it does. Yeah, it still works. It's in the chat if you want to join the Discord. That's just how you can guarantee you will get a notification. Because for some reason, YouTube just doesn't do it. It does it sometimes, but sometimes it just doesn't send out a notification like at all. Oh man. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be much to look at. These storms are, let's go up to Missouri. Look at some of these storms. Missouri. Let's check them out. What's going on near the Springfield area? The Oh, wow. Look at that. Nothing. I don't know what's going on with that camera. It looks all blurry. Someone needs to squeegee that. The camera needs to squeegee. Oh, wow. Look at those clouds. They are moving pretty quick. That's that lower level jet. Wow. The Owen Wilson wow. Yes. The most famous wow to have ever existed. Thank you, Brian, for becoming an EF3 member. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. Whoop, whoop. You think those cameras could self clean by now? I mean, you would think, but not to be mean to the United States government or anything, but let's be honest. They kind of lag behind on improving infrastructure. I mean, we don't even have high speed rail yet. Like, did y'all know that there's literally trains that go like 200 miles an hour almost? On a good view of this storm, but I'm struggling. I am struggling. Might just not be close enough, but I'm think. Oh yeah, look at this. This is accurate. Why is this during the nighttime? What the heck? I was like, what it looked like yesterday. I might see something. I feel like it would already have a view of it though. Let's make sure I'm in the right city. Yeah. Nixa is, yeah, just north of Nixa. So yeah, this one might see something eventually. Not that one. This one. Am I allowed to show soundings? No. No, I've been banned by the NWS. Imagine how bad you'd have to be. Let's see. Do we have soundings today? We do have soundings. Let's go. All right. Let's see what we got. So most of our moisture is out over in this region right now. And we got about 1,000 joules per kilogram. Wait, is this? Which one did I click on? Yeah, that one. Got about 1,000 joules per kilogram. Lapse rates are pretty darn low. That's what's keeping things at bay for now. 3 to 6 lapse rates, though, are pretty decent. Freezing level is pretty high, so probably a pretty low hail threat right now if any storms do fire there. Yeah. And primed environment yet, but you can tell our lower level shear is definitely there with some, well, almost 400 storm relative velocity, surface to 3 kilometers. We got a little bit of a capping inversion, it seems, in place here. It is slowly getting eroded as well. Check over in the Arkansas. Yeah, a little bit less of a cap there. Pretty decent surface moisture. Freezing levels pretty high. So again, probably a lower end threat for hail today. Lapse rates, though, are really low across the Arkansas area. That should improve throughout the day. Instability near Little Rock is also pretty low. But yeah. Some problems to be worked out in the environment. But again, we're not really looking. We're not really looking at Little Rock right now. That's not where our best kinematics are going to be. They're going to be probably back. Let's check out Oklahoma. We don't have any, unfortunately, near where these storms are. See, zero Cape in Oklahoma City, which is about right. When you lived in Florida, you just called it the Gulf. Oh, this? Does this trigger you guys? Does this trigger anybody in chat? Just wondering. Can we make it bigger? No, it only gets smaller. I call it the Gulf of Mexico, and I ain't calling it nothing else. A little bit of broader circulation developing on here. Let me just make sure that is legitimate. There's our radar. It's moving away. That's moving towards. Yeah. A little bit of rotation developing south and west of Gertie, Oklahoma. Yeah, I'm definitely not somebody that wants to be in the middle ground. So I'm not calling it the Gulf. I'm calling it what it's called, the Gulf of Mexico. You can call whatever you want. I mean, shoot. You don't have to call this Arkansas. You can call this Arkansas. It's going to be Tejas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina. You can call anything you want. Arkansas are not. Yeah, whose Kansas is it? I mean, it's our Kansas, but that doesn't mean. Does that mean it's my Kansas, your Kansas? Like, whose Kansas is it? Yeah, no problem. I wish I could have gone live yesterday. I really tried to do all the tricks, but it just didn't. It was impossible. Show you misery? Yeah, I got you. This is what's happening in the misery area. Storms over here, keeping an eye on. They're near the Springfield area. I don't think these guys have any rotation, do they? No. No rotation on these guys, but a little bit of lightning, a little bit of rain. Definitely don't want to be out there doing anything when it comes to Easter festivities. Oh, some showing up back in there. Sure if that's the storm or not. Wonder if any of these cameras can see anything yet. Maybe we gotta wait just a little bit longer on the storm to get closer to these cameras, because it's not quite in the Springfield area yet. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep coming back as the storm gets closer to the Springfield area. And then over here in Illinois is another area where you're going to be sad if you're trying to celebrate Easter. How's Louisiana looking today? I think there's a little bit of a severe weather threat. Yeah, biggest severe weather threat for Louisiana is going to be like over here near Shreveport, Minden, Arcadia, and Homer, Vivian, Greenwood. Talking about a 5% for tornadoes, a little bit north of Shreveport. Shreveport is in that 2% risk. 15% wind are damaging winds and 15% for some hail there. That's why main risk can be damaging winds and hail. And that really shouldn't get started until we get maybe a little bit better lapse rates. They are struggling at the moment. Question is if they will improve like the models say they should. In fact, we should have our latest lapse rates in here. Yeah, they are starting to improve. So we got those 6-degree lapse rates starting to pile in here. Meaning that, storms will be able to mature a little bit better once that starts to improve. 6 is about that line that you need, right on that line of what you need for mature storms. Forecast for all of Canada. No. Sorry. If I had to guess. Let's see. Does this show any Canada stuff? And there's not a whole lot of instability in Canada, so I'm not expecting much. Maybe some stronger winds over in like the Western Canadian area. Dew points are really low out there. That's Eastern Canada. A line of something over there. Not really sure what that is. Some rain. That's what it is. Got some, or is that snow? Should be rain. Yeah, it's rain. You get some rain. This is pretty much the only thing I can find that's happening. Watch out over there in Esteban and Dauphin. They're in Canada. Back down over here near Houston, we're still monitoring some pop-up thunderstorms north and east of Houston. Also a couple over here near the Lake Charles area as well. Those are going to be moving up into the Alexandria area. They should stay relatively calm for now. We just got a special weather statement on some of these storms over here south and east of Holdenville, where you still have a couple areas of broader circulation here. Again, the tornadic environment out here isn't primed for tornadoes, but you technically can't rule it out. That's why we're keeping a little bit of an eye on these storms. Well, that's the thing about the Gulf of Mexico that a lot of people, I guess, just don't understand is that the United States only owns about this much of the Gulf of Mexico. So that's where they can change. I mean, if they want to call this the Gulf of America up here, I guess that's fine. But the thing is that we don't own the Gulf of Mexico, so we can't change the name. It would have to be an agreement between the United States, Cuba, Mexico, and there's actually like an international panel for renaming bodies of water. Just as the United States just can't say that Spain is United States of Spain or Gulf of you can't call Spain America, or you can't turn this into the American Sea because you just don't have ownership of it. But like say like the government wanted to rename Arkansas, what would they rename it to? They wanted to rename Arkansas to like just Kansas, right? Take off the R and just turn it into Kansas, or Kansas #2, or maybe even Kansas to the second power. It's just cooler than Kansas, right? It's just more Kansas. Like they totally could with just a simple decree. Kansas squared. Yeah, we just can't rename anything we want. Some storms potentially starting to get started a little bit further to the south now near Sherman. That is technically in a little bit better instability there, I think. Just double checking on that. I mean, it's a little bit better, but still really not that much instability, around 600 joules per kilogram. But I mean, that would be enough. Maybe a little bit of a higher tornado threat with these guys back down on the Texas Oklahoma border. No, it's called the Gulf of Mexico because a bunch of countries agreed way back in the day to call it that. You'd have to change that agreement. It was named a really long time ago. I mean, it's totally possible. You can rename it. I mean, you just got to go through the appropriate steps internationally wise. All right, latest scan here. Still, a couple areas of rotation in and along this area. Still, none of them are strong rotations yet, but I'm still keeping my eye on this area. You're renaming Radar Omega to Weatherwise? Nah, we're just gonna delete that app. America is not a country, it's a continent. We are the United States of America. Yeah, that is true. But again, it doesn't matter what you think or what you know. I mean, this is Canada of America. This is United States of America. This is Mexico in North America. But you literally just can't rename anything you want. Because if you think we can change the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America, then we can change anything to America. So let's just turn Brazil into America. Chad, no. Actually, we can keep Chad. Chad's a cool name for a country. Saudi Arabia, no. Saudi America. China, nope. America. Russia, let's just name it America. Greenland, we already know everybody just wants Greenland to be America. I'm just kidding. But it's like you can't do that. So like, why would you change? Why do you think that you could change the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America? You just can't. It's not something you could do as a president. I'm sorry, it's just not. So, if you believe that, then I mean, you could call it whatever you want. That is the glory of the freedom of speech. You can call that region whatever you want. You can call it Gulf America. You can call it Gulf of Hurricane Juice. Starting to get a view of that storm now. But officially recognized internationally, it's going to be the Gulf of Mexico because that's just what it's been called, and that's just what countries agreed on at the time. So, Gulf of Hurricane Juice, exactly. I like that one. Will there be severe flooding? No, it's not going to be as bad today as it was yesterday. But there still is some chances for some flooding. Because, I would say the larger thing, right? That I would be more concerned about just being able to name wherever you want and then it's just internationally recognized is when you look at it from a perspective away from the United States, right? So like if the United States can do it, then so could China. So why doesn't China just call the United States China or the Gulf of China, right? That's why like that is just the solid principle behind, if you own it, you can name it. But nobody owns these. This is international water. So the international community would have to decide whether or not to name it. Or we could be called, Cuba could call us Cuba, or Russia could call us Russia instead of the United States. And we would just have to accept it. But that's just not how it works. So that's just the rationale behind it and why it has to be decided from the international community and not just some random country. Because it can go both ways. Storm is coming into the Springfield area. I think we've got eyes on it. I think that is it that we are seeing on our camera. It makes sense. Yeah, y'all can start deleting messages if it gets political in chat. That's totally fine. They're giving out little timeouts. I mean, it's okay to talk about the this is somewhat related to weather, which is why we've been talking about it. But I do agree we should move on from the subject because we've already said our piece. You can talk about it without getting political. Apparently, some people don't have that ability. Do I think Shreveport will get hit hard later? There's definitely a chance for some stronger storms in the Shreveport area. That won't be until later. Our main initiating boundary is back into this area right now, and storms will form in and along that boundary for the most part. According to our latest models, we're really not expecting too much prefrontal action, but it is something that we typically have to keep an eye on. But like some of these storms, if they can mature, there will be shear for them eventually, maybe. Our strongest shear is up here to the north. So the main area where we should be watching out for maybe a more prefrontal threat, if anything does develop, and to be a dangerous prefrontal threat, would have to be like up here, near like northeastern Texas into Oklahoma, and then eventually that will move into like Arkansas and the Missouri area. All right, latest scan out here. Still some broader circulations on these storms near Calvin. They're not really getting that stronger yet. Still kind of on the broad side of things. I thank you, Anthony, for the 5. Any concerns for tornadoes for Springfield? Most likely not with this round, if I had to guess. There is a little bit of rotation south of there, but I think a lot of that is contamination. But yeah, up over here near Springfield, I think, with this main round here, but we might get that atmosphere, try to recover behind it. I think our warm frontal boundary is a little bit to the north of that, though, so really just depends. You guys have been getting a lot of little bits of rain, so that might kind of keep the severe weather threat a little bit muted, but we could still get some warmth and instability to try to rework back up into this area throughout the day. And then that would probably be the peak of your tornado threat, because you guys are in technically a strong tornado threat, but it is, I would say it's more conditional, like up here in this region, than it is what I would say further down to the south. But you really don't need too much instability to get a tornado going in the type of environment we are expecting later today. Thank you so much for that $5. And thank you. Sent 1 Evan Freiberger gift memberships. Thank you, Dave, for doing that. Someone just got a membership. D. Morris got a membership. So D. Morris, if you are watching but not chatting, I would encourage you to come into the chat, say hello, and thank Dave B for that gifted membership. He just spent his hard-earned money to give you a little gift. Going fishing? All right. Well, enjoy. Enjoy your fishing. I hope you have fun. Randy Savage. I do we have any wrestling fans in chat? Because I am curious on why. I just don't get it. I've tried watching wrestling and like it's just so obvious. I've talked to so I actually the last person I dated liked wrestling, and it wasn't because they thought it was real. It was because they thought it was hilarious. So is that what it is? Is it just comedy gold? Other than that, like just laughing at how fake it is, I just cannot get into it. Massive pro wrestling fan. Top of WWE, started watching AEW. Interesting. Matches are predetermined. Some of the stuff they do is legit. They legit get hurt. Hmm. Thank you, Brittany, for the 5. What time is the Southwest City, Missouri, supposed to get hit? Is Southwest City in Southwest or Missouri? If you're in this area, it's certainly possible that you could get some severe weather, but I'm a little bit curious to see how that environment develops. There does seem to be a little bit of a boundary setting up here. If I come over here to the mesoscale data, you can see our winds that are coming out of the south to the north really stop right about here into Missouri. But that should improve throughout the day, even with this first little round of storms. So it shouldn't be much of an issue for like eastern Missouri, unfortunately, that the storms could be mature, tornadic, and dangerous. Really just depends. There has been a lot of moisture or a lot of storms that come through this area. So there is still a chance that that boundary kind of stalls maybe a little bit further south than what we think here. But the boundary does seem to be in the right place, at least according to what models thought that it was going to be at this point. And we also have a little bit more instability than what was forecasted building into this area out here as well. Now let's come back over to here. We should, oops, not here, here. Should have a pretty darn good view of this storm. Now, let me close this and bring it back up. Yeah, there it is. There's your storm. You can actually see the base of the storm now. This is the storm that's coming into Springfield, Missouri. Thank you, John, for becoming a WIMD member. Help, are you mod? Are you the only mod here right now? Just wondering. Thank you, Ashley, for the 5. Thank you so much. Send me 2 Venmos. Oh my goodness. All right. Yeah, let me check. Sorry. I always keep my phone on do not disturb because I don't like to get distracted. Yes, I see them. I see one. Hold on. Let me bring it up here. I see one from Faith from 10 hours ago. So thank you to Faith for the 10, saying with the well wishes, hoping that I feel better. Thank you. And thank you, Ashley, for the for the $20. Always appreciate you when you go live so early on Storm Jays. Glad you're feeling better. Thanks for all your hard work. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Thank you. Generous donations like that go a long way. So I do appreciate it. But are we yeeting? What? What do you mean? Who's yeeting in chat? Oh, I see. Andrea is yeeting. J.R. Smitty is yeeting as well. Why are people yeeting in chat? I'm so confused. So many people are saying yeet. What is going on? I just scrolled up. Oh, it's what a wrestler does? Oh, okay. Well, we were talking about wrestling, so it makes a little bit more sense now. I was like, what the heck? There were so many people that were doing it. It's WrestleMania weekend. Ooh. What does that mean? Eating? No. No, it's the word yeet. It's supposed to mean when you like throw something, you get yeeted. You get thrown. But it also makes sense in wrestling because they do throw people around in wrestling. So to get yeeted in wrestling must not feel too great. Or are they not going to have it on Netflix? I thought they had all that stuff on Netflix, no? Oh, it's the Super Bowl? Gotcha. John Cena going to be there? Dun, 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 dun. Like the only one I know of. Actually, let's just watch this storm come in while we have a view. Might as well. John Cena is the main event. Oh. And thank you, John, for the 5. We got John Gina with $5. Thank you so much. It is not a bad view. We got that little scuddy base to this storm coming through right now. Yeah, I do not personally watch WWE. It's a little bit too dramatic for me. But every time that I've been forced to watch it, I mainly just laugh the entire time. To be honest, it is hilarious. They could put it on Comedy Central, and it would probably do pretty well. We do have some interesting shapes popping up in these storms up here. You can definitely tell these storms are kind of hitting that shear environment a little bit. We do got little beans up here. None of them have any dangerous rotation, though. Actually, let's bring this a little bit further to the east. We'll keep up with this storm as it moves through the Springfield, Missouri area, if we can. Here's another view of thine storm. Blondie, welcome. Has anyone ever gifted 500? Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so. Never. I don't think. I think the biggest donation we've ever had on this channel is like $100. I don't think it. I don't think we've gotten anything more than that. Yeah, it looks like these little areas of rotation east of Holdenville are kind of dying off there. But I'm still monitoring the southern progression of these storms down here. And our instability is starting to build up into this area. We have about 500 joules per kilogram on this line, about 1,000 joules per kilogram in this line. So once these storms kind of move into this region, that's probably when they're going to start to become more tornadic. He was shocked. Yeah, 300 gifted. That's a lot. Yeah, we don't get those kind of donations here. I think it's like, I think half of it is people really appreciate what he does, and the other half is like, like flexing on all of his viewers. I think there is like some sort of psychological thing about having more viewers and people donating a lot more money just because, everybody sees how rich you are. Like, man, I gotta donate a lot of money. There's a lot of people here that can see how rich I am. I gotta get to it. Let's see. I'm trying to like get a real good view on this storm, but I am struggling to find good cameras. That other one wasn't too bad, but I think it's a little bit too close to the storm. I want to get one like out here, looking to the west. But they're all looking at the street. Oh, red car. There you go. Oh, they're looking at these poles, man. Oh, this could be a good one. A lot of pole cameras. No. If you donate directly to Ryan, that doesn't go to his charity. That goes directly to Ryan. The 501c, they click the Y'all Squad. That's like a completely different site. NATO Cast has a significant upgrade to the tornado threat. Let me see if I can bring that up. See what NATO Cast is saying. Oh my goodness. I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily disagree with this. To be fair, if things can line up just right, this is definitely like the worst case scenario for today if it were to come true. A little 30 or 15% there for strong tornadoes. Just really depends on what kind of storm mode we're talking about today. If we have more semi-discrete cells in there, that could definitely happen. Yeah, the Y'all Squad does good work. I used to work for Ryan, and I was there when it was just getting started. It was a little bit more sketchy at the beginning, but they've got it legit now, and they've had it legit for a while. But it used to be all the Y'all Squad donations went directly into his bank account, and there was no transparency. But now that it's a 501c, like it has to be transparent. So they're doing it. They're doing it good now, and they do a lot of good work. You're like Andy. I love Andy. He's smart. He's smart. He's humble. You used to watch him during his mountain vapor day. I remember that. He used to have a. Is that like still? Does he still? Is that channel still up? He used to own a vape shop. That was like his first YouTube channel. Yeah, they did. This one right here. It's a whole different people. But I think he's still owner of this. I need to get some of my vape fluid from over here. You go like way back. Way back. No, no, Ryan used to. I think he still owns this. Or I don't know. The thumbnails, man, I can't. Uh, New viewers are probably confused. Yeah, I mean, we're just getting off subject as usual. Yeah, I have ADHD like bad. Spilling tea, I mean, I guess that's not necessarily a bad thing. Vaping has helped millions of people quit cigarettes and develop a much healthier habit. I mean, it's still not the best, but I mean, would I rather you smoke a vape or a cigarette? Definitely definitely a vape. So Ryan's always been saving lives since the very beginning. Yes, vaping is way better than tobacco. It's like 90% more healthier. I mean, nicotine is still technically bad, but it takes a lot longer. Like if you there is a way to vape that can be very dangerous. Like if you vape until like your coils get burnt out and you start inhaling those metals, not necessarily the healthiest thing. I mean, you definitely want to change out your coils pretty regularly. But I mean, in comparison to cigarettes, it is thousands of times more healthier. Crazy. I mean, because like you can get like lung cancer, all that kind of things. The main risk that you're, dealing with like a vape is like your veins becoming a little bit what is it? The thing that nicotine does where um your veins get like skinnier, more narrow. Popcorn lungs is a myth. That's not a real thing. Well, yeah, I mean, you should never recommend it. I mean, it like if you smoke cigarettes and you're trying to quit, there are many different ways to quit. Vaping is a great way to do so. I used to smoke cigarettes, and vaping got me off of it. So you know, it is a great alternative to that. I would certainly recommend it to those people. It's best to just quit flat out, but quitting is hard sometimes, and vaping, you still kind of get that same kind of feeling, the puffing and everything, and it's kind of it is the easiest way, in my opinion, to kick that habit. I mean, because you can like you're not gonna die from like much earlier smoking a vape, but a cigarette you can die at like age 40 or 50. Like it is that big of a difference in terms of the healthy and non-healthy. Yeah, I saw this other channel. I was surprised. There's like a channel like strictly for Nashville, Tennessee. Like they are getting almost like max velocity and Ryan Hall numbers, and they just cover one city, which is crazy to me. But I guess it makes sense, right? Like if you're from like a city, you want coverage for your city. right? You're not going to care about when somebody's zooming out and looking at Illinois or Indiana. Like even if there's tornadoes going on up there, if there's severe weather on your city, you want coverage and coverage like the radar to just stay right here, right? And so I definitely understand the appeal of that. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, never start in the first place. Yeah, that is definitely the cheat code there. Yeah, still not seeing a whole lot of rotation out there on these storms, but they are trying to mature. But really, what we're kind of waiting for is these storms to run into that instability. And as soon as they do, that's when this is going to get started. And it's coming out in East Texas. I mean, yeah, I mean that's just kind of what we're expecting. We'll go to our satellite view. Little broken areas of clouds are going to slowly increase that instability out over in this region. You see, we're starting to see a little bit of ground out here near Dallas, also over here near Nacogdoches and Longview. Some clouds breaking in parts of Arkansas as well. That instability is going to build up in those areas the most. But we already have instability already building into like the Oklahoma area. So we are these storms are this is going to be our line of storms, and as soon as they hit that instability, that's when things are really going to get going. And where our instability is right now is back over. Let's go change the sector down to here. Is back over here into eastern Oklahoma. You see our line of storms are back in the Oklahoma area. None of them are really reaching into that instability, but as they move off to the east, according to our latest forecasts, that instability will build right around them. So that's kind of what we're expecting for today. It's cloudy in Missouri, yeah, but the instability is building in. I mean, we already have like pretty much right out in this area. Let me just make sure I'm drawing it semi correct. We have about 1,000 joules per kilogram, which is pretty much that lowest limit that you need unless you have SRH, storm relative helicity. Here's the latest view of that storm that is moving through Springfield at the moment. You're rated an EF1. Well, the EF scale is a damage scale. So if you get a tornado in the middle of nowhere and it doesn't cause any like structural damage, I mean, it can be an EF5 tornado and get a rating of an EF1. It is a damage scale. If it doesn't do any damage and it's just in a field, then it cannot be rated higher than that. Wild, yeah, yeah. I was watching along with all of you guys. I was going from Ryan's channel to Max's channel to all of the Stormchasers. I was keeping up with everybody yesterday, so I was watching with you guys. I wish I could have been there, but yeah, it was just not possible last night for me. I was just too sick. I'm here today, so we will be here for you guys. I was not live yesterday. My stomach was. I had a bad stomach problems, nausea, threw up a couple times. It was not a good day. Me and the bathroom were best friends tomorrow or yesterday. Was in there like what seemed like for multiple hours. Not overwhelmed. Really? I mean, it wasn't that bad. I mean, there's a lot of tornado warnings, but it's not hard to go from each one. For me, it's like a triage system, like especially, and I base that triage off of rotations. Like there was a lot of tornado warnings at one point, but there was only a couple of storms with some actual, like really dangerous and pressing rotations. But he's got Andy, so I'm sure they weren't struggling as much as you're saying. They do a really good job. They all do. I mean, regardless of their thumbnail tactics and their title tactics, they all do a good job covering the storm. So you were nervous for Weatherford, but those twin tornadoes getting close. Yeah, I think you guys had a pretty. Did Weatherford actually get hit by a tornado? Went to bed about like 10 last night, and I think that was right around the time when the storm was approaching Weatherford. So was out of the loop. Just west of Weatherford. Yeah. Still though, I mean that's a pretty darn populated region. Yeah, there's a lot of people that live out here. Hopefully they're okay. That was a pretty intense day yesterday, I'll tell you what. West side got brushed, not a lot of damage. Okay, so it wasn't like a strong tornado. Doesn't seem like. In Trenton, Texas, you talking about like further down to the south? Or you're talking about yesterday? Well, I went to bed at 10, so anything that happened after 10, I would not know. But I was following along while the storms were near like San Angelo, Abilene, and then they started moving off to the east. Those little prefrontals fired down here south of Fort Worth, and unfortunately matured and started producing tornadoes all the way through like near the Weatherford area. I know we had potentially some stronger tornadoes near the Ardmore and Ada area. Dominator is a great vehicle. It really is. That is like the dream storm chasing vehicle. And it's kind of interesting to me. I mean, like, you would think there would be more vehicles like that. Oh, look at this view now. This is just to the east of Springfield. Quite the nice view. There's your storm. Near Waco. Yeah, you probably won't see much near Waco. Oh, wow, Christine, that's crazy. Yeah, there were some pretty strong storms in the Ohio Valley yesterday too, in like the Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania area. It's a pretty long track area of some damaging winds, like a mini Rachel. The Tiv's still out there. I forget, or maybe I'm not sure if it's a Tiv like one. I know that I think there were multiple versions. His name is like Ryan Mock. Is that right? Ryan Mock. No, it's Ryan something. It seems like it's always the Ryans. What is up with Weather and Ryans? I don't get that. It's somebody. Somebody owns. There's another vehicle like the Dominator, but you would think that there would be more. Like, because like storm chasing is getting pretty populated or pretty popular. I bet you Brandon's the next one that gets like a Dominator or something like that. No, this storm is really not tornadic. Oops, wrong view. As of right now, I've been looking at the rotations. None of them have been getting strong. We're kind of really not even looking at that strong of a portion of the storm, to be honest. A little bit heftier, a little bit further up to the north. Maybe some more rain, heavier rain, and some thunder up there. Storm Runner, they're kind of in that YouTube growth stage where they're probably just barely hanging on financially. Because storm chasing is like twice as expensive. But the good news is I think the audience realizes that, and they do get a lot more donations than like somebody like me that kind of sits on my butt all day, and I really don't have too high of expenses other than like, paying storm chasers. But Daniel Shaw, no. Maybe he'll build one in Australia. But I mean, that's like the ultimate storm chasing vehicle. I mean, they can get hit by like hail that is like 4 inches in diameter, and the windshield will just be just fine in that thing. It's got armored siding and all that. So it's a really cool vehicle. Sean Casey. Yeah, that was the guy. That was the film dude. Yeah. He was trying to make like some sort of IMAX video of like inside a tornado. That was like his whole thing. What was that show called? Was that just called Storm Chasers? Yeah, it started off with like Sean Casey. Right. Yeah. Started off with Sean Casey. And then eventually Reed, I think, got on the show at one point, and they started following Reed a little bit more. It's a lot different. Like back then, like pocket radio, forecasting was a little bit harder. But now it seems like if you wanted to like drive inside of a tornado, it's a lot it's a lot easier. If that makes any sense. Uh, Back in my day, it took, a lot longer. And it was a lot harder to drive into a tornado, but you kids have it easy. Rip Tim Samaras, yeah. That was unfortunately a tornado. They were trying to run away from it, man, but they got hit by one of those vortices. It's a dangerous profession, especially if you don't have. I mean, but even in like the Dominator, I don't think the Dominator could survive a tornado like El Reno. How's Lonoke, Arkansas going to be? Arkansas in general needs to be weather aware. We've got an enhanced risk out here for Batesville, Russellville, Fayetteville, and Bentonville, North Little Rock there. And our tornado risk is going to be a strong tornado risk out in that enhanced risk. So definitely want to be weather aware. We could have some really dangerous tornadoes today. I would not rule out EF3 type tornadoes. Maybe even, a worst case scenario, a little bit stronger. Because, yesterday was more, it should be technically more dangerous today than what yesterday was, if everything lines up as the models are saying. But we're still monitoring that. Again, sometimes things happen and the models are completely wrong and the severe weather is just not as dangerous. But if everything lines up as the models are saying, this could be a particularly dangerous day, in my opinion. Well, that's what they think it's rated for, right? That's just like to the best of their ability to know. But like worst case scenario, like say the Dominator's tires pop because they run over some nails and they're just stuck and they drive that thing into a ditch and lower it down. Could it survive an EF5? Maybe. But even like the thing is about the Dominator that is a little bit misleading about it. And also above ground tornado shelters is kind of in the same category as what I'm about to say here, is that if there is a car flying around a tornado and it slams into either an above ground tornado shelter or the Dominator, even in like an EF2 or 3, that's going to it's not going to be able to survive that without major damage. So yes, it can survive strong winds, But larger debris, then you're running into some issues. Like those above ground tornado shelters that are basically just like a metal tube, a strong metal tube. Like I would not trust those in like a stronger tornado because of that flying debris. The winds it will withhold, but the debris, sizable debris, not really. But like those above ground shelters that are like they're like technically above ground, but they still have ground on it, and they're basically a bomb shelter. Those ones will do fine. I mean, they might get dented. Well, I mean, they could still get dented pretty bad. And if you're like on the side of it, where the dent or where that car hits, or like a sizable rock or a piece of metal debris that's like really heavy, has a lot of force behind it, it still might get dented and you still could get injured from that. But like, and that's why it's just better to have a below ground storm shelter. So that's the thing. Like for those kind of shelters, they are good for the wind, but not necessarily really at all for that large debris because there's so much force. Like if there's like a SUV or just a regular car inside of that tornado, which does happen, they can get. I think vehicles have been lofted and flung like miles from where they started before. And if that lands on a above ground tornado shelter, like one of those flimsier ones, then it's not going to survive. And thank you, Ashley, for the 2. Thank you so much. Is Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, in a bad spot today? So for Missouri, let's go over the risk again. So Missouri does have a strong tornado risk. I would say it's a little bit more conditional. I would say as of right now, the one area I know for sure that should confirm today is right here. The question is how far north does our boundary go? We do have boundary issues here. If it doesn't go as far north as the models are saying, then that strong tornado risk will mainly be back over into this region near just either near Springfield or just to the east of Springfield. But if that boundary lifts all the way up into Jefferson City, in Columbia or Moberly, like some of our models are saying, then yeah, we'll have most likely a strong tornado risk all the way up to further to the north into Moberly. Furthest eastern extent, probably just west of St. Louis here. They are rated very high for wind, not necessarily for large debris. Yeah, below ground is definitely best. You have no shelter and in a mobile home. You rely on neighbors if need be, but your butt stays in the garage and watch. Yeah, that's the one thing. Mobile homes, man, they are nice for living, but not for surviving tornadoes. Little Rock, fine. Little Rock, I think, is like northern Little Rock, yeah, is in the strong tornado risk. But central Little Rock will have a tornado threat, just not as elevated, potentially, if the forecast is right. What is the Cape like today? It's building. As of right now, we have a tongue here of 1,000 joules per kilogram, which is about what we need. Technically, even if a storm can mature in the 500 millibar or even outside of this, like outside of our main axis of instability, we could still see a tornado. But it won't be a strong tornado most likely. But yeah, like back over here, there's our main axis of instability. If we compare it to our forecast, it's kind of in the right area. And you can see our instability is actually a little bit higher than our latest wrap forecast. A little bit higher. I would say it shifted a little bit to the east in the northern extent than what was forecasted. But yeah, throughout the day, it's supposed to really advect to the north as our low pressure system strengthens. And that'll be the beginning. Once our storms start pushing in that area, that is when we're really going to see that tornado threat start to increase rapidly. Yes, exactly. Yep, that is 100% true. Um, so like, yeah, I mean, if you're in a mobile home and and a tornado is coming and you've got no shelter, you're actually safer in a field laying down or finding a ditch than you would be in that mobile home. And although it sounds counterintuitive, the reason why that is because a mobile home will pretty much disintegrate around you and it immediately becomes a blender. If you're out in the field, there's going to be a lot less concentrated debris around you. You're just laying on the floor or laying on the grass. Sounds counterintuitive, but I'd much rather you lay in a ditch if you have no shelter, lay in a ditch than, being in a mobile home. You know, I would encourage everybody that lives in a mobile home to sign up for Trey Greenwood's storm chasing school. Learn radar, learn how to read it. So worst case scenario, you can bring up that radar, hop into your car, and drive away. Or find a storm shelter that's nearby. Storms don't really have much rotation on them yet. Again, we're probably not going to see that get started here until for another hour or so. Is kind of the pre-storm hangout where you guys can chat, ask questions, and I'm not super bogged down in terms of having to track a bunch of NATO warnings. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Easter to you as well. Yeah, how many people have finished their Easter festivities? How's everybody's progress on all of that? Haven't even started. Yeah, probably not going to have Easter today help if you haven't started yet, unless you guys go outside. Then the best thing though that you could do, I mean, one of the things that my family used to do is we used to, when it was raining outside, just hide the eggs inside. You know, but for a lot of folks out there, especially in the Illinois area, probably not the best time to have an outdoor Easter egg hunt. Don't have plans. Fair enough. I don't have any plans either. I don't even think I could stomach eating an egg at this point. Eating your mini robin eggs? Is that a thing? Are those good? Sun's out in central Missouri. Are you over like near like the Lebanon Rolla area? Cheryl, Alba in that region? We do have some clouds breaking there. Oh wow, you can see our little low. There's our low pressure system right in here. Yup. Whoppers or Easter? Imagine. I don't know why that person just put Whoppers in chat, but that's a crazy thought. Imagine waking up on Easter as a kid and instead of hunting for eggs, it was just Burger King Whoppers. Oh, the candy. Oh. Okay, that makes more sense. Weird little thing below this cloud. I don't think that's a funnel. I think it's just scud, but it looks like a funnel. I was saying the burgers, but now that I know Whoppers is a candy, that makes more sense. A double Whopper with cheese and a blue egg. That would be crazy. Hey, if it's a bacon Whopper, I mean, Whoppers, I don't know. When I was a kid, I used to really like Whoppers, but they're not as good anymore. I tried one recently. Burger King's just gone downhill. But like back in my day, Burger King Whoppers were phenomenal. My parents used to put like money in the Easter, like the plastic Easter eggs. You're like $1, some quarters, and candy. You worked in BK before I was born. You think? I'm 31. I am 31 years old of age. 1987. Okay, yeah. You're right. That's before I was born. My DNA didn't even exist at that point. I am in my day, I guess. Golden egg always had $10 in it. Dang. It's like that's like you're rich as a kid if you have $10. Remember those simple times? Nowadays, you have $10, you are homeless. If you're an adult and you have $10, you are on the streets. Joshua, that's just a weird question. I don't know how to answer that. That's honestly like, I think I might ban you. That's just like the creepiest question I think you can ask. Like, just in general. See ya. I ban that guy. uh, you missed that? It's probably good that you missed it. You have zero debt. Nice. I think I still have some student loan debt, but I refuse to make payments on it. I'm protesting. Some people are weird. They are. Yeah. It happens. Well, something to hear near Henrietta. A little bit of rotation trying to get its act together there. It's not very dangerous looking at this moment, but there is a little speck of there's some clouds that are trying to spin there. We do have some cameras in the Oklahoma area. Let me bring that up. See if we don't got nothing real close to there. Have I forgiven myself for my own debt? Yep. 2 types of debt I will never pay: medical debt and student loan debt. Thankfully, I don't have any medical debt yet. But if I ever got it, I would definitely not pay it. That's messed up. I ain't paying $10 for a freaking Advil. I'm sorry. Ain't happening. All right. Yeah, that the cameras aren't. There's no cameras near the storm. Well, like $500 for an Advil. Yeah. It's bad, man. I don't even know where they get those prices from. Like if a doctor ever, offers you Advil, the best thing to do is just leave and go to the soup, like go next door to like a pharmacy or Walgreens and just, or like even a gas station and just get just buy some Advil there, save you some money. A medical debt if you eat right, that is no. That's not how medical stuff works. You can still eat right and get a heart attack at 50 if it's in your genetics. So it lowers your chances for sure. But I mean, you can be eating salads every day and still stub your toe. You be eating salads every day and someone still runs into you while you're driving. If someone T-bones you at a red light, you can't just, turn over and be like right before you get T-boned, be like, I eat salads. And then the car just stops. It doesn't work like that. Yeah, no problem, Lisa. Thank you to you as well for being a member for 10 months. Thank you. It is good to eat healthy, though. I'm not saying don't eat healthy. It's just so dang hard. Why does eating healthy have to taste so bad? It's bullcrap. Like you think if like it doesn't make any sense. It's like, why would genetics do that to us? Pale, delicious. That's subjective. I like it in like those green smoothie things. It's a good like smoothie thing. Mix it with like some ginger, turmeric, like a and some kale, some carrots. Forget what else goes in there, but oh yeah, and apples. Oh, throw apples in there with all that. It's like a coffee. It wakes you up. What's the wind threats? Wind threats today they're not significant, but there's a pretty high chance of some 60-mile-per-hour winds in like the Columbia, Jefferson, Springfield, Benton, and Batesville area, mainly in this red, and then a little bit of a lower chance, but still a chance in the yellow as well. This is a 15% chance from Shreveport up into St. Louis, furthest northern extent like Galesburg and Fairfield. Fresh foraging. Yeah, my ex-girlfriend, I don't even know if we considered each other girlfriend and boyfriend, actually. I think we're just dating. But my ex dating person that I went out with, uh, they like to forage. And I was looking forward to doing that. But it never happened. But foraging sounds fun and it's fresh. But foraging for mushrooms, I don't know about all of that. I think emergency for the 5. Am I giving your YouTube page a shout out so you can stream chases? Uh, I mean, I don't know you, so no. But thanks for the $5. No offense, but that's just like I'm not like an ad, right? You can't just pay me to shout out your YouTube channel. That's not how it works. That's actually kind of disrespectful, to be honest. Like, you gotta earn it. You gotta earn it, man. You gotta get out there. You gotta chase. There is no easy ways. And I'm not some billboard. I'm not a billboard. You kind of want to see this storm is out of our view now. Is there any cameras north of here? No. Darn. One near Marshall. Can this one see the storm? I think we're running out of storm views for now. Until our storm chasers get started, or until these storms start to enter into Arkansas. Maybe some cameras, live cameras in Tulsa. There's some going in through the Tulsa area. Oh yeah, look at that. Never mind, I lied. Storm view in the Tulsa area. Man, that whatever that is on the ground. That is a cloud on the ground, pretty much. Very low hanging cloud in the Tulsa area. Rain wrap? No, it's not a tornado. I don't think. Let me just double check. Yeah, there's no rotation in this. This is just an area of moisture. It's a really low hanging cloud. Like a fruit, but it's a cloud. North of Lone Oak. I don't know exactly where Lone Oak is. I found it a couple times. I keep on forgetting where it is. My brain's without the search function. We still don't have a search function on weatherwise. It should come eventually, but they seem to be focused on other updates, just like quality of life updates in the app right now. But I mean, they do updates like once every 2 weeks, so maybe the next update. Not going to be a fun day in Missouri. Probably not if our models are right. Oh, explain Mothman. So we were doing severe weather coverage in West Virginia a couple of days ago. And they're like, for some reason, everybody in the chat was just coming in and saying, "Are we gonna see Mothman today? Like Mothman? What about Mothman?" So apparently there's like not a whole lot to talk about in West Virginia. And other than Mothman, pizza rolls, and mountains, according from the local residents of West Virginia. And Mothman is like this. It's just one of those. Why is that doing that? I just don't understand why this happened. Okay, all messed up. But yeah, it's like some mythical man mixed with a moth that apparently people in West Virginia think is real. Pepperoni rolls. Yes, that's what I meant to say. Sorry. And these storms are looking pretty messy. They're still not hitting that main instability, though. You got some storms down out here. Definitely gonna have to keep an eye on any prefrontals that are possible today. Urban legend, yeah. It sure was interesting because I didn't even know of it at the time, who Mothman was. But a lot of West Virginians definitely seemed pretty interested in that. Man, that's a really low hanging cloud. Like that cloud is pretty much just scraping the ground. And Tulsa's pretty flat. It's just a cloud, I promise. Maybe a bit of moisture. Yeah, I'd say. It's even got a tail cloud. Might be a little mesocyclone hidden in there, but I mean, I'm looking at the velocities here. I'm not seeing any rotation. So I don't think it's anything to worry about. It just looks cool. Clarksville, Tennessee. Yeah, Clarksville is fine today. The severe weather risk stops like right before you. Yeah. Yeah, Clarksville's over here. And the severe weather risk stops at about Martin. So yeah, you guys should be all right. Like a gloomy day out there. It certainly does. It's kind of what these storms are pretty much the main thing with these storms right now is that they're just kind of gloomy, but we're not expecting that to last much longer, unfortunately. But still keeping an eye on the environment. Oh boy. Yeah. And this is an all systems go kind of look. That boundary in Missouri is still rising to the north. You can see our instability is really building in. These storms are probably about 100 miles or so. So yeah, we're about an hour from these things really starting to get started out here. In the upper levels. Let's see. This one? Yeah, a little bit. It's also kind of making it. Oh, I mean, that's really in the. This over here is side lobe. But yeah, in the upper levels, we go up in the upper, like scan higher up into the storm. You can see there is a little bit rotation with this storm a lot, but that is not making it down to the surface at this moment. But I have to keep an eye on this storm. You know, the interesting thing about the storm is that it is in the instability is rising into it. So by the time this storm gets just north of Lebanon, which way is this moving? If it's moving northeast, it's going to struggle. Yeah. It'll probably stay like right in that 500 joules per kilogram of instability. Let me look at our wind shear up here. Yeah. Not super favorable, but can we rule out a tornado completely? No. It should struggle though. Happy Easter to you, Nayway. Hopefully everybody has had a good Easter so far. You've met Mothman. His name is Gary. What? Is he does he just like go around in a moth costume? Gary Barker? I think he's written about the I don't know. I really don't really, I'll be honest, it's just, you know, Mothman's not real. So if it's a person, then it's just, a dude in a costume. A broad circulation starting to develop with some of these storms over here near Colgate. Eventually, this little skinny line will turn into something more. Again, if we kind of look at the radar here and draw out where our instability is at the moment, which is our storm food. Right now, these storms are kind of starving. So here's our 500 joule per kilogram line. They might become severe by the time they get past this line, maybe even a little bit tornadic. Can't rule out tornadoes because the SRH out here is quite high. So as soon as they get any storm food at all, that tornado risk is going to start to go up. And then our 1,000 joules per kilogram line is about here. I would say it's actually a little bit further up to the north. Let me draw that a little bit better. Comes up like this. 500 joules, 1,000 joules per kilogram. Comes up like this. And we got 1,500 joules per kilogram kind of in this area. So these storms are moving in that general direction. Once they hit that, it's going to be all systems go because everything is ready to go here. We got our surface-based instability. We've got 50 knots of lower level shear right here in this area, which is a lot. So really, as soon as any of these storms can mature, which it'll probably be when they hit that instability, which will be shortly, these storms are gonna probably get started pretty quick. Let me check the lapse rates up here though, because that could be a moderating factor. Nope. 6-degree lapse rates are also actually they're right in here. Yeah, everything's ready to go as soon as these storms pretty much hit this area. Unfortunately. Yeah, it's been building throughout the day. We had lower lapse rates earlier, but now they're getting elevated, and so yeah, this storm is it's pretty close to getting ready to go. The environment is ready. So we will see what happens, but it's looking not good. Is Joplin hooking? No. There's some rain near Joplin. No rotation right now, though. How's this little guy doing over here? Yeah. So not a whole lot of rotation where that mesocyclone would be west of Windyville. Do I think this blows up before it hits NWA. Where's NWA at? Supposed to pop off. They're pretty much very soon. I mean, probably in like 30 minutes to an hour. I mean, the environment's ready to spit out strong tornadoes as soon as that crosses into some better instability and these storms mature. So, at max, like 2 hours. Shortest time frame, probably about 30 minutes to an hour. Everything's there. I have pretty good confidence that this strong tornado risk will verify today. I don't see many failure modes, to be honest. It's looking dangerous. And this is our data that's coming in. That's, it's not like necessarily model data. So, I mean, it's ready to go, unfortunately. Hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Is Illinois getting anything? Weather science reporting conflicting data. Yeah, Illinois could definitely get something eventually. It'll probably be later though, associated with this line. There are some storms out over here. If the instability can kind of catch up to these storms, and these ones could be a severe threat later on. But our boundary and our instability is kind of like this up in the Missouri area. So these storms are staying kind of north of that boundary right now. They could still be like a damaging wind threat, maybe a little bit of a tornado threat. With this storm, got to keep an eye on it. But this is in Missouri. Illinois won't be till later. We do have some storms up here in Illinois near Peoria and Bloomington. Those are mainly just rain and thunder. Not expecting these to be a tornado threat, but definitely don't want to be doing Easter outside up there. Blue shaded area. Oh, actually, we just got a severe thunderstorm warning with this storm for Osage Beach and Camdenton. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it has that tornado possible tag on it. Maybe some QLCS tornadoes. Maybe. Yeah, it just really depends. These storms should be like a line of thunderstorms, but there should be like little supercells and some broken portions of this line, at least according to our latest model data. So it'll be like discrete, or it'll be like semi-discrete storms most likely. I do want to come back over to this camera and see if we can't find a better view. Because there's a couple storms in this area, in the Tulsa area. What about like further south, like here? No. It's a lot of rain. Too much rain to really see much. All right, I'm gonna try to eat a sausage biscuit really quick. So let me pop it in. It's gonna take a minute to cook, but I'll pop it in and come back and then go. Well, yeah, just give me like a minute. But we'll keep this over here. Oh, we'll do like a zoomed out view. This radar should be fine. Yeah, just give me like a minute. Gonna make a sausage biscuit. See, hopefully it doesn't mess up my stomach. We'll find out. All right. Can Evan handle food? That is the question. How will the food work? I haven't eaten anything since like 6 o'clock yesterday. What is my favorite food? Wings. Wings and steak. I also really like crab. I'm a happy dude when it comes to crab. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Usually a little bit of circulation in here. It does seem like our inflow, though, is right there, according to the CC. Oh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right. Tornado warning here in Missouri. That's going to be for Camden, Osage Beach. You guys need to be going into your safe spots. You got a little bit of a area of rotation here, moving off to the north and east. Does seem like a lot of that is side lobe contamination at this point, but it's kind of hard to tell. Looking out for any ground reports out of this storm, but nothing right now. But if you live in Osage Beach, Camden and Lynn Creek, you guys do need to be in your safe spots. Is that tornado warning storm heading towards Sandwich? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think we have any cameras out over here, unfortunately. There is one in Jefferson City if this storm makes it up there, but Osage. Gotcha. Osage Beach. Yeah, latest scan here right in that area. That's where our circulation is. It's not very strong at this point. I do believe that we're dealing with some side lobe here. There is a little bit of reflectivity in that area. So I wouldn't rule out this being the main area of circulation. All right, latest scan is in. The storm is continuing off towards the north and east. Still waiting on those latest velocities, latest correlation coefficient, though, not indicating that a tornado is on the ground at this moment. But again, there is some rotation. There's definitely also some rotation aloft on this storm as well. If that makes it down to the surface, this could definitely try to produce here as it moves up to the north and east. So again, if you live in Camden and Osage Beach, make sure that you are in your safe spots. Let's see if we can like zoom in here. Get some of these smaller cities. Corcoran, Eldridge, Case, Grace, White City, Bedell, Decaturville, Pleasant Grove, Hahatonka, Montreal, Hugo, Roach, Nawangwa, Lynn Creek, Freedom, Toronto, Fredenswald, Green Bay Terrace, Damsel, Osage Beach all need to be in their safe spots. And again, that your safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. If you live in a trailer, mobile home, evacuate now. Worst case scenario, jump into a ditch. Best case scenario, find yourself a sturdy business to get inside of or find some sort of tornado shelter. Let me get that tornado shelter map up. Greg sees. And there are there tornado shelters in this? Yeah, unfortunately, there does not appear. All right, for like Osage Beach, does not appear to be any tornado shelters like right there, but there does appear to be one near Aurora Springs, the Miller County, Missouri tornado shelter near the Eldon schools. There are reports that this is on the ground. I have not seen those reports yet, so I cannot confirm on radar. As far as I can tell, it does not appear to be on the ground at the moment. So let me see if I can see that, find that report myself. Yeah, Chasing with Connor is close to this. And so should Storm Runner Media if they're live. They're not live yet. I'm not seeing anything on Connor's feed right now. He's looking off in that direction. Yeah, no reports that this is on the ground at the moment. Area of rotation still appears like we have some side lobe contamination here. Our mesocyclone should be back into this region. Not seeing a debris signature. There is some rotation there, though. So if you live in Camden and Osage Beach, I'd be in your safe spots. That is just our latest updates here. So again, just be in your safe spots. We'll keep an eye on it. But as of right now, we cannot confirm tornado on the ground at this moment. Yeah, I'm not sure if Connor's going to be able to catch up to this storm or not. It's moving pretty fast, and he's in Lebanon at a red light right now. We'll see. Osage, yeah. All right, I'll try to remember that. Yeah, he does not have a view on it right now, but I'm keeping an eye. He might make it up there in time. The only thing that's going to stop him, I would say, it would be like Lebanon. You know, too many lights, maybe some traffic, but as long as it's traffic free, he might be able to get on that one. I mean, Storm Hunter Media should be like, he always rides around near Connor, but maybe not today. I'll keep an eye on his feed. We don't use Connor on this channel, but I'll keep an eye on his feed if we see anything. I'll let you guys know. All right, latest scan out of the storm. Still some broader circulation here, but again, that is still in the inflow. It's kind of a weird looking storm. That mesocyclone should be back up in here though, but there is some reflectivity in that area. So that still could very well be some legitimate circulation, just kind of far away from the radar. So just continue to be seeking shelter here. Again, this tornado warning is located here north and east of Springfield, north of Lebanon. New SPC Outlook. Let me see if that's. Okay. Apparently, Jordan Hall is on the storm. Might get him for $50. Hold on. If he's still looking at it. Yeah, it's still on the ground. There it is. There's your tornado. Still appears that it might have literally just lifted as soon as we looked at it. No, there's still debris being lifted up. It's still on the ground. Maybe not. Yeah, this is a tornado it was on the ground just a moment ago. So it is actually on the ground. I'm surprised they never upgraded it. Oh, looks like it's reaching back down again on the right side. That could still be making ground contact. I just cannot tell for sure. So that could still very well be on the ground. And again, this is south of Camden. Our tornado warned storm in Missouri. Camden needs to be in their safe spots. Also, Osage Beach. This is Jordan Hall. He's live from severestudios.com. And he's got a drone up in the air. And he's watching the storm like a hawk. Yeah, it's most like it could still be on the ground and the condensation funnel is just not showing. So I would still want folks to be in their safe spots. It still kind of looks like there are some things like reaching down to the ground there. I just cannot tell if that's Scud or not. Let me listen in. Maybe he's talking about it because he can tell better from his perspective than we can.
Or is it handing off, or is that two completely separate mesos?
I have to look.
I haven't observed it. Looks like just like one meso. Yeah, it's reaching back down. Look at that.
I don't know what it's doing, but it's definitely all in one spot there. You can see.
It's definitely reaching back down.
They're actually vortices down?
Hello.
Oh. And there's lots of bugs. Y'all see all those bugs?
My radar / Jordan Hall.
That thing looks confused as all hell, because it looks like the northernmost is trying to...
Yeah, no spaces, just capital M, capital R.
It looks like
yes, sir.
Vortices down on and off.
Okay, yes, sir. Bye.
I can't see as well on the laptop, but...
Yeah, it's like a touch and go tornado. I agree with Brandon there. It could be very well have little vortices on the bottom still producing damage, but it is definitely, if it's still on the ground, it's an uncondensed
currently not
tornado.
Down, but waiting for it. If this thing recycles here, you're gonna have a pipe, and it's coming right towards me. No rain either.
And that's this storm right here. This is in Missouri right now. If you live in Camden, Osage Beach, you need to be in your safe spots. This is Jordan Hall. Looks like the storm is recycling at this moment.
If it was going to cross the road.
Now, this thing could definitely drop another one, so continue to be in your safe spots here.
I would literally be on it right now if it weren't for these. There were 7 traffic lights in Lebanon.
Yeah, still some decent rotation with this storm as well. It does seem like that what appeared to be side lobe. That is the meso. Great camera shot. Yeah, it really is. Drone views are unmatched, man. You cannot beat drones, especially when you got a bunch of trees around you. Here, we'll come over to this view really quick. I'll put them below me. Yeah, that is this storm right here. So this tornado warning is located here just south of Osage Beach, moving up towards Camdenton. If you guys live in Camdenton, you in Osage Beach here in Missouri, you need to be in your safe spots. Hahatonka as well. This is coming pretty close. This storm just produced a tornado, and it definitely looks like it could easily produce yet another one. So I want folks to be in their safe spots, please, as this comes through. You can see it here with your eyes. Oh, with Jordan Hall. Oh, wow.
This update, they finally extended that 10 hatch all the way to almost the aisle.
I think we got another funnel.
Look at it. Look at that. Wow. Look how beautiful that is, Brandon. Look at it. Look at the cut. You're on.
Yeah, it looks great. The wall cloud looks a little ragged, but I'm sure it will organize itself well. Yeah, you can see how well.
Yeah, with that clear air wrapping around, that is a little bit of a dry slot, and typically that can precede tornado genesis.
Right? Straight ahead, Spencer.
I know.
No, I'm asking.
I can't see. It's still over the trees.
Well, yeah, it is. I can see.
Yeah, if it drops, this is going to be a bad one. It seems like.
You're a little lower.
Man, that dry slot is clearly wrapping around this thing. Why isn't Brandon live streaming? Probably because he's not in range. Is he not live streaming? Usually he goes live early. Wow, look at that.
All right, I'm out of town. How close is it to the road, Jordan?
You're still good. Probably another 5 or 10 miles to the west. You're going to be just fine.
Is the mezzo occluding? I don't think so. It's still... I mean, it's got a dry slot wrapping around it.
It's barely moving.
It's really slow, actually. What I expected.
Why does interstate suck on freaking Easter Sunday? Stupid truck
He'll be live at noon? Okay.
That's a truck driver.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Brandon... I heard him on the radio. I don't think he's going to make it to this one. This is Jordan Hall. He's live on Severe Studios. With his drone up into the air, and he's on it.
Look at that.
That is just crazy view, though. Wow.
It just needs a plant.
3 funnels? Yeah, I don't know if you can call those funnels or like a developing wall cloud. As far as I can tell, there only seems to be one area of rotation. But we're pretty far away from the radar. I don't think those are all individual funnels. I think those are just little areas of circulation within our circulation. I don't know. Some of them do look like funnels, though.
I think we should look at it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Osage Beach. Sorry. And Camdenton need to be in their safe spot still. This is approximately a couple of miles to the south of Camdenton. And then the closest city is Decaturville and Hahatonka.
So pretty.
It's falling apart a little bit. Wall cloud definitely fell apart just a little bit. I wonder if it's going to try to reorganize here.
It could drop a tornado for sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if the shear environment necessarily supports a quote unquote massive tornado. But this storm is appearing to be latched onto our warm front from our meso analysis.
Oh yeah, that might be your new wall cloud right there.
Oh, yeah, potentially a new wall cloud
forming
on the left.
A new wall cloud just off to my west.
ready to see this thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's about 35 knots of shear where this storm is. So, I mean, I can't rule out a strong tornado with this. I would certainly be in your safe spots, but man, what a freaking view! You can
really
like
taking up on us on radar.
Like from the ground level where storm chasers usually are.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be for Eldon, Lake Ozark, Tuscumbia, St. Elizabeth, and Olean here in Missouri. Area of rotation is right here in this area, just to the south of Camden, but that is going to move very close to Camdenton here in Osage.
There we go. Kind of see it through trees now.
Man, what a storm, though. Like, there's like no precipitation near its mesocyclone, like at all. So if a tornado does form, we're going to see it very clearly. But as of right now, it does seem like it is struggling to produce at this moment. Not really seeing an organized wall cloud on it anymore. That meso might be occluding.
I'm going to bring the drone down.
You can tell there's still very, very obvious rotation on this storm. All right, looks like they're bringing the drone down. We'll keep up with him, though. That area of circulation is coming right at him, so they're not going to really need the drone, as it's going to be pretty much coming. I think they're right over here near Camdenton. He said earlier it's coming right at him, so we're still going to have a view of this thing if it does drop. I do want to keep their radio on, though, because we'll be able to get.
You want the highway or do you want the side road?
I want to
by the airport.
Get to. We'll get up the Camden.
Most chasers carry like multiple batteries.
Okay.
So it's, they probably could have that thing up in the air for like 20 minutes at a time.
Highway's fine.
Okay.
Gives me an option. So it's not. I can get off and on it.
Hold on 1 second. My dogs are barking. I gotta close.
I'm bringing that phone up here. Where's it at? Was it on the floor?
Yeah, latest update here on tornado warning storm.
Got it.
Still potentially dangerous. This thing has a history of producing tornadoes. Decent area of circulation right in here. Heading up just south of Camdenton. It's going to come very, very close to the Camdenton area here in Missouri. Please
east towards, like,
still be seeking shelter. This could definitely try to do it again as that moves up to the north and east.
Directly east?
Like Tuscumbia. What the fuck? Where? Why can't I see it on the map?
Yeah, it is pretty loud. Let me lower the.
I'm gonna get really pissed in about 2 seconds. Tuscum.
No, there's not. Not directly east.
This thing looks really cool coming up on the south.
Yeah, let's go checking on some of these other storms.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, storms down here are still struggling
Correct.
at the moment. Got some more prefrontals, though, trying to fire.
Gotta fly. This thing decides to plan again. It's be photogenic. It just.
That is, they were accelerating very fast there. Sounded like I don't even know what kind of car they had, but that sounded like a Ferrari for a little bit. They were revving that. They were trying to blast up to the north to keep up with this thing. Jordan has a tornado on the ground. Yeah, we just looked at that. We just had it on. Jordan is the chaser we're using right now. And as you can see, wow, inflow tail there on the right side. Coming into that main circulation. Potential for a moderate risk. I agree. I think there's definitely a moderate risk potential for today. Because everything's in place. The environment is there. We have 50 knots of shear in the Oklahoma area. That can include, 50 knots of shear in the lower levels is enough. For potentially strong to long track violent tornadoes. The environment is there to support it. Jordan isn't streaming. He is streaming. This Jordan Hall is the one we're looking at right now. He just had a drone in the air. We saw the tornado on its dying stages, but it is not on the ground anymore. Do I think that we'll have long track or cyclic supercell behavior? Probably more cyclical, if I had to guess, just given storm mode right now. But I mean, if we get any discrete cells, absolutely, we could get long track tornadoes, especially probably to start off with these storms trying to fire north of Paris. What highway is Jordan on? I think Jordan is on 5 here. All right, latest scan out of Camden. Looks like that rotation is just to the south of Camden, probably in the outskirts of Camden near OZS Airport. Not sure. Yeah, Camden Memorial Airport there. Hugo needs to be in their safe spots here, as this circulation is going to come very close to you guys. Again, this has just produced a tornado, and it could easily do it again in the environment that it's in. So if you live near Osage Beach, Lake Ozark, Tuscumbia, and St. Elizabeth, you're going to want to be in your safe spots. I mean, there's just no, I mean, you could try to make a reason for it, but you're going to be unsuccessful in making any valid reasoning on why you shouldn't be in your safe spots. Because again, this is a dangerous storm. It's already produced. All right, looks like Jordan is pulling over again. I'm wondering if he's going to put his drone back in the air.
Still down, still down.
All right, tornado down.
Where are you seeing it, Connor? I don't see it.
Tornado is back on the ground.
It's just it's not condensed now. I just see a vortice.
Connor's reporting that we have a tornado on the ground.
Looks weak. It slows down.
Where you at? You're gonna be. Keep going. Be up here. I want to get to that highway, go north, before this thing cuts me off. This is gonna be up here. We're gonna cut right in front of this thing.
Yeah, if there's a tornado down on the left side, he's about to take a left turn here, so we should see something. Connor seems to think it's on the ground.
Where are you at?
I don't think that's a 4-cylinder. It could be a 4-cylinder.
Maybe up there now. Possibly. No. It looks like a cut up there, but that might be a new handoff.
Man, he is right next to where that tornado will be.
Okay. Just gonna skip over here. Yeah, the roads are gonna pinch me here. I gotta go north out of Camden.
I mean, yeah, the circulation's right above his head. I don't see any vortices. Maybe that was what Connor was seeing. Like, maybe is Connor like near a hill? Chaser's way louder.
Man, I wish I left when I woke up
Is that better?
the first time.
Not the rain map. Way behind. Look at radar. Radar be a little delayed too.
Yeah, I mean, the area of circulation is directly above Jordan right now.
How my road options look when I do get up there? Can I continue east-northeast with it? Yes. Okay. We have a great east-northeast road. I am going to need these people to go. Traffic might be an issue.
Looks like they are repositioning here. But again, here's our area of circulation here, just to the east of Camden. We had a report that there might be a tornado back on the ground with this storm. Connor thinks that he saw some vortices with this storm. Not sure if it's still on the ground or not. On radar, I'm not seeing a debris signature right now, but it could be a touch and go tornado. Okay, here's another view of that circulation. I'm not seeing anything. No damage here in Camden. Yeah, it might be like a very touch and go type of tornado right here. So again, next in line is going to be Lynn Creek, Lake of the Ozark State Park, Osage Beach, Tuscumbia, St. Elizabeth. All need to be continuing to be in their safe spots. Again, this tornado warning is just south and west of Jefferson City, moving off generally in y'all's direction. Man, if this storm matures out over here near Antlers, Oklahoma, that one could be our first very dangerous storm of the day. Got to keep an eye on that. Our latest update on our tornado warning there, still saying it's radar indicated. Let's come back over here and see if we can't. We'll continue to listen to their radio here. Okay. Connor says there's like an outflow. Could be rain wrapped, yeah. Connor's not reporting a tornado anymore. You think you're clear in Rolla? For now you are. This is going to go to your north, but the risk is going to be there later in the day for you. So I would definitely at least have plans in place for later today to be very weather aware. You can stick here if you'd like. We'll be live all day. Still keeping my eye out. I'm not seeing anything on the ground right now. But he is very close to this circulation. I mean, if there's a tornado on the ground, we'd see it.
There it is.
Oh.
I almost had to pour it. I might be for it right in front of us.
That might be it right in front of us, he's saying.
It looks like it shot the breeze in the due east right there, but that's just outflow.
I smell something.
It was goofy looking for 2 seconds there.
Might be some vortices still. This could still, that might be what he saw. Like a little vortice. Oh, the dew. Okay, so, man, but there is some strong rotation there. You can see those clouds on the top are moving to the right. The clouds behind those are moving to the left.
This road pretty much goes straight north now.
You can probably go ahead and get breakfast. Try and get up to this gas station or whatever it is and just stop.
Yeah, I think he thought that vortice was some scud rising off of the trees.
Oh, here's the one with the bad car yesterday, right? Yeah, he's in Texas.
Is it still on the ground? It appears like it's not at the moment.
Does that Mizzou radar work?
We're keeping a very close eye on Jordan's feed because he is right next to this circulation. He is near Lynn Creek right now, and it's going to be coming very close to pass over Danville, Osage Beach, and Kaiser here in Missouri. Eventually, he's going to be coming up towards Tuscumbia. Do tornadoes have a smell? They do, actually. They smell like trees. They smell like trees. No tornado watches yet, actually, surprisingly. It's a dangerous storm. Exactly, yeah. It is a dangerous storm because it's already produced a tornado. It could... Oh, okay. So they did just issue a tornado watch. Okay. Let me go bring up that graphic for you guys. All right, we got a tornado watch out here for Columbia, Fort Leonard Wood, Springfield, Joplin, Fayetteville, Tulsa, Fort Smith, Texarkana, Shreveport, and Little Rock. All need to be watching out for tornadoes today. Again, the environment is there. We've checked it multiple times. Everything. Oh my gosh, what is that? Very low clouds here.
Has been issued.
but not any strong winds. Y'all see all those low clouds? That's that moisture that's rising off of the ground. Man, that is spinning though.
Tornado watch
It's
has
so
been
weird.
issued.
Very low clouds. So that might be what's getting reported as these little vortices.
There it was. Oh, no, that's Texas.
And no damage underneath that. So I think that's just very low moisture.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, it looked like a tornado, not going to lie. But it's not. That's just moisture that's wrapping underneath our mesocyclone because there's a lot of rotation underneath this.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, that's interesting. A lot of low-lying moisture. We saw that in Tulsa, Oklahoma earlier. Associated with some of these storms. I do want to check back in on the velocities on some of these storms. Yeah, still some broader circulations, maybe a little bit stronger rotation starting to get started near McAllister, Oklahoma. Definitely need to keep an eye on that area. Not really as prevalent on that radar, though, but we do have a couple circulations here in Oklahoma that need to be checked in on every now and then. Springfield, Missouri later. Yeah, it seems like it. Seems like that boundary has lifted up to the north and that precipitation is dying off, which means you'll probably start to see those instability levels rise. So I would definitely be weather aware there in Springfield and even Joplin. It seems like things are getting ready to go even as far north as Joplin. It was kind of a question mark on whether or not that would happen, but seems like a little bit higher of a likelihood now that our boundary is officially lifted north of you guys. Chicago, probably not. We're talking about some thunderstorms up there for Chicago. All right, latest scan here on our storm. We are still dealing with an area of circulation here. Again, we are in a radar hole, so it's going to be really hard to tell what this thing is doing on the surface just by using radar.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Why isn't the tornado watch showing up on here? What's going on with that? Tornado watch should be on. Okay, let me just do a quick refresh of the app. Should show up. Nope. Will show up eventually. There it is. Okay. It's there now. Yeah, in the dark shaded region here, that's going to be that tornado watch. As you can see, it extends all the way down into the Springfield, into the Shreveport area, Texarkana, Clarksville there in parts of Texas, Hot Springs, Little Rock, Russellville, Fort Smith, Fort Townsend, Broken Bow, Idabel, Muskogee, Tahlequah, Fayetteville, Benton, Miami, Joplin, Neosho, Springfield, and Rolla. All need to be watching out for tornadoes, and obviously up here near Jefferson City, where this storm is currently going. Let me see if any of my other storm chasers have gone live. Be interested to see where Storm Runner Media is. Okay, they are live, apparently. Let me get them set up real quick. It will be starting soon. And then Pagey Tornado should also be live eventually. I just don't know when exactly. You see if they've scheduled anything yet. They have not scheduled anything yet. So I'm wondering if they're still en route. Our high for tornadoes, they could upgrade to a moderate risk next update. It wouldn't surprise me. I mean, like I said, and I've been saying, the environment supports it. Everything is there. We got the lapse rates, we've got the instability, we've got strong shear down in this area. Our strongest tornado threat At first, we'll probably start here in Oklahoma and then move into northern Arkansas and then into Missouri as we go later on in the day. Is there timing yet for Springfield? Not yet. I mean, just a couple of hours until this gets there. I would just be, throughout the afternoon, later afternoon, would certainly be ready to go there. Latest scan here, just to the east of Osage Beach. Still got an area of circulation with this storm moving off to the north and east towards Tuscumbia. Please continue to be in your safe spots as this continues to push towards you guys. Again, this is a storm that's produced a tornado already and could try to produce a tornado again. So again, just be in your safe spots. Wait till the storm is done. We got Jordan Hall, who is right there next to the storm. And so if it tries to produce again, then we should be able to get a bit a view of it. Yeah, we're not doing timing right now, guys. I'm sorry. I mean, Bentonville, your line's back over here. So probably like a couple of hours if I had to guess. You're going to have to watch these storms near Claremore and Haskell. You're going to be generally coming into your direction. And, this line of storms is going to make it over there eventually. How much delay on the stream? About 5 seconds, it should be. Looks like our latest view on this storm got pretty dicey there for a second. Yeah, on this radar, it seems like that rotation is getting a little bit weaker as of our latest scan. Let's check from St. Louis. It's looking well aloft. Our best radar should be here, but our signal is coming in really weak as of our latest scan. Let me see if we have any other reports on this storm. No, you can't put links into the chat. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing any damage reports yet out of this storm, but I am sure there has been a little bit of damage already if it hit anybody, because there definitely was a tornado on the ground, but no reports coming out of it yet, and I'm not seeing any new reports that this is back on the ground just yet either. This is Jordan Hall, who is really close to this area of circulation. And as you can see, it kind of looks like if there's something in there, it's a rain ramp.
This cuts me back. All right, this will be annoying for a second.
Yes. This river.
Oh, wait. I thought this road took me to Tuscumbia.
It does.
No, I have to detour east to Tuscumbia. Yeah. Oh, that's annoying.
No, there's a river.
But then I could... Oh, that's really annoying. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out.
That's 5 minutes slower, but I'm actually going to do that.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to reroute back into the right area of this storm right now. They're talking about Tuscumbia. I think they're going to try to go north and then maybe back down to Tuscumbia on 52. In Osage Beach can come out of their safe spots. Like if you live over here, like if you live closer to Laguna Beach, I would wait just a little bit while longer. Like over here near Kaiser, certainly would be in your safe spots. Over there near the Bear Creek Valley Golf Club, would still be in your safe spots there as well. Also Tuscumbia, Eldon, and St. Elizabeth's should still continue to be in their safe spots as well. I mean, the tornado watch is showing up on here, so I don't know. left of your county. That's scary. I'm glad you're awake. Lots of hills and trees on Missouri. Yeah, there is. The good news is that Jordan does have a drone. Just got the watch on a Mega. Wow. That's crazy. It came out like 30 minutes ago. It did take a while to come through on, or longer than it usually does on weather-wise. Yeah, it does seem like these storms are still trying to build an intensity here. I do want to look at our echo tops. Yeah, you can see that they are, this storm to the north there is building quite a bit. This one definitely has to be watched like a hawk throughout the day. If that one matures in the shear environment that it's in, that could be a significant tornado threat there. Definitely got to keep a close eye on that. Not quite there just yet, but that's going to be one of the main areas, I believe, where our strongest tornado threat could materialize. All right, latest scan out of this. Looks like that rotation is now north and east of Lake of the Ozarks. Coming very close to Kaiser, Missouri. You're under a watch in Christian County. Yeah, we've got watches all the way across the Missouri area here. Really starting at Columbia, coming down into Joplin, Branson, West Plains, Thayer, Mountain View, Sherrill, and Salem. Hope it stays south of Kansas City. Yeah, it should. That main tornado threat should stay to your south. We put this in motion here. You can see just kind of where these storms are moving. They're kind of moving up to the north. It's going to be a close call. If you can get if these storms make it to you by the time this line is still to your west, they might extend. They might extend that tornado watch a little bit further up to the north. We'll see. It's going to be a close call there for Kansas City. All right, let's list it in.
Do I want to go to Tuscaloosa? I don't know. I mean, if you think it's going to produce in the imminent future, I'm only 20 minutes out of Hickory Hill, Eugene, further north of Tuscaloosa, and just like on this highway, up towards Jefferson City. Jefferson City got rolled by tornadoes recently, didn't they?
Now, cool. I can't confirm ground contact because there's a mountain in my way, but holy crap.
Did you say huge bowl?
Yeah, the mezzo is like if you look at my stream, it's like huge bowl mezzo now. I can't confirm ground contact. There's a mountain in my way, like there's a lot of motion to it now.
Okay, Connor Croft is reporting a huge bowl on this storm, but he says he cannot confirm ground contact. Eldon, Missouri, sirens going off. Yeah, that's because you are in a tornado warning there, so I would be in your safe spots in Eldon. Yeah, it could be a bowl funnel on this storm, which means it could be, still kind of a touch and go tornado at this point. Would not surprise me if that bowl every now and then was making ground contact. There was a hill obscuring the base. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, he could not confirm definite contact there with the surface, but I'm hoping we can get another view here with Jordan. The crazy thing is, I mean, Storm Hunter Media should be pretty close to all of this, to where Connor is. So let me see. Oh, what? Is that right? No, he's in Lake Ozark.
We just got our storm back there, and Mezzo's back here.
And there's that mesocyclone.
It's not even rain wrap from our vantage point. We're to the north of it right now, so rain's blocking it.
Wait, what? What is going on here? I am so confused. Why did I just hear
Yeah, Jordan's right. This thing's turning
Connor's
right.
in their car?
Turn right, chat.
Further right this goes.
They're in Connor's car.
Also means it might miss Jefferson City, which is a win. Got no visual here.
What happened to DL scales?
Again, if you guys are just tuning in, make sure to hit that like button for me. For not already subscribed to the channel.
Is DL in there? Are they just all chasing together? That's actually kind of awesome. Had car issues? Oh, okay. Yeah, so I guess we have Connor, DL scales.
Yeah, we gotta punch through this
And
door
Garrett.
here. We're gonna have to punch through it twice.
I think Garrett's gonna have to like hold on to his camera because there's only like one. So like I guess we'll have like a 360 cam view because they're not driving, so they can just kind of hold the camera and show everything. So it'll be interesting. They have hands free, so does seem like the camera's struggling to focus though at this point. Yeah, there you go. That is this storm right here, where we're getting that report of a bull funnel on this storm heading up towards Tuscumbia. You guys need to be watching out still, continuing to seek shelter from this storm. Nothing's really changed. Still a dangerous storm. We just got a new mesoscale discussion. Thank you, Help, for bringing this to my attention. Visible satellite continues to indicate steady destabilization. Storms expected to gradually intensify in eastern Oklahoma. That's pretty much what we've been saying. And I agree with it. Things are getting more unstable. I thank you, Polly, for being a member for 1 month. I do appreciate that. Thank you. And that is a dirt road that Jordan is driving on right now. Dirt road in Missouri. I do not like those dirt roads when it's all rainy like that. Oh my goodness. I hope they don't get stuck. Louisville, Kentucky, checking in. Well, welcome. I think you guys are out of the wrist there, but thank you for tuning in. Man, and they got to go up a hill on that muddy road. Are you kidding me? Heck no. They must have good tires. My Mini Cooper would have, yeah, definitely have gotten stuck there for sure. Oh yeah, there's that mesocyclone back in there. You can kind of see it. St. Louis should be later today. We'll keep an eye on his stream there. But again, that's this storm. They're heading over towards Tuscumbia. And they're in the rain clear area, so they're in that inflow of the storm right now. If you live in Tuscumbia, Olean, just be continuing to be seeking shelter from the storm. What the heck happened over here? Hold on, let me try to fix this. Looks like they're having trouble with their service. Jordan Hall is. You have a 4Runner as a chase vehicle too. Yeah. Yeah, the 4Runners are typically pretty reliable cars. But you know, they drive a lot of miles on it, to be fair. You know, my dad had a 4Runner for a very long time, and that thing just lasted what seemed like forever. The latest scan down here into the Oklahoma region, still seeing storms try to get their act together. A little bit messy, though. Storm mode is a little bit messy. Again, if any of those storms can get their act together, that's probably going to be the main area where we're really going to be keeping a close eye on for the day. That and whatever storms can kind of latch onto this warm frontal boundary. We might have to watch these storms eventually. That's why this storm is trying to produce, because you can see that boundary draped pretty much right in this area, and this storm continues to be riding it. But there's going to be a point where it gets north of that warm frontal boundary. If the instability and all of that isn't rising to the north at the same speed of the storm. It was fine last night. I don't know. I remember yesterday when I was watching Connor's stream, it seemed like Garrett was in Connor's car that day too, so it must have been the day before yesterday. All right, here we are back over.
Probably gonna be 5 stoplights.
You got a stop sign. Actually, it's not even showing me a stoplight.
Why is everyone getting off of this exit? Can't be that much stuff to do in West Aura.
I don't know, guys. Is there stuff to do out here? There must be. I mean, there's people coming home from work and stuff. Yeah, it looks like their view of the storm is getting obscured there by quite a bit. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still some rotation over here west of Tuscumbia. Not as strong as it was, to be fair. I'm wondering if this storm has gone north of that warm front. Gotta watch for these storms as well. If they latch onto that same warm front, they will have a brief moment to be tornadic. Coming back here, checking in on our main threat for today. Still have some storms trying to get their act together, but not quite there yet. Connor hit a deer. Yeah, he did. Yeah, it absolutely screwed up his front bumper. Anyone else having issues with YouTube randomly unsubscribing them? Yeah, that's been an issue for a while. Nobody really knows why that happens. They've never come out and really explained what the heck is going on with that. It looks like initial survey of the damage on the north side of Ada, Oklahoma, was found to be at least EF1 damage. Survey is still ongoing. Further analysis will be provided at a later time. That is the latest information from last night. Our algorithm rigging could be, yeah. Could be. Could be like maybe like a little thing, like a little code that like maybe if you don't continue, like maybe if you don't like tune in regularly to that person, it unsubscribes you. I have no idea. No idea why that would be an issue. I have no idea why notifications don't go out to everybody that is subscribed to you who has post notifications on. I don't know. Like I have people that come into my comments that like after the live stream ends, they'll say like, "Oh, I just got a notification. Just got a notification for you." It's like, "Oh yeah, okay. The stream's over." Last night was definitely insane. Yeah, it is. That last night was pretty intense. A lot of tornadoes out there. Latest scan out of our storm here. We are still talking about a little area of rotation. It's still existing on it. It doesn't look as dangerous, though, as it did earlier. Let's go check another radar. Yeah, from that one, it's kind of the same thing. This one, they're all kind of showing the same thing. Some broader circulation is now developing with this storm. Do you think we're possibly having a tornado outbreak? A tornado outbreak is possible today. Yeah, I would say it's certainly in the realm of possibilities. But it does seem like one of our last remaining hurdles, at least with these storms, is the storm mode. Storm mode is a little bit messy right now, but these storms are pushing into that instability, and we have a lot of little cells trying to fire kind of in the same area. Eventually, one of these guys will try to become a dominant supercell, spin up that little updraft, and then try to drop a tornado under it. So that's kind of the thoughts right now. We'll see what ends up happening, but it does seem like we do have a little bit of a messier look to it right now, but it'll just take some time to really understand and how that will mature. All right, there we go. A tornado warning has been allowed to expire for our northern storm. Love to see that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Never mind. Where was that issued at? It'll pop up eventually, I guess. Oh, it's in Missouri again. Okay, so that's the same storm. Take back everything I said. Hello? What's going on? Yeah, latest tornado warning is going to be for Tuscumbia. When was this issued? 26 seconds ago. For Tuscumbia, Mary's Home, Eugene, and Olean. And it's taken a while for these alerts, though, to hit apparently a lot of these apps today. Let me see if it's on Radar Omega. It is, and I'll message the developer. Yeah, it's on Radar Omega. Should be able to get a quick fix on that. Sure, if I just refresh it, it'll work, but yeah. Just a quick little refresh. Yeah, so here's your tornado warning. Still for this area of the storm here. It's just to the north and west of Tuscumbia. Moving up towards 54. So if you guys live in this area, still continue to be in your safe spots. Thank you. No one's here for the 2. Thank you so much. Gotta go, but you'll be in and out. Hey, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. Connor has a good view right now. Is this behind? No? No, he doesn't. View sucks. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I think, what is Jordan about to reroute, or is he about to send a drone up? Oh, yeah, he's sending a drone up. Whoa. Did any of y'all like feel like a little drop in your stomach as we went up?
Right, which means I'm gonna come back right back down and keep going. No need to be sunshine. Jesus.
Never mind. I guess he's coming back down. Yeah, he's bringing it back down. Well, that was short. A little view there of the storm. As you can see, there's not really much going on. behind. Yeah, I'm wondering if Connor has less of a delay than Stormrunner Media, because I mean it says it's live. Let me check Connor's view. On YouTube. There might be a pretty big delay on Stormrunner Media. Because they're all in the same car. They have the same view. They have the same view. Oh yeah, no, I agree that Jordan has, could get the best view, but the thing is that Storm is not really that close to producing right now, so that's probably why he brought the drone down and he's just going to try to stay with the Storm. There is still definitely some rotation on it, though. I wouldn't let your guard down there in Eugene, Spring Garden, Eaterville. But he'll probably put a drone up there again eventually. I mean, I would have to guess. Paige is going live at 2. That's awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Hopefully Paigey is down further south near these storms. Because everybody else is up here. Yeah, these storms are going to be, they got some pretty good wind shear right now, but that wind shear will eventually push up to the north into parts of Missouri. So technically, they would still be in position for later in the day. But as of right now, these storms are still struggling to get organized. There is actually a little bit of broad circulation, though, appearing on some of them. So I think it'd be worth watching. Probably. Most likely. If I had to guess. My speculation is correct. Is it going to Jefferson City? It is going to make a close approach, yes. Why do storm chasers not spread out more? Because usually there's like a target area, and they're targeting the warm front, so it's not a bad area to target. I mean, we could get some more storms back over here to form, but they are kind of struggling. Yeah, I'm not in their head, so I wouldn't really be able to tell you. AG is heading towards Springfield. Oh no. Oh boy. Let me see where this could turn into a very expensive day, guys. Jordan's view is behind by quite a bit. Let me give him a refresh.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. And that's going to be for this storm here up to the north. Now that includes Jefferson City, Wardsville, Russellville, Lowman, and Centertown. All need to be in their safe spots. So please get there immediately. And we still have we still have a storm that will always have a history that it did produce a tornado, and also it does still have a little bit of rotation on it. So definitely be indoors and well away from those windows. In this most centermost portion of your house, with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. You want to get there right now. As the storm approaches, it is certainly not a storm you want to mess around with, as it can probably try to produce again. If it's still latched onto that warm frontal boundary, it would not surprise me if it made one more attempt before it crosses over it. Like a little bit of a view. God, I gotta remember where he is. A little bit of a view off to the left of our storm. Kind of see it back in there. As a precaution, absolutely, yeah. I mean, from everybody's perspective that we've been able to hear from, there's been still some rotation with this storm. Connor said it earlier that there's still definitely some rotation. Yeah, you can see right there. I think that's the mesocyclone. Yeah, look at that. There it is. Surface is a little bit spotty in the mountains, but you can definitely see. I mean, there's still definitely a mesocyclone in there. That doesn't necessarily mean it's going to drop a tornado at any moment, but until we get a clear view of whether or not, like Jordan just put his drone up, it did not appear that there was a wall cloud. But you know, it's still got enough rotation to be in your safe spots for it. That's just the bottom line. It could try again. Man, unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to get another hour for Jordan Hall. Unless Storm Runner can get in a better position here. They're not in a bad position, to be fair. Not sure if I want to go. Not sure if I want to super commit to this storm. Because Jordan Hall is $50 an hour, and that's expensive. We've almost had him for an hour. Let me see how many minutes we have left of him. A screenshot of the time. I got a minute. A minute left. Dang, and he's getting back up on the storm. Anybody want to donate $50? You wondered how they got paid? Well, that's how. It's mainly your guys' donations that pay for the or for the storm chasers. $50 per hour, yeah, and that's honestly a deal, to be honest. I'm just trying to decide. I can't use it right now, so let me take it off. We'll go. I need to think about it because never mind. We got these guys. They're oops. Take that off. They're coming up on it. And I need to decide, like, there's not a tornado on his stream right now. I have him up on another screen. If another tornado does pop up and Storm Runner Media is not nearby it enough to see it, then we'll have to use his stream again, because it is very important to show folks, where a tornado is, because that really gives them visual representation that, hey, this is on the ground. It's not just for like, oh, hey, there's a tornado for no reason. Like, it actually has a purpose. He doesn't have to know. Oh, he has to know. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, Jordan Hall has a pretty good view of the base of the storm now. Thank you, help. For the $9.99. Thank you so much. Yeah, my channel would get deleted off of YouTube if I were to use his stuff without permission or without paying. It would get yeeted off of YouTube.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's interesting. New tornado warning has been issued. Radar indicated rotation there. Yeah, still a little bit of rotation on this storm heading up towards Russellville and Jefferson City. So still continue to be in your safe spots. And thank you, the Cynical, for the $10. Hey, that's 20. That's 20. Almost. Should we do like, I don't know. Would it be bad if I did a super chat goal for stuff like that? I don't know. I hate asking for stuff, but I mean, that is kind of just the brass tacks. I mean, we got Connor here. I mean, Storm Intermediate. Oh my goodness. There's your Storm. Thank you, Jared, for a 5. Thank you so much. Thank you, Lisa, for the 10. That's 35. It's not a bad thing. I mean, it's just the reality. I mean, low key, but I don't know. Would that be weird if I did a goal for that kind of stuff? And thank you, Susan, for the 10. That's 45. And there we go. Thank you, Sarah, for the 50. Thank you so much. All right, that's enough. So now we can afford a whole nother hour if need be. Oh my goodness. Okay, we hit the goal. All right, we hit the goal, guys. Thank you. That's enough. I mean, we hit the goal big time. And in fact, we could probably afford 2 more hours of another Stormchaser if we need it. So thank you, everybody. That was a big help. Thank you, Sun, VLW, and Mary for the 20. Thank you. Here we go. Easy goal. It is. I just don't like doing that. I don't like asking, but it is extremely helpful to get that on the ground understanding of what a storm is doing, because radar can only tell you so much. And this storm is still looking really beefy, though. I mean, the couple of views that we've been getting of this thing in between the trees. Man, look at that. I thank you, Danielle, for a $5 donation. Thank you so much. That's just the name of the game, though. They're not free. We don't do any sponsors or anything like that. So we're just me and you guys. That's all there will ever be. So I do appreciate it. I would not be able to be here without you guys, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate you guys. And thank you, Carl, for the 10 and Victoria for the 25 on Venmo. We'll be set. So the thing I'm trying, and I'll be completely, since it is y'all's money that we're going to be spending here, we'll be completely transparent so that you guys can make decisions. Maybe we'll also vote on stuff if need be. But I'm trying to decide whether or not, if we want to, because we got Connor and Stormrunner Media literally right under the mesocyclone right now. So I've already got them paid for. Well, it's $50 for the whole day there, because Stormrunner Media is a friend. But we have Jordan Hall on Severe Studios, and we'll probably have more chasers like Matthew Capucci later today. You want to listen in here, though.
Why are my wipers doing this again?
Thank you, Latchy, for the 5.
That is a
Blue light's interesting.
No, my name's Evan.
I don't know, but blue lights is an interesting call.
My goodness.
Smells like illegal to me.
But thank you, Eric, for the 20. I do appreciate you. I'm not Ryan Hall, guys. My name is Evan. Don't you guys know that? We don't look that similar. He wears glasses and has or sometimes wears glasses, has like a beard. Like I can't grow a beard. Oh, you think it was on purpose? I hope so. I don't think we look that similar. Like at all. Thank you, Jennifer, for the 50. Holy moly. You guys are being absolute rock stars right now. I think we're covered for the rest of the day for Stormchasers. I think we'll be all right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mary, for becoming an EF1 member, too. Let's get the latest information on this thing. Yeah, still a decent amount of rotation on this storm south of Russellville, moving off to the north and east. Again, still kind of pretty close there to Jefferson City. There's no guarantee it's going to go right into your city, but I would certainly be in your safe spots just in case. Just in case. Yeah, but I just rather get the warning out. I mean, there's some streams where I end up with like very little, and most of it goes to storm chasers. You know, the bottom line is that we need to get the word out. That's all I care about, and that visual representation, you can't beat it. Like there will literally be, like, just using Alabama as an example, a redneck on a porch drinking a beer, looking at a storm as people are screaming at him to go into his safe spots with a debris signature on radar. But you show them the tornado itself. That's when that kind of person goes into their safe spots. Thank you, dear Kenzie, for being a member for 4 months. Holy moly. And thank you, Mark, for gifting. Dan C got a gifted membership. Well deserved. Yeah, and then there's those couple of people that see the tornado on the live stream, and then that's when they go outside. They're like, "What? There's a tornado? Let me go over there and check it out." Hey, I'm a redneck too. I live in the boondocks. My next door neighbor yesterday was burning hay bales. That smoke was just going into my house. A little bit of rotation forming on this storm. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning on this, moving up towards 82 in Locust Grove and 412. I need to continue to be in your safe spots, or not safe spots, indoors and away from windows. The storm could eventually produce here. And thank you, A, for the 20. Thank you so much. That's crazy that you actually got that screen name. What? How's that even possible? You must have been like one of the first people on YouTube in order to have locked down that screen name. That's crazy. Literally just the letter A. Yeah, you can definitely tell these storms are running into more instability, but there is a lot of traffic here in the storm world down over here in southeastern Oklahoma. So we got a lot of little storms all kind of in a traffic jam down here. Eventually, though, they will start to rotate, but maybe more of a QLCS threat with those unless they can become a little bit more isolated. Tuscumbia, I think you guys are good. Yeah, you guys are outside of the tornado warning. Still, the main people that still need to be in their safe spots is over here near Jefferson City. As you can see, we have a storm. This is the tornado warned storm right now, heading up to the north and east towards Jefferson City. Thank you, Vicky, for becoming an EF1 member. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, there's your area of circulation right back in there. I mean, you could see it. It's definitely rotating aloft. No. Can't really see a wall cloud, though. Let's listen into what they're saying here. I think we're a little bit behind, but...
Okay, guys, if you're just sitting in, I'm getting out ahead of this cell a little bit. I'll wait for it in Jefferson City.
You are in Jefferson City, Squeaks. Make sure you guys take shelter.
Lock it, everybody. We're going to the Jefferson City here.
Lock it in, guys.
What does that mean? Lock it in? Does that mean commit?
Good to see you, Bill. Thanks for tuning in today.
We have any Gen Zs in chat? Someone translate
Hang with me, guys.
this language that we're hearing.
We're
Locked
getting
in.
there. We are getting there, guys.
Focused.
Things just off my left. Might be trying to turn right.
I like that.
This
Locked in.
Supercell is expected to be
That one I'd actually
Trying to
use.
find a high
Now,
spot.
Riz, on the other hand, I probably will never use the word Riz. But I like locked in. That's a cool one.
It's gonna be hard, though.
I like that. We got to be locked in, folks. We got to be locked in. We got to be focused on this storm here in Jefferson City. There's a reason why those chasers are coming towards you. And it's never good. It's never a good reason. I can tell you right now, they are not coming to Jefferson to visit the local businesses. They're coming there because the storm could produce a tornado as it comes towards you guys. So make sure that you are in your safe spots there in Jefferson City. It is picking up. Yeah. Yeah, further back here, we do have a long line of storms here. It's really extending all the way from like northern Oklahoma down into the Texas area. Some storms even down here are trying to develop just to the east of Corsiana. All these storms, though, none of them are severe warned except for this one north of Tahlequah near Hubert, where we do have an area of some circulation here heading up towards the Locust Grove area. So we're still keeping an eye on that storm for now. Thank you, Jennifer. Welcome. Thank you for becoming a WIMD member. Thank you. Nurses are able to focus unlike any other. It's just built in for those of us that are naturals at it. So you're just always locked in. It's like the chasers have locked in on this one area here of our storm. Ooh, their camera focus needs to lock in, or their service. Come on. It looked just fine a moment ago. Oh, there it is. Kind of looks a little wall cloudy back in there.
Just trying down there, guys. I'm trying to get this mount going.
Oh yeah, and you can even see a clear slot. There is a clear slot wrapping around this thing.
I don't see the mount deal. I don't see the mount.
What was that? I did not recognize that voice. Was that DL? Why does he sound like a 35-year-old trucker? He's like, here we go again. That had to have been somebody else.
Can't find the mount in all this wire that he has in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely like usually when that dry slot wraps around and punches, what it does is it kind of punches that RFD out of the storm, and sometimes that RFD can really cause a storm to get its act together. So can't really tell on radar, but that view of the storm there is certainly indicative of a storm that really needs to be watched as it comes into the Jefferson City. There's just no doubt about that. I'll just continue to be in your safe spots until the storm passes, as that's got the look to it, but it's not quite there to the point to where it's going to produce. Yeah, once that dry slot wraps all the way around there, though, that probably when we're going to be close. Let me see Brett. I think Brett, this is kind of like a day where I can see Brett Adair chasing. Oop. Take that back. According to Live Storms Media, Tornado Pagey's near Adair. They're in Oklahoma. They should be going live here within the next hour or so. Was Garrett riding with Brandon yesterday? I'm not sure. Got refreshed. Oh, yeah, look at that.
That's where it's heading.
Man, look at those clouds move. That's that lower level jet that we're seeing right here. See how fast those clouds are moving? Whoa. They are right next to that tornado siren. That scared me. That is so eerie. I hate tornado sirens, man. They never mean anything good. Very high levels of diffluence. Yeah, that should force the storms to go. I'm getting chills.
Sorry, guys, that's too loud for you. I'm sorry. I have to hold you guys there.
The song of your people. Who are your people? Stormchasers? Dang, that's a really long tornado siren. Are they always that long? I feel like they usually like crank up and then they chill out for a little bit and then they crank back up. That's how the ones in my area do it. This one just kind of stays on that high pitch for a while. It won't go off until the warning does. Oh, I don't know if I can handle it for that long. We might have to mute him if it keeps going on for much longer. But yeah, there's your center of circulation, still off in the back there. I can't tell if there's like it doesn't seem like there's a wall cloud with this storm as of right now, but it could be behind those trees to the left. So I'm trying to wait here to see if I see anything. I might mute them. Okay. It's getting to the point where we're going to have to mute it. Because that's starting to annoy me now. That's a smart tactic. Annoy people into their safe spots. Okay, Jordan Hall's got a drone up. And this storm has a very flat base. There is no wall cloud on this storm as far as I can tell. Y'all want to see the drone view? I mean, I'll tell you right now, it doesn't look like it's going to produce a tornado anytime soon. But, I mean, y'all funded chasers. So I'll leave it up to you if you guys want to see the drone view. Now, I will tell you, there is no wall cloud. Doesn't look like there's a tornado dropping out of it. It's a very flat base of the storm. It's up to you guys. Put one in chat if you want to get the drone view up. And well, hold on. Let me just listen. Drone. All right. I mean, it's up to you guys. I mean, we only have so much, but you guys did donate a lot, so I'm gonna leave it up to y'all. Let's see it. All right. Give me the refresh. Yeah. There we go. We got Jordan for another hour. There's your tornado warned storm. As you can see, very flat base. Does not appear to be a wall cloud on this thing, which is hopefully good news for Jefferson City. Oh, you can hear the Okay, the siren's a lot easier on the ears here. You can definitely tell, though, there is a considerable amount of lower level shear in this area.
And then, it's a 72 we're getting.
Does kind of seem, though, a little bit elevated. The drone motor, I don't hear it. I think the audio is coming from Jordan himself, not from the drone. Yeah, this is the tornado warned storm that is coming into Jefferson City, Missouri right now. It does still appear to have some rotation on radar. You can definitely tell that there is some rotation with this storm from this view. It does not appear like this thing is eminently tornadic, but it might look different as it gets closer, so. Like Jordan's doing some type of news report. You're in Jefferson City, just be in your safe spots. This is what's coming your way. Man, look at all those birds. Those birds did not get, I guess they didn't get the warning. They should be in their safe spots.
Great sign off.
I'll bring up the radar really quick just to fill you guys in. If you're just now tuning in, this is a tornado warned storm here in Missouri. Some broader circulation on it right now. There is some rotation still on this storm. Heading it close to the Jefferson City, there is definitely not a tornado on the ground with this storm at this moment, though. And that's why we're watching this view. We will see the tornado happen here first before we even see it on radar. That's why we're just, I mean, this is going to be more helpful than our radar. I mean, this is basically a visual radar. Can I say buzzards? What are buzzards?
That's annoying. It's gonna go right in between these highways.
Whoa! Y'all see that lightning? If you live in Jefferson City, you're probably going to hear that. Yeah, it looks like they're taking the drone down. We'll have him for another hour. We'll see. We'll see what we see. Maybe he'll put it back up eventually. Yeah, that's this storm over here near Jefferson City. So, folks, continue to be in your safe spots here as the storm approaches. Yeah, they are a game changer because if that drone wasn't up, we'd probably be seeing stuff like this, which Storm Hunter Media is not a drone. But they are close to that area of circulation. They're trying to keep up with the storm right now. As you can see, from their perspective, we're seeing the same thing. Kind of a flat base. I'm starting to wonder if this storm has gone north of that warm front. Starting to ponder on it a little bit. Just by the way it looks a little bit elevated. Yeah, still some broad circulation on this thing. Still worth keeping an eye on, though, just in case. We got another storm back here that could eventually latch onto the boundary as well near Appleton City, but we haven't really seen much evidence yet of this storm rotating yet, so still worth keeping an eye on that. This one down here north of Tahlequah has been trying to rotate for a little bit, but as of our latest scans, it has lost that rotation. Further down to the south, these storms are struggling. Yeah, it looks like our little traffic jam here so far is keeping these storms relatively calm. But again, we're still not technically at our peak tornado threat. We see how our mesoscale is going here. All right, so near the surface, storms are in better instability now, especially down there in the southeastern corner of Missouri. And yeah, look at that. That warm front has pushed up and is kind of keeping up with this storm in Missouri that's tornado warned right now. So still wouldn't rule out some tornado or a tornado with that storm. Yeah, it's pushing into better storm foods. The storms are going to be nice and fed, which means they will grow. Lower level lapse rates around 6, which is plenty. 850 millibar winds, which is going to be contributing to that spin, are still very elevated here. Right, kind of looks like it's meandering a little bit further up to the north. You see it started down there in Oklahoma, and then now it's kind of like our main axis of our strongest lower level winds is now moving into like northwestern Arkansas. Check out where our forcing is. Lots of forcing, a little minimal forcing down here further to the south. Not as strong forcing. Most of our forcing is there on the, so yeah, I wonder if that, once that strong wind, that lower level wind goes into that area, if we're going to start to see some of these storms really start to try to become tornadic over near Bella Vista, Joplin, Neosho. Anything for Bentonville? Not yet, but I would certainly just be ready to go. Your guys are right around in here. Yeah, Bentonville. I'd be ready to be in your safe spots. If these storms can mature and tap into that shear environment, they're going to be capable of producing strong tornadoes. This is the worst chat. What? Our chat's awesome. I think the coolest thing about the chat is that as soon as I mention food, watch what happens. Hey, he's gone. I mean, latest scan from our radars are still indicating some rotation in this storm. I don't think it's done quite yet. It's still got a decent little area of some instability. It hasn't, contrary to what I thought, it has not pushed out of, it has not become elevated yet. Exeter, where's Exeter at? I've seen it before, but I need a bigger city or like a quadrant of Missouri to check. You know, Blondie banned it in like, I think that's the fastest ban I've ever seen Blondie hand out. Blondie's like one of those Westerner gunslingers. For most of the chat, she's just sitting there with her cowboy hat, 2 pistols by her side, just waiting for any crooks to enter into chat. This town's not big enough for the 2 of us, Mr. Spammer. Hey, thank you, Shinsky, for the 5. Thank you so much. Blondie is sweet, though. Yeah. Oh, my gosh. Out of that water tower. It's missing the water part. It's just a tower now. Little Rock's going to be a little bit further down the line. He's got a little bit of time. Your storms are going to be coming from over here. Like from the northwestern Texas area. Yeah, we're in Jefferson City right now with this storm. That's where the tornado warning is. The good news is that all indications are pointing that there is not a tornado on the ground right now. Yeah, well, donating does not, unfortunately, make you impervious to a ban. I know every streamer that you will meet, they will appreciate your donation if you donate. But the thing is that if you're just being mean, then you're gonna get banned. Period. You can't buy your spot in most streamers' chats because they want to keep the environment, the peeps happy in chat, the viewers that are watching, right? A chat is an entire vibe. It's an entire community. Like people come here to meet friends and to talk about storms. It's a safe spot for anybody that wants to get down and nerdy about the storms. And if you're acting a fool, it doesn't matter how much you've donated. Nobody's gonna want you around. That's like being like the rich friend in a friend group, being like, why aren't you guys hanging out with me anymore? I used to buy you guys stuff all the time and then slap you, but still, I mean, I still bought a lot of stuff, but you slapped them. So, there just comes a point to where that doesn't matter. And this thing's getting ready to produce again, folks. It is getting very close. That latest velocity scan is not looking good. It is actually starting to get its act together again. I mean, that happened fast. I'm wondering if that's a legitimate signal. That happened a little bit too fast, but this thing could be rapidly getting its act together. They're near Cold Junction. I want to wait one more scan. But it does seem like the storm is starting to intensify yet again. And that looks like a pretty dangerous area of circulation. It's definitely not side lobe. Yeah, it's still there as of our latest scan. No debris signature yet. But hopefully they extend this off to the north and east. That tornado warning. You're in Carthage right now. Should you be concerned? Carthage, Missouri. Shoot. Oh yeah, you're over here near Joplin. I mean, I'd be weather aware. Yeah. I mean, your part's coming probably within within an hour or so. So I would certainly be ready to go. Yeah. Make sure that you guys are ready to go. Make sure your safe spot is cleaned out. Make sure you have like a backpack full of supplies. Have like a helmet nearby just in case. Some elbow pads. Make sure you have your dog, your daughter, your son, everybody in the same room ready to go. Because again, if we get tornadoes today, they're going to be strong. So it's not one of the days where you want to, second guess what Mother Nature is capable here, even with this kind of slower start. As everything is in place. This is the view from Connor Croft and Stormrunner Media. They are in the same car. These storms survive long enough, will they make it to St. Louis? Not this one, but the ones later on, yeah. Like they're struggling with service there. Man, that was weird. Just a really quick increase of that velocity and then nothing. The storm is like, it seems to be pretty cyclical right now. I still think that was a legitimate signal, but that is a little weird that it is gone again. Wow, look at this view from Stormrunner Media. See blue skies popping out right next to the clouds. Never a good sign. Yeah, the western half to St. Louis should all get some pretty dangerous storms today. At least that is what the forecast is calling for. Now, as many of you guys know, or as some of you might not know, is that forecasts aren't always right. So there is still technically a chance that our storm does not do what the models are saying. But I mean, it does kind of seem like the environment is there to support strong, maybe even long track tornadoes. Definitely something you want to be paying attention to. Missouri. Yeah, I mean, I have access to it too. I also want to make sure I have Paigey Tornado ready to go here real quick because I think she's going to go live soon. Yeah, she goes live in 40 minutes. I thought I had the Missouri cameras. That's Oklahoma, Arkansas. I must have took it off. But it's okay. We have plenty of storm chasers in the area. Oh, there it is. All right, so Jordan Hall is on the storm here. Listen in. I think that's the circulation, I guess. Not sure. That kind of seems like it's not the circulation. He might be trying to send a drone up again. Yeah, he's sending the drone. We're about to get another bird's eye view of what this storm is doing. I'm covering everybody. If you got strong storms in your area, we'll be covering you. Yeah, I don't think that is the main circulation. I would assume it's further off. You should switch to the drone view here shortly. Or maybe not. I don't know. He might be just getting video. I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Top Fan, for being a member for 10 months. I do appreciate it.
See this?
Yeah.
Cell popping up?
I was going to ask you about that.
We're already full.
Yep.
Okay, it looks like he was gonna put the drone up, but then decided not to. So he immediately brought it back down. There's the storm back in that area. That looks like the main area of circulation. Geez, Storm Runner Media is right under this thing. My goodness. Do I have a filter on this? Oh, I do. Sorry. Okay. It's still kind of dark and ominous, but I did not realize that I had that color filter on it. My goodness. What is that? Is that gamma? Wow, look how crazy dark it is. I'm just kidding. I put color filters on when a rain wrap tornado is happening so we can try to peer into the rain. That's why it was on. Probably for the last time we were live. I did not realize it was on though. So I apologize. But it was only a little bit. As you can see, it is still pretty dark clouds. Oh, okay. So Jordan did put up the drone. There it is. I guess he actually did put it up.
That'd be lovely.
Not seeing no NATO in there. Man, the base of that cloud is very close to the surface.
Totally continue.
I guess they're bringing it back down again. All right. Back and forth and back and forth. They did allow this tornado warning to expire, though, by the way. Just letting you guys know. It has expired. Storm still has some rotation on it, but there is no more tornado warning. That's crazy looking. It is a crazy looking storm. I think we can all agree on that. I mean, there's definitely rotation underneath it. I don't think there's any disagreement there. It's on radar though. It doesn't look like this storm should look like this, so maybe that's why they dropped the warning. The last time they dropped it, they reissued it pretty quickly, so they might do that, or they might just, they might be thinking that this is north of the boundary. It is kind of hard to tell. We will be ready for possible storms. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Just be ready. I mean, again, there's no guarantee that we're going to be getting what the models say, but always got to watch out for that possibility that they're right. And because if they are today, we're going to be talking about a very dangerous day. But there's a lot of ifs and ands right now. One of the things that I'm noticing that is definitely catching my eye is the amount of messiness that is happening right now. We do have some storms that are a little bit more isolated near the Broken Bow area, but they are kind of struggling right now. That could change as time goes on. Those would eventually move up into like the Mena and Waldron area here in Arkansas. So I would say it's certainly worth keeping an eye on it. Thank you, Mr. Top Fan, for gifting 2 memberships. One went to Cass and another one went to George. Thank you so much. Very strong winds in Fort Smith. Yeah, that's that lower level shear making it down to the surface into your area. And you do got some storms nearby. Crazy thing is about these storms, I think the craziest thing is that we just don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings at all right now, except for this one. It's a lot of special weather statements on these storms right now. So they're not quite there yet, which is interesting. Most of our forcing is up here, so I would imagine this is going to become our most tornadic zone eventually. We shall see. You're in Springdale, Arkansas right now. The sun is peeking through the clouds. Yeah, I mean, that's one thing we definitely have going for these storms, unfortunately, is that our instability is quite elevated. We're talking about 1,000 to 1,500 joules per kilogram, which is going to be plenty for these storms to try to, stay mature here. Just trying to find the fly in the ointment, though, because something is keeping these storms at bay further to the south. Yeah, I'm guessing for down here near the Broken Bow area, seems like the main thing that I can see is a lack of forcing. There's not a whole lot of forcing down there. Kind of looks like storms that are struggling with lapse rates, but the lapse rates are 6. I guess they're just going to be slow growing storms today. Definitely not a what it hasn't started off as a very explosive storm environment, really, to be honest. What about our mid-level lapse rates? Oh, interesting. Our mid-level lapse rates. Now there's something there. So our lower level lapse rates are there, but our mid-level lapse rates are kind of lagging behind here. We're talking about around 5 in this area. But everything lines up maybe in this southeastern corner here of Oklahoma. So maybe these storms over there near Broken Bow might try to do it. Lapse rates are essentially here. We'll come over to here so I can draw. Get a clear screen. So essentially, you've got, let's say you've got, top of the atmosphere up here, bottom of the atmosphere, and the ground here. And let's say, at the top of the, or where, at least where the storm is going to be, at the top of it, you have colder temperatures. Underneath it is a little bit warmer. Underneath that is a little bit warmer. Underneath that is even warmer. underneath that is a little bit warmer there. So you have a gradient here between your temperatures in terms of how cold it is aloft in comparison to how warm it is at the surface. And the faster it gets colder, the higher the lapse rates are. And so if you have too low of lapse rates, your updrafts will struggle to maintain and stay mature. But if you're past those 6-degree lapse rates, usually they typically don't have any trouble whatsoever. Meaning the last little hurdle for these storms is going to be that lack of forcing. They can mature even with that lack of forcing. These ones are kind of in that sweet spot, I would say, for our mid-level and lower-level lapse rates. Oh, wow, check this out from Storm Runner Media. Forcing. We'll go back to our canvas in a little bit. Yeah, there's a bunch of trees here. So as we wait for them to get a better view. So forcing, let me get out my blue pen here. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, you will have wind. There's about pretty much the 300 millibar range. The higher you go up, the lower the pressure gets. And so if you have these winds moving in different directions in this area, essentially what that does is it kind of creates a void which forces air up. And so the more that they're spread apart,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Stronger that void is, and the more likely that you're going to get, storms to initiate. All right, looks like they have put this tornado warning back in on this storm. Area of rotation right here, west of New Bloomfield. That's going to be for Fulton, Kingdom City, and Oxvase. Oxvase? You guys need to be going into your safe spots. Again, that's the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. And you guys need to be getting there immediately as the storm approaches. Yes, updraft strength. Yeah. Potential updraft strength. You do need other things other than just lapse rates, but yeah. That's why when you have higher lapse rates, you can get, pretty intense updrafts. And thank you, Twisted Metal, for gifting 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you. Make sure you guys are thanking him. Oh, yeah. There's your storm. It's a decent view. Let's listen in really quick. See what all the chatter's about.
Yeah, look in the middle.
Oh, boy. Is that a tornado?
Look, guys, right there. Look, they may have a tornado down.
Yeah, they're saying that's a tornado. I don't know if it is. There's too many trees in the way to be able to say for certain, and now we're getting...
What?
Scared. I want to find a road.
You might be about to have a drone view, though.
There's no open road.
I see space between those trees.
We're going to continue just to follow it on this highway and just pull off every now and then.
I don't think that's a tornado. They said it was a tornado, but I don't know. I can't confirm. Let me see if there's any debris. There's no debris showing up on radar. Yeah, it's a maybe NATO.
I'm really trying to see something back there.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that's a definite tornado. There was a lot of motion back there.
Let's go.
Multiple vortex strong. It's getting strong.
Okay. Apparently strong tornado.
Well, I don't have it plugged in yet. Just wait.
Yeah, I'm 90% sure this thing is down. It's crazy motion.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently multiple vortex.
You have the tour?
Yes. This thing's, I'm 99% sure this is down.
Did you touch the screen? There you go.
There it is.
Yeah, droning tornado ongoing right now. Droning it.
Oh, look at that motion. Oh my god.
Yeah, it looks like a big wedge.
It's not a wedge.
Do
Oh,
you
never
wanna
mind.
Tweet that?
It's on the
Or I can
ground.
tweet it, or Spencer tweet it.
Tornado on the ground here, folks. There it is. It is touch and go, but that is certainly on the ground. It was just touching down. We got a multiple vortex, uncondensed tornado. Man, look at that motion. Oh, there it is. It's on the ground again. Multiple vortex, folks. This is dangerous. This is near north and west of Bloomfield, moving up towards
Multiple
Kingdom
vortex.
City. Oxavos as well. Again, this is a tornado that is on the ground. Look at that. There's a vortex on the left side there as well. Yep, there's another one. Multiple vortex tornado here,
Multiple
folks.
vortex strong. It's
Oh
getting
my
strong.
gosh.
Fully condensed tornado getting strong
Fully
right
condensed.
now. Ongoing. Large tornado.
Wow. You guys need to be in your safe spots for this storm. Again,
Yeah, I can't see it because on the highway there's too many trees.
Kingdom City, Oxavos here near I-70 in Missouri needs to be in their safe spots. We've got a touch and go multi-vortex tornado in progress. There it is. It's coming down again. Wow. Oh no.
It's strong.
Yeah, that seems strong. I agree with that. That's some pretty rapid motion. Wow.
It's pipe. It's a pipe. It's a
Oh
pipe.
my goodness.
Wow. Big pipe.
That is not good. Debris flying in the air. That's a large piece of debris. Oh my goodness. It is getting big so fast.
Debris in the air.
Holy mackerel. This is a strong tornado, folks. You need to be in your safe spots here in Kingdom City in Missouri. Fulton, New Bloomfield. Now, this is on the warning. It still says radar indicated, but this is certainly on the ground. Oh my goodness. Let me see if I can get my radar up without covering it up.
Very dangerous tornado ongoing. Large wedge tornado, debris in the air. Very large and dangerous tornado ongoing.
And here's that area of, can't even really see the rotation that well on radar. But that's a strong tornado on the ground heading towards Kingdom City and Ox Vase. Kingdom City, Ox Vase, we're here in Missouri. Just west by about 200 miles of St. Louis. Oh man, that looks like it's wedging out a little bit. Still in progress. Looks like it might be getting rain wrapped a little bit. No, it's still in there.
Can't tell if it wrapped itself in rain or not. I don't know where it went. Oh, I droned it. I droned the hell out of it. I just don't know. How did it lift that fast?
No, I don't think it's lifted.
I can't tell if it lifted or not, but that thing, my goodness.
That thing was solidly on the ground.
Rapid rotation out there.
If I had to guess, this thing is still a multi-vortex.
I just saw like over the trees for a second. I just looked back. I think it lifted.
Might
I'm
have
not
lifted
seeing any
there, Sam.
distinctive ground contact at the moment.
Yeah.
That was an insane tornado. My God.
Yeah, that was very fast moving too.
I'm excited to see the video of that.
Man, that was weird. How fast that
I've never
produced.
seen a storm plant such a violent tornado like that and just lift it. Oh, it's probably still cooking right there. Oh yeah, there it is, right there. Right there.
New information. This tornado warning has been
Trying to get my
upgraded.
orientation here. Oh, it's
Yeah, they
spinning.
just upgraded the
right
warning.
there. It's weak now. I can see ground, sir.
Oh yeah, there's still something. kind of back in there.
There you go.
It does. I don't know. His buddy's saying he still sees ground circulation.
Looks like,
So I would still treat this like it's on the ground. If you live in Kingdom City and Oxy Vase,
horizontals and everything. It was strong for a minute.
yeah, it was a pretty darn strong tornado. That thing was moving quick too. I really hope everybody is okay out there.
Just have to sit on that part of the highway where I can see the motion and like at the very top of
Rain wrapped? It might be. It could be rain wrapped back in there, but I feel like we can see enough underneath there.
Bring that drone back.
So the drone is coming back down. Holy moly. That was a terrifyingly fast tornado. That thing was moving, man. Like it was like, I don't know, like how do we describe it? It was moving very quickly. Like very, very quickly. And it dropped so fast. It had those little multi-vortices, and then it dropped. And once it kind of condensed fully, that thing was just like it was not a slow-moving tornado. It was like you could tell very clearly just how fast it was moving. Okay, it looks like Connor and Stormwater Media now have a view back in there. Let's listen into them now.
It's just me, Connor.
It does not appear.
Look at that thing moving like due east almost all of a sudden.
Does not appear to be on the ground from this view.
Component. I'm parked up in Fulton watching the base come at me.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to do a close intercept of this storm. Connor likes to get real close to these tornadoes, so they're probably going to wait here until that circulation comes through again.
At least this time we'll have a view with.
And I would still treat this,
We still have some trees.
folks. I would still treat this like it's on the ground.
Not as much.
There still is a debris signature with this storm at the moment, what appears. So I would certainly be in your safe spots there in Kingdom. That could also be a clearing, but as far as I can tell, I mean, that looks like it's in the right place. Yeah, that has to be the tornado there.
Reports
And so it still could be on the ground heading up north towards I-70 in Kingdom City.
Was reporting debris being lofted in the air.
It's like Paigey starting her stream.
So there eventually will be damage reports.
Yeah, that was definitely on the ground. We will certainly, unfortunately, see damage from that storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Let's go ahead and check it out. Oops. It's going to be down here. Uh-oh. One of these storms. That's not good. Yeah, this is an area where we don't want to see the storms try to produce down here. These ones could become pretty strong. The environment is there. If you live, there's like barely any cities out here, so it's pretty rural. But Nanachito, Watson, Smithville, and Beachton, you guys need to be in your safe spots. Again, these storms are in our most dangerous environment at this point. We will continue to keep an eye on that.
In here, being brought in on the backside. We're waiting to see what this will do. There's a merger happening. A nice Scuddy base forming back there. Can't see what's going on back here because of all the trees, but you guys hear tornado sirens going off.
Oh, I think the drone's going back up. I think Jordan Hall's putting it back up. Is he? No, he's not. Never mind. That was an old feed. I'm keeping an eye on Jordan's stream on the other one, and it glitched out on his website. When CC drops, let me see. Maybe. It could also be hail, though. I think this one is still touch and go on the ground, though. I mean, we still have a CC drops over here near Boydsville, in between Boydsville and Carrington. Yeah, what's happening right now with this storm is we're getting a storm split. Oh, no, never mind. We just gotten a storm that just intensified out of nowhere here. So, yeah, this is technically a merger.
A new
Technically a
tornado
merger.
warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. They are going to be extending this one off to the north and east now, towards 259, 63, 59 there. That's Big Cedar, Octavia, Haw Creek, Forester, Loving, Sugar Creek, and Huntubby. All need to be in their safe spots for this storm that's going to be coming up towards you guys. Hopefully these storms struggle. That's what I'm hoping, because if you think that tornado was strong, just wait until these storms try to produce. I mean, the environment down here is way more primed than it is up there if things can get going. Let's keep an eye on this one.
Why are there this many people chasing? Yeah, it seems that way.
Yeah, there's your mesocyclone there. You can see it. It's still rotating quite a bit. That might be the new mesocyclone, actually.
Would be a crazy.
Would be, yeah.
Look at that
I think that might be the storm merger.
That's where it's gonna happen.
Yeah. Look at that cut. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is looking dangerous. Look how much rotation is in that thing right there.
Look at that.
That's not even the main
It's
circulation,
really
I don't think.
Freaking fog. Oh, West Road's perfect too.
Wow.
Man.
He's gonna drop a hog.
Yeah, be careful out here in Missouri, folks. This storm is looking like it's going to drop, and I think what we're looking at here is this circulation now, not the one that's back up in here, but this circulation back down in here. I think this tornado has officially lifted. I think what we're seeing now is either debris fallout or clearing. Yeah, that looks like to me like a storm that wants to drop a tornado. So if you live over here near Fulton, watch out. This storm is starting to rotate. Kingdom City, Fulton here in Missouri need to be in their safe spot still. Storm handoff? Not really. This is just kind of a brand new storm.
I was going to say, look back behind the trees there. Yeah.
This storm just literally formed right next to this one.
Door back there on the ground.
Tornado.
Tornado on the ground back there. Yep. There it is.
Where?
Tore down, tore down.
Tore down, guys.
I don't know who I'm walking to. Oh yeah, it's dropping again.
Where is it?
There it is, tornado.
Tornado
I'm not
down,
seeing
guys.
it. Where?
Move.
I didn't see it. Did y'all see it? Oh, to the left? Okay.
Still down.
Still down, guys.
We have a tornado back on the ground with this storm.
Big time rain curtains in here.
Be careful, Connor.
Now they're going to come in for a close intercept now.
Tore down.
Here we go, guys. Look at this.
And it's very dark under there.
Fast.
All right.
A little bit ominous. That is for sure.
It's right here. Tornado right here. Whoa.
debris falling out of the
Right
sky.
in front of me.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at these rain curtains, chat.
Ain't going there. Nope.
Winds are definitely picking up, guys.
Fulton is in big danger. I repeat, Fulton is in serious trouble right now.
This storm right here, folks. There's your area of rotation. No debris showing up on radar yet, but Fulton and Kingdom City needs to be in their safe spots. I'm trying to get a visual on this thing.
Nope. Got sketched back there quick.
Yes, it certainly did.
I think Jordan's about to throw a drone up again, so we should get a drone view here very
Big
shortly.
wedge tornado, guys. In
We got a
progress.
wedge tornado, they're saying.
Yeah, I reversed out of there quick. Big tornado behind
What was
us.
that traffic, Connor?
Haven't condensed yet.
I say, look at the motion here.
My stream is struggling right now. I don't
Big tornado, we got.
know what's going on.
I may have to get out and look. 'Cause
Whoa.
I can't see it.
Oh yeah.
Unless you can point them at it.
That's literally a huge wedge right there.
You point at them. Really quick, guys. Look at that tornado, guys.
Literally a
Oh my
massive tornado
goodness.
right there. I'm getting rained on.
You're good.
Get a rain wrap.
It's getting rain wrapped fast, chat.
Apparently, we've got a wedge tornado inside of this storm right now. Oh, yeah.
Back in there.
Yep. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. If that whole thing is a tornado, that is not good.
No, it's like rain wrapped.
Folks, if you live in Fulton, you need to be in your safe spots.
100% huge tornado down though.
This is a real deal. Strongly rotating potential wedge tornado is on the ground with this storm right now. If you live in Fulton, you need to be in your safe spots. Kingdom City as well. This is a large, damaging tornado.
Yeah, Fulton's in big trouble here.
It's still west of the highway.
As it stands, yes.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, whoa. Can't go any further. There's just our left.
Look at those rain curtains.
Yeah. Just our left. Huge wedge in there. It is still left the highway. It's gonna cross so quickly. I mean, we got a huge RFD here.
Yeah, I think Jordan's repositioning to put his drone up. And watch right there on the left side of the screen. That's where it should be crossing. If it's not completely rain wrapped, we should be able to see something in there.
Parallel with it.
Connor, you have a wedge right now?
Yeah, huge rain wrap.
Yep,
tornado.
huge rain wrap. Guys right here in front of us.
I'm pushing through Fulton. Hopefully I can get through this town before this smacks town, but they're in trouble.
Oh, gosh. Guys, you can't see anything in there.
Yeah. Is it to our left? Might be right to our left. See that right there?
Yeah, very well might be right there.
Can't tell though.
Yeah.
I don't know. We've lost a visual on it.
The big cut up there, though, I feel like it would be up here.
I would agree. Look at the motion right there.
Yeah. I feel like it's...
No, it should be like further on, to be honest, because that is it's completely rain wrapped, and it was right next to them a moment ago. But I don't know, man. On radar, you would think there would be a large debris signature if it was a large wedge. I mean, it kind of looked big. I'm honestly a little bit uncertain. I don't want to completely disregard what they are saying. Was strong rotation in there a moment ago, but I am not sure if that is, we're not sure at this point if it's still on the ground. We're just trusting their word. I mean, we saw it for a brief moment there. Latest update. Oh, man. We got a little area of rotation starting to develop here west of Baxter Springs. Now, where is that going? Is that pushing off east? Yeah, east-northeast. Watch out there near the Baxter Springs area. A little bit of rotation developing there. Further down to our south, we still have some decent circulation here west of Cove, Missouri, going up to the north and east towards 59. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. A lot of small cities out here like Nenachito, Watson, Beachton, and Smithville in the Oklahoma area, moving into eventually into Arkansas a little bit later. Might be about to get a view of this again. It might be like what Jordan said earlier. Or like what Jordan saw. Remember when that tornado dropped down? It dropped down, became a strong, pretty thick tornado, and then lifted almost immediately afterwards. That might be what just happened here. Because I am not seeing it. Let me listen in. Keep looking. I mean, it could still be down. Oh, wow. That kind of looks tornado-y.
It might just be a scud bomb.
Need to see it without those trees in order to confirm.
Yeah, that's just a scud bomb, I think. Just a scud bomb, guys.
Yeah, I don't think it's on the ground anymore.
So it'd be right in front of us now. Just scud right there.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. I think it was on the ground for a moment, but I think it's lifted. I think it lifted. As if we go back in the radar, you can see we had some pretty decent rotation there for a brief moment. Right when it hit the ground, did we get any debris lofted? Maybe a subtle area of debris there. And now it appears to have lifted. It is not on the ground, but rotation is directly over to Fulton, according to Fulton PD. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that lines up with what we're seeing here. Keep our eye on this. Is they're right? I mean, they're right next to this circulation.
Part of the journey of hunting tornadoes in the rain, guys. Sometimes you can't see when they're down or if they are down, how long they're down for. The terrain is not helping either.
Yeah, I don't see
Seeing anything?
Right now,
Yeah, I don't think it's on the ground anymore. I think we could say that pretty well because we've had multiple different looks at different parts of the storm.
Kingdom City.
But I still want folks like in Kingdom City to be in their safe spots as this approaches. Just in case this thing tries to plant another one. Again, these storms have been planting really fast tornadoes. Like, not only just in terms of movement, these storms are moving pretty quickly. The tornadoes under them have been moving pretty quickly. but also fast in terms of just they are not on the ground for very long, but they are rotating. Like the last time we had a very clear visual of the tornado was when Jordan Hall's drone was up, and that one dropped and was on the ground for maybe 2-3 minutes, had some pretty strong indications to it, but then it lifted like it was never there in the first place. So if you live in Kingdom City, I'd be in your safe spots. There is not a doubt in my mind at this point that this storm still has tornadic potential. Now, let's come back down here and check in on some of these storms. Yeah, it looks like our rotation down here is still trying to develop and organize. As that pushes up towards Black Fork Mountain, further up to the north, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings. This one here is mainly for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going towards Prairie Grove and West Fork here in parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas. A little bit further up to the north, we have 60-mile-per-hour winds with some of these guys as well. A little bit of broad circulation there just to the west of Gravette, heading up towards Anderson and I-49. And then back up here near Joplin, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys as well. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Still monitoring this little gust front that's pushing out here. We've got to watch the northern portion of that gust front for the potential for a quick spin-up tornado as that pushes into the area. So if you live in Carl Junction, Carthage, Joplin, I would just be keeping a close eye on that area of, or I'd just be ready to go into your safe spots. I don't want you guys, looking out for this storm. I want you, to be just ready to go, be getting prepared just in case that does try to spin up. Don't want no more. There's no guarantee that's going to drop.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
What I say still stands. There's no guarantee that this will drop a tornado, but it looks like you guys are now in a tornado warning here in the Joplin, Webb City, Carl City, or Carl Junction, and Carthage. You guys need to be going into your safe spots. Again, it's mainly just a gust front right now, but we got to watch this northern area here for some rotation. That very well could get started as that gust front continues to surge out, especially in this environment. So if you live in North Joplin, Central Joplin, Carthage, and Carl Junction, you do need to be in your safe spots as this approaches. Let me see. I think this would be right around where Paigey would be. Would it not be? Is she not live yet? Let me just double check. And she doesn't go live for another 30 minutes, but she might pop on a live stream really quick, given the fact that I think she's kind of close to these storms. Yeah, we'll keep a very close eye on that storm. That's going to be one of those kind of storms that could also, kind of go from 0 to 100 pretty quickly there. Latest scan on our storm near Kingdom City. Looks like another new area of rotation is trying to get started with this storm as it pushes close to Kingdom City. Not very strong rotation at this point, but that could, like we've seen multiple times with this storm, that could easily wrap back up again. So again, just stay in your safe spots out there. Kingdom City traffic camera. Is there a Kingdom City traffic camera? Double check that. One near Jefferson City. There is not a camera in Kingdom City. There is one to the west of Kingdom City, but that one's not very close. So you're probably just looking at some clouds that are like associated over here in this area. The Joplin one is not on the ground as of our latest scans, but it could definitely wrap up, and it does appear like that rotation is getting a tad bit stronger as of our latest scan. Now, I think let me get MDOT up because I'm pretty sure we have cameras near the Joplin area. Let me just double check. Yeah, we do have cameras in Joplin. Let me get that up. That Joplin? I want to be like north. Northern Joplin. See if I can get a view of the sky itself. This might be too north. It's going to go like north of Joplin, like over here in this region up here. So I don't think, unfortunately, our cameras do not go far enough north. Ozark. Let me see. Ozark, Mississippi. Man, I've seen that city so many times. Frick. I do not know. If you're in a tornado watch, it could be very dangerous. Within the next couple of hours, you're back over here. It's going to be pretty dangerous right now. So and I know that's not very helpful, but if you can give me like a bigger city that's nearby it, I'll try my best to locate it. Ozark, Missouri, east of Nixa. Where's Nixa? Ozark, south of Springfield. Okay, yeah, right here. Yeah, so I see you. There's Nixa, there's Ozark. Yeah, eventually this line is going to be coming towards you. Areas of rotation along it on the southern side, not too bad, but obviously that could change as we go throughout the day. So I would just make sure that you're ready to go because your line of storms is going to be approaching, within the next hour or so. Oh yeah, look at this. Storm Intermedia. Decent motion inside of this storm. This is the one that's in northern Missouri.
Can you go? Yeah, you can go. I can go back.
Like north central. Yeah, it's like northwest of St. Louis. Rotation is over King City right now, but the tornado is not on the ground at this moment. There's definitely some motion underneath there. Oh, on the left side of that little thing, it's really starting to rotate in there. On the left side, a lot of motion.
Yeah.
You see that storm, or you see that cloud on the left is moving to left to right, and the cloud behind it is moving right to left. That is that center of circulation. This thing is trying to wrap up and drop yet another tornado here, folks. This storm is not done. This is the one near Fulton, Missouri, currently over King City. Next is going to be Oxvoss here in Missouri.
Failed RFD cut.
Thank you, Spicy Mike, for the 2. I'll read it in just a moment. Just changing my title here.
Yeah, that was the craziest RFD cut that failed to produce a tornado I've ever seen.
Yeah, it seems like they think that it's not going to produce here, but we will keep an eye on that storm. As we get more info here. All right, north of Joplin, latest scans. Looks like our rotation is still here. No debris signature yet, but that is it is actually continuing to strengthen as it moves towards the Carl Junction area. Pagey is in Joplin. Oh yeah, Pagey is in Joplin, Missouri. I knew she was near this area. Yeah, they might be able to get out in front of this thing. They're near Webb City. just back behind that dark mass of rain. That is where our circulation is at this moment. Is Joplin having problems? Yeah, northern Joplin is in a tornado warning. Near Webb City, Oronogo, and Alba all need to be in their safe spots here. You see right there, there's your area. Some pretty tight circulation as that pushes off towards the Carl Junction area. Let me get this set up really quick. And got them there. And then otherwise there. And then chat here, there. And them online. Don't need that. Need that. There we go. And we got all of our chasers ready to go here. Latest scan, still an area of circulation here north of Carl Junction. I'm about to cross over 171. Again, continue to be in your safe spots here. Mainly over here in, Oronogo and Alba. You guys are pretty much the closest to the circulation as you can be. Let's come back down and check in on this storm here. Oh, thank goodness. This storm is struggling. We want to see this storm struggle to the maximum degree down here. Our wind shear and our instability is, I wouldn't say it's not as strong as it was, but it's certainly enough to keep an eye on it. Oh my goodness. What in the heck is on Stormwater Media's view?
Just got it for some reason.
That's the same way as my mom's old phone does that. And then all of a sudden it'll play 10 of them at once.
Why are these supercells doing this? Just stop splitting.
They dropped the warning.
Yes, I would have dropped the warning.
We got a wall cloud on this storm.
There's rotation right there.
Yeah, storm's not quitting up here near Fulton, Missouri. And we'll definitely keep an eye on their feed there. They're going to be bottom right. Also, we got Jordan Hall that is also in that area as well. Yeah, we'll keep a close eye on this storm down here, but it does seem like it is struggling and it's kind of falling apart here as it crosses over the Arkansas and Oklahoma border. That's good. We want more of these storms to struggle. Got another area of some tighter circulation now developing just to the south and west of Prairie Grove. If you live in the Prairie Grove area in near West Fork, I would be ready to get into your safe spots. It does seem like this storm is trying to wrap up. It would not surprise me if a warning got issued on this there in Arkansas. Further up to the north, another little area of circulation is developing near Southwest City that is moving towards Knoll, Ginger Blue, Lanigan, Pineville, Anderson. That one probably won't get warned until later. And then this one over here near Carl Junction, we're still waiting on that latest scan. And I think they've allowed this tornado warning to expire up here. Yeah, this one has been allowed to expire. That tornado polygon will go away here shortly. Area of rotation is still kind of there, but it is certainly weakening. And that is the latest across the board. Also, we have severe thunderstorm warnings all the way across this area here. This one's got 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards West Fork, Perry Grove. This one over here near Centerton and Bella Vista has 60-mile-per-hour winds inside of it. If you live in Rogers, Bella Vista, Centerton would certainly be, indoors at the very least. Same thing over here near Anderson. CC on the Joplin storm? Let me check. No, that's displaced. So your velocity is up here. CC is displaced from the velocity. That might be some leaves getting blown into the air, though, by that gust front. it's either leaves or just you're getting a little bit of hail contamination because there is a little bit of hail there. But no, that is not associated with our area of circulation here. Where's Pagey at? Okay, they're near. Looks like they're trying to get just way out in front of this. It looks like they're trying to make it towards Carthage, and then they're going to go straight north. So we probably won't get a view from Pagey for a little bit. We'll be keeping a close eye on her. Also, thank you to Victoria. Not sure if I thanked you or not. Oh, I already did. Never mind. On Venmo. You would not be shocked if a weak tornado is on the ground north of Joplin. I mean, it wouldn't be the most surprising thing ever, but it is not necessarily the type of couplet, in my opinion, that it is just below that threshold to where I'm thinking like, maybe a weak tornado could be present. We definitely do have some decent winds here on the southern side. The northern side is a little bit on the weaker side of things, but I mean, it is still a pretty compact circulation. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, I'd be in your safe spots, but to me, it's just a little bit below my threshold in terms of like an imminent tornado. But those things on the leading edges of those gust fronts can spin up quite quickly. So I think everybody should be respecting that storm quite a bit. And we got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Alma, Lavaca, Mulberry, Barling, Mountainburg, Chester, Winslow here in Arkansas. Are any of these storms going to hit North Illinois? Not really. Like if you're talking about over here near Chicago, we're mainly talking about a damaging or some thunderstorm activity. Kind of the furthest north these storms are going to go are mainly over here near Geneseo or Geneseo. I don't know how you say that. Princeton and then Dixon, but yeah, I mean it's oops. Shouldn't make it that far north. That's pretty much the bottom line. Let's come back over here and check into the Joplin area. Maybe a little bit of something happening here. A little bit of stronger circulation developing now north and west of Alba. Still have this other circulation as well. Still no debris signature, but I still want Alba, Next City, Purcell, Preston, and Crossville to be seeking shelter back behind this storm. Looks like Waco over there can come out of their safe spots now in Missouri. Let me see when I got Jordan that last time, because I think I'm going to have to take him off here. Yeah. All right. So Jordan's got to go. We'll switch back over to here. We'll have Pagey underneath there. And then if we need to use him again, we certainly will. We now have Heather Carter, Matthew Jones out there as well. Aaron Pippin on the northern storm. Where's Heather Carter? Heather Carter appears to be near St. Louis. But I don't think that it's accurate. Yeah. Oops. Didn't mean to switch to this scene. Sorry. Thank you, Jerry. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of going as forecasted a little bit. I would say a little bit surprised maybe by the lack of amounts of rotation. And I think one of the big flies in the ointment might be those mid-level lapse rates right now. They are pretty weak still as of our latest updates. Lower level lapse rates are just hanging on. Lower level or mid-level lapse rates they seem to be getting worse as time moves on here. That could play a factor. Hopefully it may be keeping this not as dangerous as forecasted, but I mean everything else is still there, so I mean it's certainly not time to celebrate yet, because I mean we still got tons of instability. Lots of instability. Lower level winds as well are still particularly strong. Yeah, 50 knots of shear entering into the Bentonville Neo Show area. Libby, thank you. And we get the millennial vibes all day, I guess. Got permission to use these chaser streams? Yeah. For Storm Runner Media and Paige, we can use them for the entire stream. Paige Tornadoes trying to catch up to our storm. Looks like they're diving into the rain right now, actually. But there's a tornado in here. It's going to be embedded in this rain. There still is some decent circulation. No debris signature on radar yet, though.
Right in front of us somewhere.
The rain.
Yeah, we're not harming circulation at all.
Yeah, they're trying to sniff out this tornado inside of this rain. New tornado warning has been issued. Let's go ahead and check that out really quick. That's going to be for Jasper, Lamar, Newport, Golden City, and Milford here in Missouri. You guys need to be going into your safe spots here as the storm approaches. Again, we still have some broader circulation with this storm, but it is trying to still organize here as that pushes off towards the north and east. Again, Jasper, Golden City, and Lamar need to be in their safe spots. And we'll go check back down here on this storm just to make sure it's still struggling. Some broader circulation still in there, but yes, the storm is still struggling. It seems like most of our forcing is going to be mainly back in this area, so hopefully, we don't get any tornado warnings further to the south near Fort Smith as those storms might struggle to mature down there. And we got a lot of little supercells. We got a lot of little supercells down here. Still have this broad area of circulation over in the Prairie Grove area. A little bit of a bookend vortex moving off to the north and east. It is staying broad. It hasn't tried to tighten up. All right, let's come back up to here. And that's the latest across the board. Man, weird clouds on Storm Runner Media's view here. It's just scud. Yeah, there's like no movement to that cloud. New mesoscale. Yeah, new mesoscale discussion out over here. That's going to be for Jefferson City, Farmington, St. Louis, Hannibal, Jacksonville, Quincy, Macomb, Burlington, Galesburg. They're talking about the potential here for a watch. It will likely be a tornado watch. Looks like the main threats are going to be tornadoes and damaging winds, which is pretty interesting that they put that all the way up into Galesburg. All right, let's go back to Pagey. They're diving deep into this storm right now. See if we see any tornadoes here near the Joplin area. Yeah, I think that's scud, Dan. It has no motion. Also, keep your eye out for damage because I think they're eventually going to pass where this thing is going. Oh, wow. They just extended that tornado warning down on the southern storm here. That's going to be for this storm over just to the north and west of Mena. For Waldron, Arkansas, there's your area of circulation right there. Still moving on towards the north and east. Heading towards the Waldron area. It's still pretty broad, though. It is still technically struggling, but I think they're being cautious on that just due to the fact that the environment down there seems kind of ready to go if it can get its act together. Latest scan on this storm, still some broader circulation south and east of Nashville, continuing off towards I-49. Not quite strong enough, I think, to support a tornado at this moment. Yeah, let's go back to Pagey's view. Looks like on their radar that it's past them, but it hasn't updated, and they've been obviously driving. They might have just missed that circulation. If their little blue dot is correct. Unfortunately, with a storm like this, you're just not going to really be able to see much if there's literally any rotation inside of this thing right now. It is rain wrapped by quite a decent degree. I mean, we do have two little circulations still within this spot. No debris signatures yet as that continues off towards Lamar. Road cams. I don't think we have any road cams in that area. We do have road cams in the Arkansas area if needed. I don't know if we have any as far south as Waldron, though. Yeah, we do have one. Let me at least get this set up really quick. Man, that looks pretty crazy on Storm Runner Media's feed. Is that literally just Scud?
Bless you.
Scary looking Scud. That cloud is just touching literally the ground, but I don't think it's tornado. And neither do they, or they wouldn't be driving directly at it. Thank you, Gran, for the 5. Thank you so much. Sitting in your storm shelter. Yeah, if you're in your storm shelter, just continue to be to sit there. Continue to sit there until we get more information on what this storm is going to do. Jasper should be good, but I just want you to continue to stay there. The circulation should go to your north, but let's just wait until this leading edge passes you, and then we'll give you the all clear there. But I would still continue to be there just for a little bit longer. Yeah, I think that's the best course of action there. They're still trying to keep up with it, but this storm is moving really fast, and the road that they're on, I just don't think it's a good angle. Wait, why is this back up? What the heck? Wait, no, that's because I switched back over here. Let me just make sure this is off on this side, just in case I do accidentally switch back over there. All right, let's go check back over on our latest scans here out of the Jasper area. Yeah, still pretty broad circulation, actually, on this storm. It's looking a little bit less. dangerous as it did moments ago. And this circulation over here near Mena is still struggling. I think there is a camera near Waldron. Pretty sure. Yeah, south of Waldron, there's a camera. We'll see if we see anything. Might be the storm back in there, maybe. It's high SRH. Yeah, no, yeah. The SRH has been pretty elevated around this storm, which is honestly why it's just kind of baffling at this moment that we really don't have any very strong rotations right now. I mean, our storm relative velocity is around 400 to 450. Effective, or that's not effective. That is 0 to 3. So I mean, that is plenty. I mean, that is definitely elevated. It's I mean, these storms are moving right into that environment as we speak. I mean, you would expect to see circulations all the way up this line, but we are not seeing it right now. And I think one of the things that might be contributing to that is one, storm mode, and the other thing is that you know, our mid-level lapse rates are a little bit on the low end, which might not be allowing these storms to kind of mature past a certain point, maybe keeping them just out of, you know, some of that worst shear. That storm is heading north. Then the cams along the OK State line might get them. Probably not. I think our best chance with that camera, because it's just here south of Waldron, so it's in a good spot if this does try to produce. Yeah, latest scan is indicating that this is trying to strengthen again a little bit. Definitely need to continue to watch this storm. It struggled for a decent amount of time, and it might be trying to make a comeback. This is our current view of that storm. This camera, again, is just south of Waldron. If I refresh here, we can show you guys. So there's Waldron. It's pretty much it's pretty much in one of the best places one of these cameras could be to catch something here. And it's looking down to the south, so it might see something. That might be the storm back there, actually. But it's just a little bit too far to really see too much of what's going on, mainly because we have some hills in the region. All right, latest over here north of Alma here in Arkansas. Alma, Chester, Mountainburg still need to be sheltered in place here for some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts being possible. Back over here near Farmington, do still have this area of broader circulation over here near Fayetteville, near Johnson as well. I would still continue to be indoors and away from windows, and just be prepared to go to your safe spots if needed. Again, the storm is not very strong rotation yet, so it's not tornado warned, but can't rule that out eventually as that approaches areas like Eureka Springs down the line. And then further back up to here, still have this storm near Lamar, Milford, and Newport. Seems to be actually maybe strengthening its rotation a little bit. Still a little bit on the broad side of things. But some stronger winds, at least in the southern side, are going to be surging this a little bit more. That might allow the storm to try to wrap up maybe a little bit more effectively. So still want Newport, Lamar, and Milford to be respecting the storm, continuing to be in your safe spots. Yeah, circulation means the same thing as rotation. I use them interchangeably. Bucky, I will time you out. I am not afraid. Thunder and lightning, yeah. This whole line's going to have some pretty heavy rain, thunder, and lightning with it. So lowering on the weather cam in Waldron. Oh, shoot. Where did I put that thing? Let's make sure we're current here. Sometimes those cameras lag behind a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it's windy out here. Not seeing a lowering as of our latest scans. It seems like whatever is going to be back in here will most likely be some sort of a rain-wrapped mess. This is this tornado warning near Waldron, Arkansas. And yeah, our latest circulation, thankfully, is still relatively broad south and west of Waldron. Starting to get bad in Lamar. Yeah, continue to be in your safe spots. It's going to get pretty intense there in Lamar here shortly. Any sized hail. 70-mile-per-hour winds for Carroll and Madison, Arkansas now. Which one is that? This one right here. So it's heading up towards Fayetteville, Lowell, Elkins, Eureka Springs. 70-mile-per-hour winds. Those are pretty strong winds. You definitely want to be indoors and away from windows with this guy. Let me see if Carmen is live. Not. Who else could be live? Maybe PA Storm Trackers. They're also not live. All right, just double checking. All right, Bucky. Don't test me though. I'm quick. Blondie's quick with that ban button and that timeout button. We don't take Chaz slander lightly here on this channel. All right. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. I did not make you do it. Nope. Read the Springfield Observed Sounding Report. Ooh, they just released one. Oh, they did. All right, so we have an observed sounding out of the Springfield area. What do we got here? This is a balloon that was just launched in the Springfield area not too long ago. Let's see here. Lapse rates, decent. Cape. The surface is decent. Mixed layer, not as much. Man. Storm relative velocity, 400. So looks like our meso analysis is right. 35 knots near the surface. Huh. Not a whole lot of turning with height. It like slowly turns with height. That's interesting. We're a little bit parallel on our wind vectors with mainly just near the surface where it turns back. So we get a little bit of backing near the surface. Pretty saturated profile here. Curved photograph, maybe a little bit of veer back veer in a couple of those areas. Not a terrible sounding for tornadoes. There are some issues though. A little bit parallel on our wind boundaries, or on our wind, our wind throughout the height of the atmosphere. a lot of our winds are going in the same direction. They're not really turning too much, but they do turn just gradually. Let's go check back over here with our storm. Yeah, it looks like our center of circulation is now going over the Lamar, Missouri area right now. If you live in Lamar, continue to be in your safe spots. It does not appear like, though, there is a tornado on the ground. Still some pretty broad circulation, but there is going to be some pretty strong winds associated with this area. So if you live over there near Newport and Milford, and also especially Lamar, continue to be seeking shelter there. Let's come back down into the Waldron area. Yeah, still talking about broad circulation down here. Still struggling.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. If I had to guess, it would be extending this one to the north. Nope. Down here. Is it? No. Where is that tornado warning? I just got a new notification. It came out near Arkansas, northeastern Arkansas. Let me do a refresh. There it is. No. Yeah, there it is. So they're warning this storm. Little area of rotation over here near Mountainburg. Kind of weird, though. Kind of seems a little bit side loby, but if you live near Chester and Mountainburg, I'd be in your safe spots there. Let me just double check here to make sure that none of these cameras are going to be close to this guy. Mountainburg. Right there. I mean, this is south of Chester. Looks like there is anything in this storm. It's pretty rain wrapped. It definitely seems to be a lot of rain back in there. Lots of tree damage being reported. I don't think it's a microburst. I just think that storm has some pretty strong winds with it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for our northern cell now. That's going to be for Milford, Sheldon, Jericho Springs, Montevallo, and El Dorado Springs. If you guys live in any of these areas, get into your safe spots. You've been put under a tornado warning. Area of circulation that has prompted this warning is now just to the north and east of Lamar. And we're getting some reports that there's a decent amount of trees down with this storm. So very likely some pretty strong winds on either side of this storm. Very capable of producing some tree damage. So if you live in Milford, Jericho Springs, Montevallo, that area of stronger winds is going to be pushing pretty close to you. This is not, no. You don't want to use the radar. That's too far away. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still not showing a whole lot of rotation near the surface on this thing, but I'm guessing we got a lot of loft. Yeah, we have a decent amount of rotation aloft. So got to watch out for that to make it down to the surface. 70-mile-per-hour winds for Barry, Missouri. That is the latest update on your severe thunderstorm warning. Let's come back down here and check it over near Waldron. And not a whole lot going on there just yet. Checking Louisiana. Not going to be enough forcing down here to support a tornado threat, most likely. Storm is kind of wrapping up over there near Waldron, but there is not that much Not that much strong rotation, thankfully, on this storm. I've got a feeling this one's going to be similar to the one up to the north with a decent amount of rotation aloft. Yeah, a little bit better rotation aloft than there is near the surface. So it's mainly just, when do these storms become surface based and try to produce? That's the main question. Let's go check back up here where we have our camera that is very close to this storm near Chester, Arkansas. Lots of rain coming down. A little bit windy. Nothing too crazy, though. In southern Louisiana, and that is definitely not where I would expect one. So no. Yeah, I said Barry, Missouri, I think. Let me just double check that. I don't want to mislead you. I'll bring up that warning again, hopefully. No, yeah, I think I said Barry. The last severe thunderstorm warning, though, was for Benton, Arkansas for 60-mile-per-hour winds. All right, latest scan on this storm. It does appear like our circulation might be tightening a little bit here near the Milford area.
A tornado warning has been issued.
Like they are deciding to extend this tornado warning off to the north and east. Still radar indicated. That's going to be for Boonville Magazine and near Blue Mountain here in parts of Oklahoma. Arkansas. Still not a whole lot of strong rotation on this guy just yet, but again, just keep in mind, aloft there definitely is some decent rotation there. Where's Paigey at now? She ever get back out in front of this? Let's listen in, see what they're saying. They're near Jasper. Keep your eye out for some tree damage. We had some reports of some trees down in Jasper. Most of Louisiana should be good. The only area that will have a little bit of an elevated tornado risk is going to be back over in here near like the Ashdown, Texarkana. These storms have a small chance of producing a tornado. That's why areas like Shreveport, Benton, Minden, Greenville, Vivian there in Louisiana are in a tornado watch. If you can give me like an area where Butler is nearby, that'll be helpful. Something a little bit easier to recognize, unless it's a bigger city. Let me just check. Not seeing it. Lines of damaging winds, up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Heading into Purdy and Cassville, further up to the north, 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible. Over here near Aurora, Mount Vernon, Miller, and Greenfield and Stockton. Those are coming in to your guys' area here, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes. New mesoscale discussion. Let's go check it out. Favorable environment for tornadoes. Wind damage, discrete storms will be slightly favored with southward extent. It's going to be over there in northwestern to northern Arkansas and southwestern to southern Missouri. They're staying pretty much, they still expect a strong tornado threat to exist. Happy Easter. Yeah, happy Easter to y'all too. Hopefully you guys have had a decent Easter before things have gotten a little bit ugly out here. Windows reportedly blown out in Fayetteville. It's Fayetteville. Isn't that like... Oh, wait, this circulation might be close to one of our cameras. You go check in on that really quick. And there's something near that mountain on the left side, top left side. Rotation really is not that strong with this storm yet. Only worth still keeping our eye on it. This northern tornado warning has lost pretty much all of its rotation. They're south of, okay, there's Fayetteville. Interesting. Windows blown out in the Fayetteville area. There's not much rotation there, so that probably wasn't tornado related. Maybe some debris got pushed around by some trees there. Let me check our warnings. Yeah, I mean, there's 70-mile-per-hour winds potentially in this storm, so it could have been some debris being lofted into the air, maybe some twigs, maybe some trees falling over there near Elkins and Hinesville in the Fayetteville area. Most likely straight line, if I had to guess. There's a little bit of a back end vortex trying to develop here. No. I mean, a subtle debris signature there, but I think that's clearing. It's not strong enough to be able to be like, yeah, that's a tornado. But it is interesting that could have been those winds really picking up. What's Stormrunner Media doing? Seems like they are blasting south. They are near Jefferson City again, so they're going to be out of storm contention here for a little bit, but they should get back into the view eventually. Wasn't the biggest risk today? That should be the case. Our wind shear should start to show up, and we should start to get quite the QLCS tornado threat out of this line of storms. Latest update here on the storm near Milford, north of Milford, heading up into Montevello. This storm is still trying to wrap up. It's still a little bit on the broad side in terms of of circulations, which means that it's going to have more trouble producing tornadoes. But it's still really darn close. If that tightens up at all, that could be pretty dangerous. New tornado warning has been issued now for this area of circulation. Not a whole lot of rotation in this at the surface. Aloft, there is a little bit there. So if you live in Sarcoxy and Mount Vernon, I would be in your safe spots. Radar indicated rotation there. I need to fix my Cash App. What's wrong with my Cash App? Is it broken? Cash App is still working. Near Sheldon, Missouri. Where? Oh, this one? Yeah. We've been keeping an eye on it. I guess you could call it a bookend vortex. It is kind of on the backside of that little boundary there. So I think that's a fair point. Louisiana is fine for now. There are some storms in the Louisiana area, but none of these are really much of a threat right now. Oh, Bucky said he sent a Cash App. Oh, well, it's not the Cash App I need to fix. It's the okay. All right. Thank you for the 5, Bucky. But we're gonna turn every minute of that donation. Blondie, give him a timeout. I'm serious. 5-minute timeout for him. He's pushed it too far. See you in 5 minutes, Bucky. Yeah, latest scan down here. Yeah, one of the things I really don't like about this area, couple of couplets do appear to be, we might be getting our first legitimate QLCS tornado threat of the day down here in this area. We are getting a lot of kinks in this line. It's over there in Missouri. It's come over here back into Arkansas. Rotation is still struggling quite a bit. A little bit of broad circulation still exists with this storm, but it is certainly not looking very tornadic at this moment. And then further down to the south near Waldron, still have an area of some broad circulation. That one is also still struggling to do really much at all here. We also got a new severe thunderstorm warning a little bit further down to the south. Over here near Dirks. Mineral Springs. That's going to be most likely for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, 60-mile-per-hour winds there. Another area of storms, another batch of storms we'll have to watch to see if they can get, matured and, tap into the shear environment. But I think our shear is going to continue to kind of rocket up to the north. Really zeroing in on this spot because I think our shear is about to really start to increase up there. If our models are correct. Let me just double check, see what's happening in this area. Yeah, right now our strongest wind shear is technically right over in northwestern Arkansas. But that's eventually going to move up into, near just to the east of Joplin. And even if you're not in the, the strongest wind shear, I mean, we still have about 40 knots of wind shear over most of our storms right now. 45 knots of shear kind of in this area. And then a little area, 50 knots of shear, pretty much right in here. So definitely still enough shear to support a strong tornado threat. Uh-oh. Jazzy, you're limping. You got your fingers all crossed. He got his toenails all crossed. They were like this. He came in here limping like he was hurt, but he's all right. All right, just going to update on this tornado warning. Still radar indicated. They are still continuing it, though. We are still monitoring these areas of circulation moving into the Scotts City and Mount Vernon area here in Missouri. I don't know what you mean by that, Ben. That was a weird comment. It could be taken a couple of ways. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm still not concerned for this storm near Waldron. It is definitely struggling. And the rotation aloft is starting to die down as well. I mean, I still think we should keep an eye on these storms, but that rotation is just not looking particularly dangerous at this moment. Where's Freddie McKinney at? Let me see where Freddie is. Where the old Fredster's at. If he's further south, might keep him in our back pocket. He's in Wabaloo, Missouri. He is further south. I think he's like, where is he? Oh, he's like right next to this. There he is. He's in Wabaloo. So I think he's trying to intercept this storm back over here. We might have to use him. We'll see. Still some broader circulation here as that pushes off. Now kind of heading just south of El Dorado Springs up into 39 here. Is that a Boeing segment? Yeah, definitely on the southern side of this, heading like near Stockton. Definitely some stronger winds with this storm. I mean, we're talking about 60-mile-per-hour winds, so it'll be strong enough to give you a little bit of a fright, that's for sure. But, I can promise you, as long as you're indoors and away from windows, you'll be all right. Latest scan with this storm, our area of circulation is exiting our tornado warning. They'll probably allow it to expire here shortly. Not really seeing anything like overly concerning in the Arkansas area, even though we do have multiple tornado warnings down there. Those rotations are pretty darn weak at this moment. Trees down in Pagey Stream? I think I did. How long ago was it? Try to find it. Oh, I think that was it. Yeah, on the right side of the screen there, big old branch down and a tree on what appeared to be a power line. On Wobble and Wobbaloo. You might be behind just by a little bit, Regina, just letting you know. I would double check. And in fact, we'll just take this moment to make sure that everybody is up to date. Check your time according to my time here. It should be about, 5 to 10 seconds behind my seconds. You're over a minute behind. You are definitely well behind on the stream. The latest scan here south of El Dorado Springs, we are really seeing this rotation get very broad here as the storm seems to be continuing to become outflow dominant at this moment. This is mainly, I think, still a concern for some damaging winds, but that rotation is certainly struggling at the moment. Kansas City radar is kind of showing the same thing as a Springfield radar as well. Further down over here near Sarcoxy and Wentworth, heading towards La Russell, Sarcoxy and Wentworth come out of their safe spots. Same with Reeds. Down here in southwestern Missouri, just to the east of Arkansas. I mean, not Arkansas, Joplin. Latest update from the MWS out in this region is saying, rotation indicated still right now. Stott City, I would still continue to be in your safe spots, though, for the time being. Because, again, those rotations, they can get going pretty quickly, but they have been struggling, if that gives you any peace of mind, but I would still be in your safe spots just in case. What's that going to do? That is so cute, though, that Chazzy came in here. He's begging for help. He was like, help! My fingers got all crossed. Lapse rates are not cooperating. Yeah, let me check in on those mid-level lapse rates. Yeah. Yeah, they really are. Mid-level lapse rates are still at around like 5.5. Near Springfield, though, that's kind of our line. Where the six lapse rates show up there, and that also is confirmed as well with our observed sounding out of Springfield from not too long ago. Are you okay in Southwest Missouri for now? Yeah. None of our storms down here, even though we do have a tornado warning, none of our storms down here have strong or dangerous rotation right now. Not even this one over here near El Dorado Springs. Very broad circulation. So, I would still certainly be ready to go into your safe spots if you're not in your safe spots right now. But for now, at least our tornado threat is struggling at the moment. They did allow this tornado warning. Where is it? Over here near Mulberry, Arkansas, to expire. We still do have some broader circulations, though, over here near Huntsville, but that's not surprising. That storm has been struggling for a while, and this one over here is also struggling a lot. This tornado warning will be allowed to expire 100% unless that rotation starts to pick back up again. Yeah, so a little bit of a lull right now, but that environment still remains pretty favorable. Let me see what our wind shear is going to do later on today, according to our latest models. And they're going to be doing kind of the same thing, so I guess it's just going to be kind of on and off tornadic potential. New little update here, 70-mile-per-hour winds still possible along this part of the line here, heading towards Aurora, Mount Vernon, Miller, Greenfield, Stockton, Osceola, and Lowry City. Are you good in North Waldron? Yeah, Waldron's good to go for the rest of the day, actually. Yeah, the Missouri NWS Springfield is doing a great job. They're warning these storms. They're getting them out. They're probably short-staffed, and they're doing a wonderful job. Also, Arkansas is doing a pretty good job, too. And now we have 0 tornado warnings in Arkansas, but we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning over here near Eureka Springs, Holiday Island, Berryville, and Blue Eye. That's going to be for those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts again. So, again, some pretty strong winds coming your all's way. Definitely don't want to be outside for that. Oklahoma, yeah, you guys dodged a bullet. The storms just couldn't get their act together, thankfully, because of those that lack of those mid-level lapse rates kind of kept the storms pretty mid. It's a mid storms, which is what you want. The outflow adjacent to the storms can choke off the tornado potential. It can, time to time, but what we're really looking at here really isn't an outflow boundary per se. It's more of a frontal boundary. But yeah, I mean, if any of these storms start to form, a little area of circulation, and then nothing happens, it's pretty easy to assume that it's probably just a lot of cold air is kind of around the storm. Yeah, latest scans here looking like we still have some very broad circulation here near El Dorado Springs. Still appears to be outflow dominant at the moment, or cold air dominant, as that pushes up towards 39 and 54. So not a whole lot of changes there. Also another special weather statement back up here near New Cambria and Callow, here in Missouri. Except it's going to be for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. You did see a big wreck on Arkansas.cam. Did you see it live? A little calmer. The severe weather threat probably won't be calmer. And the tornado threat, I think today is going to fluctuate throughout the day. Let me check on our thermos. I mean, all these storms in Arkansas have plenty of instability. Winds are a little bit parallel, though. Mid-level lapse rates are struggling. I mean, these storms down in here, further to the south in Arkansas, I think one of the main problems with these guys, is that the forcing. You can see all of our forcing is up here. So all these little purple, pink lines, that is that spreading apart of the wind vectors aloft in the 300 millibars. That creates pretty much like a little vacuum that forces our storms up into mature. So most of our mature storms are going to be up here in the Missouri area. Storms will struggle to mature down into the Arkansas area because the forcing there is a lot lower. I think it's still worth watching it. I mean, if any of these storms can mature, I mean, they're gonna have enough shear to produce strong tornadoes. But as you can see, they're not really tapping into that shear environment quite yet. Okay, so now we're down to 1 tornado warning in Missouri. Are we actually gonna have a moment here with no tornado warnings? I don't believe it. I refuse to believe. But I hope that is going to be the case. So Walden is all right for today. Yes, Waldron, Arkansas is good to go. The capping is developing near the storms. Let me see. Oh yeah, good catch. That's another thing that's starting to happen here. So another thing that's going against these storms is developing. Here we got a little bit of a capping, so a surface inversion, some cooling near the surface, a little cold pull is extending into our instability out in front of these storms. So look at that. That, as you can see, according to our latest WRAP forecast, that was not supposed to happen. So this over here is what the forecast was, and this is what we're currently seeing. And you can see there's not supposed to be capping along this line all the way until eastern Missouri. Now, will that have a 100% no tornado cancellation effect to it? Probably not. We do have a little bit of an inversion, but again, with the amount of SRH that we have, we're probably going to be susceptible to tornadoes pretty much as long as this line and our wind shear is strong enough. But what that does indicate is that it might be a little bit more fewer far in between than we were initially expecting. Line's moving pretty fast. Could it outrun the cap? Well, here's the thing. It's really not moving that fast. Maybe like further up to the north, but I mean, the cap isn't, I mean, it's just a surface inversion. So the storms are already somewhat mature. So it'll moderate the tornado threat a little bit, but with that much wind shear, I mean, I'm still expecting some areas of this line to still be tornadic in the future. Yeah, we got Storm Intermedia, Garrett, DL, and Connor all in the same car. They are moving down to the south, trying to get back into position. Yes, happy Easter to the lady in the blue dress. And then we've got Pagey Tornado over here. Wow, look at all this flooding. There's actually a decent amount of flooding in that field. Where are they? Golden City, Missouri. Let me see how fast this line of storms is moving. Well, I mean, it's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so. I think the main thing that I'd be looking for are the little surges of our wind fields. You can get a big old surge of our wind field out in front of pushing some of these storms into more instability. That would be something you'd have to watch for, like those gust fronts where we watch for that circulation on the northern side of it, kind of like how this one started back over here. But this one pretty quickly went outflow dominant. Oh, you changed your screen name. Gotcha. Well, welcome back. And Houston, your tornado threat is pretty darn low down here. But there is like a chance for some severe weather. That's mainly going to be North Houston. And then tomorrow you guys might have some thunderstorms left over. But as you can see, there are some storms forming by you, but I really do think your tornado chances down here are going to be pretty low. But I wouldn't rule out some isolated severe weather. Thanks for covering the weather on a holiday. Yeah, no problem. I used to celebrate Easter, but now that I'm older and don't have any kids, yeah, no. I am not making eggs for myself, especially today because my stomach is still pretty oof. Will PA get any of these storms now? No, yeah, not like yesterday. Oh, they did upgrade this severe thunderstorm or this special weather statement to a severe thunderstorm warning for the Macon and La Plata area. Maybe for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Wind picking up in Springfield for sure. Yeah, that's that lower level jet just kind of making it down to the surface. You still got a little bit before this line of storms gets to you. Let me see where Freddie is. I don't think it's worth pulling up his feed yet because it's such broad circulation. I'm still keeping an eye on him on the side though, just in case it shows something because he's technically pretty close to this storm right now. But latest scans on it, some broader circulation still exists here. If this storm can kind of get its act together, it's possible. And we could still have to keep an eye on that, but they still haven't extended this tornado warning. I think the circulation is about to move out of the tornado warning. Let me check around back over here into Arkansas. Some broader circulation down here south of Huntsville. Storms down further to the south are still struggling to mature. Interesting. I like it. New update on this severe thunderstorm warning. Still 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Mount Vernon, Greenfield, Osceola, and Lowry City. I mean, come on. It's Easter. Surely this just falls apart. Come on. Let's go up and down the line here for our severe thunderstorm warnings. Down over here, we got 60-mile-per-hour winds moving towards 278, still pushing off towards the east. Further up to the north, though, we got another area here warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, heading towards Coal Hill and Clarksville, near Clarksville, Havana, Blue Mountain. Guys still need to be indoors or expecting the storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds also possible with this storm over here near Ozark and Huntsville here in Arkansas. And then a little bit further up to the north, right on the border of Missouri and Arkansas, we still have a storm here with 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Berryville and Blue Eye. That's how we know you're not the real Chaz. You just snitched on yourself, Chazzy Noodle. Dang. You see, Chaz knows that he has a doggy door. Oof. I thought there was something suspicious. All right, for this severe thunderstorm warning, a little bit further up to the north, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts are still going to be possible here from Aurora through Miller, Greenfield, and Stockton as well. And then all the way up to the north near Montrose, Deepwater, Clinton, and Leesville. We're still talking about the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there as well. So that is what we're talking about across the board. Be watching out. Here, Boone County, not sure. One thing I do want to do is sometimes the dogs do need a little bit of encouragement. Not Chaz per se, but the other ones. So I'm gonna step outside for a little bit. I'll be keeping an eye on the radar Just give me like, let's see, like a minute or two. Just to get the dogs out there. Once they're out there, they'll do their business. But I just want to make sure that they don't need encouragement. So I'll be right back. The heck? Oh my goodness. Yo, it really is the real Chazzy Noodle. Doggy door was broken. What a stroke of luck for that random individual. It can still open, but the magnet fell off. So the doggy door part was like propped open, letting bugs in. If I didn't go over there and check, the magnet really fell off. How did they know? It must be the real Chaz. I was so flabbergasted. I was like, this dude broke into my house, I think. I think this user with the name Chazzy Noodle broke into my house. What did I say about the cap? We got a little bit of a surface inversion working in right now around these storms. So we got a little bit of rain cooled air kind of filtering in. And that extends all the way into northern Arkansas at this moment. I mean, we still have strong enough wind shear to where that shouldn't cancel out the tornado threat. Like if we had like 20 knots or 30 knots of shear, that would probably, put a pin in it. All right, thankfully Chazzy Noodles. Thankfully Chazzy has a phone. What a weird stroke of luck. That is wild. Cannot believe that. All right, let's go check in on our Stormchasers. See what's happening. Looks like Storm Runner Media is still out and about. Still relocating. It looks like Pagey's found herself into another rainstorm near Lockwood, Missouri. Shreveport, tornado risk should be pretty low, in all honesty. A lot of our wind shear is going to be moving up to the north, so it's not going to be too long until that wind shear kind of goes below the criteria in which I would be worried about a tornado threat down there. New severe thunderstorm warning out over here for 70-mile-per-hour winds, 1 inch hails possible, heading towards Boulevard, Fairplay, Humansville. Okay, this city 100% is just filled with aliens. Warsaw, Lincoln, and Cole Camp. Also got an extension of this severe thunderstorm warning off to the east towards Green Forest, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Humansville. Sure. Like if there was like a civilization of aliens trying to appear more human, that is exactly what they would name their city, Humansville. We're on to them. They're here, folks. And they live in Humansville. My goodness. Could you be any more obvious? I mean, come on. Obviously. Well, I think we could say at least until this point, NATO cast has been wrong. Wife's friends lived in Humansville for a while. I'm telling you, I would check to make sure they're not aliens. They found out abort mission. How did he know? We are human. I mean, can't you tell? We live in we named our city Humansville. Obviously, we can't be anything else but humans. I'm getting chapped lips. I'm just seeing some of the photos from yesterday of that tornado, that first tornado that happened yesterday. Just crazy. Just recently, for them not issuing tornado warnings, they issued possible tornado signatures. Where? For Springfield, I mean, it's still an elevated tornado threat. You know, it definitely could start to get that QLCS tornado threat start to develop here at any time, but it is struggling to. This tornado warning expires in 1 minute, and in fact, they're going to allow it to expire. So we are officially, folks, believe it or not, at 0 tornado warnings. First time in quite a while. I'm surprised, honestly. It's pronounced Homansville or Humansville. It's a little bit curious. I'm a little bit curious. I wonder. A little area of circulation there. Developing near Huntsville. I have to keep an eye on that. Yeah, a bunch of bugs just made into my house because of that doggy door being cracked open. North-south line of storms. Yeah, it is pretty. The interesting thing about it is that we really don't have a whole lot of turning with height with a lot of these winds, which might be why the the QLCS tornado threat. Because usually when you get even if you have a line of storms, there is you do need a little bit of perpendicularity. Mm. The sounding out of Springfield kind of indicated that it's not going to be, as elevated as a threat. There's a town called Tightwad in Missouri. No way. Really? They allowed the severe thunderstorm warning near the Springfield area to expire. Sure how long that'll last. Get back over here into the Texarkana. We'll go up and down. 60-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Mineral Springs, Cotton Shed. Still. This one over here is still warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's heading towards Havana and Belleville. This one was extended off to the east for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Next in line is going to be Green Forest Haw, and then further down the line, Jasper, Western Grove, Harrison, Bergman, Lead Hill, and Diamond City in Arkansas. And then up here, we still have a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning. That's going to be for Fairplay, Bolivar, Humansville, Wabaloo, Hermitage, Warsaw, Lincoln, and Cole Camp. Further up to the north, we've got Macon and La Plata in the path of some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that is all the severe thunderstorm warnings we have ongoing right now. I mean, you can really tell, in comparison to the rest of the world, this storm is pretty darn small. When you zoom out, that radar gets huge. And it's looking messy, not gonna lie. See, I'm sure there's people on Twitter that are giving their little 2 cents. Oh yeah, so these were the trees and power lines down, according to Page. A tree fell. Look at that. Big old part of the tree broke off. Little branch there. On the little branch there. So this was the one of the photos posted from Jordan Hall. That close-up shot of that tornado we saw live earlier on the stream. Oh wow, some photos of some tornado damage from yesterday out of Weatherford, Texas. Posted that. Crazy shot that is. Your app isn't updating current warnings? Oh, it is. You check it with Radar Omega. Yeah, it's fine. A new update on our severe thunderstorm warning down here. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Heading towards Amity, Murfreesboro, Mount Ida, Mount Pine as well. Springfield, Missouri. Wait, really? Oh, yeah. I do not know what's up with that. Huh. Now that is weird. Yeah, because there's a 70-mile-per-hour wind warning on this storm heading towards Ash Grove, Springfield, Republic, and Nixa. You know, I wonder if this is like one of those storms that'll just kind of struggle until like the nighttime. Marble, Arkansas. Oh yeah, yeah. You guys are in quite the storm there. A little bit of rotation trying to develop there. Not very strong yet, but worth keeping an eye on. Do we know wind direction? Yeah, it should be like out of the west to the east. Important neighbors got a rotted tree over your house. Yeah, it should be coming out of the let me do this really quick. We'll bring up the METAR. Like out in front of the storm, it should be coming out of the south to the northwest, and then behind the storm should be coming out of the south west to the northeast. But that helps a little bit. And Scoff has someone on that storm. He's showing something on his feed. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of circulation there. It's not very strong, but I will say we are kind of in a little bit of a radar hole. But both radars are indicating the same thing. How do you get Omega on PC? I am using Omega right now because there's something going on with WeatherWise's warnings. For some reason, it's just not showing this warning at all. It's showing all the other ones, but this one's not popping up. I messaged the developer, but I think he's on vacation or something. Yeah, low level jet is parallel, so that's also going to play a factor. Storm intermedia near anything yet? Are they at? They're going to be where like Connor is. And they're all the way up north near Macon. For a local TV station. Okay. Storms breaking up. Kind of. I mean, they're not strong. In terms of like the tornado potential right now, I think it's still worth looking out for them, but we haven't had many indications of strong rotation in a pretty long time. This line is relatively calm in terms of the tornado threat. We do still have some strong winds, though, 70-mile-per-hour winds up the leading edge of this line heading into Springfield and Nixa. All right, thanks for bringing that to my attention. You guys got a new tornado watch issued for Davenport, Burlington, Quincy, St. Louis, Farmington, Poplar Bluff, Cape Girardeau, Carbondale, Centralia, Springfield, and Peoria. Saying a couple strong tornadoes possible, scattered hail of up to ping pong ball size possible, and scattered gusts of up to 70-mile-per-hour winds are likely. Is that the first time they've said strong tornadoes are possible today on a tornado watch?
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah. Yeah, the last one, they said several tornadoes likely. This is the first time they've said strong tornadoes are possible. That far up to the north, which is interesting. And that severe thunderstorm warning is still not showing up on WeatherWise. That is so odd. Usually they don't have many issues, and usually when they have them, they fix them quick, but the dev still hasn't seen my my message. Trees down in Pinesville. I turn on storm reports. Since we are using Radar Omega, we can use all it's got.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Yeah, it seems like most of our damage reports have been back over here near the Joplin area associated with this guy right up here. And another little damage report over here near Mount Vernon. Tree down on the state highway.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Not a whole lot of damage reports yet in the Arkansas area. Storms are still struggling down here. Some severe winds of 60 miles per hour are possible all the way up this line, though. For Amity, Delight, Okolona, Mount Pine, Danville, Ola, Dardenville, London, Russellville, Jasper, Ponca, Harrison. And then in Missouri, it's 70-mile-per-hour winds heading towards Springfield, Nixa, Republic, also over here near Warsaw and Bolivar. What is this one more? The one near Sedalia, though, that one's for 60 miles per hour. And so I think is this one near La Plata. Yeah, it's pretty big. Yeah, it kind of just connects this watch to pretty much, yeah, it's slowly coming in here. You think a couple strong tornadoes possible is a bit lower than several tornadoes likely. Interesting. Did you start to watch it out near Indianapolis? Not really. I don't think this is going to make it to you in Indianapolis.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Our latest, well, I have forgotten how to use this app. There we go. Latest severe thunderstorm areas here appear to be stopping mainly in the Illinois area. So Indianapolis won't have much of a threat other than thunderstorms tonight. Not severe. Yeah, I mean, you might get thunderstorms. That's actually possible. A little bit of a cold core threat happening back over here near Coffeyville. Let me check the meso analysis on that. Yeah, negative 18 degrees over the storm right now. Check the dew points. $57. Yeah, it's like a cold core type thing happening over there. 800 millibar is there. 500 millibar. It's like a kind of hybrid cold core thing. I mean, there's a decent amount of let me see what the vorticity is like out here. Oh yeah, there's a lot of vorticity here. You know, honestly, you can't rule out a tornado with these. I'd say it's a pretty small and conditional chance, but I'd keep an eye on these. This is an area where we might get a little random spin up. Actually, a little bit of rotation with this one near Caney. There's 3 Cape, plenty of 3 Cape, and lots of vorticity in this area. So those storms could try to do something surprising. I would keep an eye on these guys. Let me see where they're moving. Yeah, I'd keep an eye on these guys near like the Coffeyville and Independence, Kansas area. And thank you, James Farah, for becoming a WIMD member. Welcome, welcome. Rotations in Arkansas are still continuing to struggle as of our latest scans. Really seeing anything sticking out to me as overly dangerous. Nice, nice. Still mainly just a severe wind threat as of now, but that could change. My lips are getting all chapped. Yeah, it looks like Pagey Tornado is potentially just behind this line. Is this live? Yeah. Just behind the line here. They're trying to catch up. Very concerned about the marble storm. I mean, you should technically be concerned about all the storms in the line. I'll tell you right now, there's nothing overly sticking out to me about the marble storm. Other than that, our wind shear is really strong in that area. I mean, the rotation there is broader circulation here, but I mean, I know he's got a chaser near this thing. Some pretty strong winds out here. Yeah. I wouldn't say I'd be very concerned about it, but I would definitely continue to watch it. Now let's get a camera in the Springfield area. Watch to see if those winds are still 70-mile-per-hour winds. Man, how quickly that storm went from 100 to 0. Some pretty strong winds, though, with this line of storms, though. 30% for Western Illinois. Is that the newest one? Yeah, NATO Cast is still holding on to the possibility that we could have some strong tornadoes up there, but I will say I am still a little bit not as confident, to be honest, as NATO Cast is. But we'll see how it continues. I mean, that lower level shear will continue to get a little bit stronger, and our mid-level lapse rates, though, are not improving. I'm not worried about Shreveport for a tornado threat. I'll be honest. You guys are technically in a 5%, but these storms just do not have any forcing, so they're going to struggle to get going. That frontal boundary really extends. I mean, down into like Tyler, Texas, a little bit, but it really is. It really doesn't have much forcing. Most of our forcing continues to be where some of our strongest winds are, which is up here in this region. And we're still monitoring for a QLCS tornado threat up here. Maybe a little something there. Some stronger winds that might be surging a little bit. That might have to be watched north of Willard. There a threat tomorrow? No, there isn't. Everybody's going to get a day off tomorrow, including myself. But yeah, no threat for tomorrow. Today, still got a threat. But tomorrow going to be pretty calm. The day after tomorrow, I think there's a slight risk. This got actually upgraded here near the Amarillo, Lubbock, Midland area. Probably not quite in range of our HRRR model. Check it. Yeah, not quite in range. Yeah, how this progresses after this point, you can see the storm continues and then really starts to fall apart overnight. And really doesn't do much after that. Well, what's going on over here? Let's investigate this. Okay. That's on the line there of being a tornado threat. There is no severe threat for tomorrow, but one might get introduced out here. The HRRR holds on to this. I mean, that's right on the line. Instability is going to be an issue. It seems, though. I mean, we're pretty darn close. I mean, that's 700 joules per kilogram with that much shear. Still could be a little bit of a spin-up threat in the Pennsylvania area. I have to watch out for that. No severe risk there yet, but they might upgrade that. Yeah, latest scan out here. Maybe a little bit of rotation starting to develop here near Ha, but still pretty darn weak at this moment. And a couple of areas of circulation are developing here north of Springfield. Looks like we might be having a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat trying to develop near the Pleasant Hope area. Yay. Weatherwise has gotten its act back together. No, that sounds like a trap, August. Not gonna lie. How's Eldon doing? Where is that? Eldon, Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm here near Diamond City, Lead Hill, and Bergman. Precautionary warning there for sure. Not a whole lot of strong rotation, but if you live in Harrison, Bergman, Lead Hill, and Diamond City, just be in your safe spots just in case this storm does start to get its act together. Let me check Aloft. Yeah. As you can see, there's definitely some stronger rotation. It's broad, but some stronger, broader rotation is aloft. Near the surface, though, not a whole lot of strong rotation there. Went through marble. Yeah. Yeah, they're just precautionarily warning it. Hey, thank you, Anthony, for the 2. Thank you so much. That does help out the channel a lot. Would you be worried about Willard, Missouri? Willard. Let me see where Willard is. No, the main stuff is past you, thankfully, but I am kind of worried about a little bit to your east a little bit. We do have some circulations developing here to your east, northeast. But I mean, there's definitely some stronger winds in there. You're probably getting some lightning, but your tornado threat now is 0, unless these storms start to do something. They might eventually. Would not surprise me if we got a report that there was a tornado in one of these storms at some point. St. Robert's got some time before the storm gets there, but yeah, you know, I would be pretty weather aware there. Refresh this camera. Should be getting a view of the inside of the storm now. Yeah, so this is what it looks like in Springfield. Gustier winds moving through the area. It was this one that looks west. It'll be a pretty good cam for later. Might be able to catch that shelf cloud coming in. No, that one is going to go north of Mountain Home. The one that's warned is. Yeah, latest scan here. Still not a whole lot of strong rotation with this storm. We'll check aloft again. Yeah. Definitely some decent rotation aloft still on this guy, but I mean, in terms of strong rotation, it is lacking that. But it's always a good practice, especially in these kind of shear environments, to take these tornado warnings seriously, just because, you know, there's definitely a chance that they could get their act back together eventually. Also, a couple of circulations down over here near Mount Ida here in Arkansas. These storms are trying to do something down here. I have to keep an eye on these. Check back in with those circulations near Pleasant Hope. Yeah. This one is still pretty decently strong there. Surprise. I think that needs a tornado warning near Pleasant Hope. So hopefully they put one on there. Also, maybe another developing circulation. Yeah, we're definitely getting like a little bit of a QLCS threat here on this portion of the line north of Springfield. Yeah, I agree with you, Help. We just got another update on this severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds still. Next in line is going to be Springfield, Nixa, and Ozark, and Stratford, and Sparta. Also Branson there in Missouri. So some quarter-sized hail cannot be ruled out. That kind of looks like a debris signature there. Not really lined up with the couplet very well, though. And that is the latest. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard to say it 100% that's a tornado because our couplet is up here, further up to the north. And that debris signature is to the south of that couplet. It's not aligned properly. 8 hours streaming. Oh my gosh, we've already been live for 8 hours. That's crazy. Doesn't even feel like it. Wow, time flies. What time is it? 4 p.m. Wow. And we actually got like 3 little storms here that all have a little bit of rotation. The storms down there are trying to mature. So it'll be worth keeping an eye on them. 8 hours already? That's what I'm saying. It doesn't even feel like it. It feels like I've been on here for like 3 hours, maybe. Like, Jazzy, what are you doing? All right, NWS Norman says damage survey teams found at least EF1 damage in Spalding Hughes. Or Spalding in Hughes County and EF1 damage in Courtney and Love County. This is from yesterday's storms in Oklahoma. And still a couple of areas of circulation here. No debris signatures on them. Well, correlation coefficient is about a minute behind. That could be debris. Or it's about a minute ahead. It could actually be a tornado on the ground north of Pleasant Hope, near Rex, heading towards Schofield. A latest scan on this storm rotation is still struggling as it approaches Bergman, Lead Hill, and Diamond Hill City, but they'll continue to be seeking shelter just in case it does try to do something. Has it been busy? Not as of late. It's been pretty relatively calm in comparison to honestly what I was expecting at this point. But it does seem like our tornado threat is ticking up yet again. Got another area of rotation now north and east of Warsaw. A little bit of a QLCS tornado threat developing here. Might even have one on the ground. Right there. It's ahead by like literally 40 seconds, so it's not going to line up with our reflectivity or our velocity couplet, but that would be kind of the path and where it would go. All right, latest scans down here. These circulations are still there. These two are a little bit weaker. And this one's still kind of the same intensity here, just to the west of Hot Springs, Arkansas, moving towards Lake Ouachita. If it's debris, well, it's kind of hard to line it up, not going to lie. So sometimes they warn QLCS tornadoes. Sometimes I will say the couplets, though, I would say are worth a warning, especially in this environment. So I am a little bit surprised there, but fortunately, there's not much we can do. Then just try to get the word out here on the channel. That might be a tornado. By the way, they have extended this severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts into Versailles, Eldon, and Lebanon, Missouri, and Buffalo as well. You guys should be ready to go for some damaging winds there, especially if you live near big trees. I would suggest just getting into your safe spots. And our reflectivity is behind now. Oh, there we go. There's shoe field. No, that is out in the clear air, so that's not a tornado. Thankfully, a false alarm there. Latest velocities are in, though. Still a decent area of circulation here. Still want Buffalo here in Missouri to be aware, at least of this storm's presence. Your tree blew over in March. Yikes. Did you clear it out yet, or is it still sitting there? Oh, the storm's up in Columbia and Jefferson City area. Good for now, but potentially, if this storm continues to the east with the same kind of veracity as it is right now, could eventually get some 70-mile-per-hour winds in Jefferson City. Maybe even a little bit of a tornado threat, depending on what these storms do. And that is dang close to a tornado, though, south and east of Hathaway. We need to still keep an eye on that storm. Still kind of surprised that they haven't just put a little quick tornado warning on it. Also, they've extended this tornado, or not tornado, but severe thunderstorm warning towards Perryville, Atkins, Opello, Moreton, Hector, and Clinton. Maybe for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Then Hot Springs Village, Malvern, Caddo Valley, Arkadelphia, and Gordon. Need to still be indoors and away from windows as that pushes off to the east there. Is Western Tennessee good for tonight? I mean, you guys are gonna have a severe threat out there probably, but yeah, I mean, we're not expecting anything like super dangerous. Just be watching out for some damaging winds.
A new
There it
tornado
is.
warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Radar indicated rotation. That is going to be for this area of circulation we've been watching for a while. If you live in Buffalo and Lewisburg, I would be in your safe spots. That will be making it pretty close to you. And stable since most of the storms are missing you. Where's Russellville? Over here somewhere. Check. Oh, it's all the way down there. Yeah, I mean, there's some storms near Russellville. Some of them have been exhibiting a little bit of rotation, like this one over here near Mount Ida. But I mean, once if this storm can pass you, which it does have some 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some penny-sized hail in there. But if it can pass you without really causing much of a rotation problem, you might have yet another storm near Danville that'll make a close approach. But after that, I mean, that's going to be it for the Russellville area. Springfield done. After this line comes through, yeah. But it's still kind of working its way through there. So I would still Be staying in your safe spots. Looks like we have a little bit of a, or not safe spots, but indoors and away from windows. Still have a little area here, or we have a little area of developing circulation here south of Nixa, probably worth keeping an eye on. Still most likely clear air there. Far as I can tell. A little area of circulation still heading towards the Buffalo area. Down back over here near Harrison, we're still keeping an eye on this storm. Check from Springfield radar. Yeah, still radar indicated tornado warning here and very broad and diffuse circulation heading towards Diamond City and Lead Hill. Confirmed fatality, which is in Spalding. Oh, man. That sucks. Sorry to hear that. That's never good, man. And you hope with all these storms that come through, you hope that everybody gets that warning and everybody stays safe, but not always the case. Oh, wow. This is over in Ringling. Here in Oklahoma. Some damage. Ringling, Oklahoma. This is from yesterday. Oof, that's scary, man. I can't even imagine being in there. Roof missing. Parts of the walls missing. Yikes. You can see where the paint gets chipped because of the flying debris. From Storm Chasing Guy. John, the Storm Chasing Guy. Oh, wow. Look at this. Grain silo got completely removed. Oh. That looks significant to me. Yeah, still waiting on our latest radar scans to come in. Overhype in Arkansas right now. Oh, from your local meteorologist? Yeah. Yeah, well, don't worry. You can always come here. At the wedge? No. No, we haven't got any damage photos, I think, out of that yet. Let me see if we do. Yeah, not seeing anything yet, as in like damage photos or anything. I'll keep my eye on it. I mean, I'm scrolling through the feed whenever when we're in between scans, just to see if just to make sure I'm kind of staying up to date on our threats. Also, if I see something about the day before I didn't know, I might show it. Oh. Yeah, DL Scale says when he woke up this morning, his car felt or to a complete electrical malfunction. So that's why they're chasing with Connor. So the car is behaving as if it was struck by lightning. So I wonder if his car got struck by lightning in the night. Man. It's crazy how much that looks like a tornado near Buffalo. That should be inflow contamination. I'm not seeing enough reflectivity to back up a CC drop that deep, thankfully. There's definitely a little bit of a jump scare there. 70-mile-per-hour wind warning in Pettis, Missouri. Branson, Missouri. Here's Branson. I think Springfield's good to go on y'all's tornado threat. Yeah, Branson, Missouri is good to go. Let's come back, check down, see if this storm is starting to do anything. Nope. Almost zero rotation on that storm. Now, I'm not really super concerned about this storm right now, but if you live in Diamond City and Lead Hill, I'd still technically be in your safe spots just in case. I mean, you never know with these storms sometimes. Always good to respect them and just continue to be in your safe spot until the threat passes. A little bit of rotation still over here near Hot Springs Village. There's a couple of cells down here that have some rotation. But this one is most likely our most dangerous one. And we got another one over here near Amity as well that I'm a little bit concerned about. We might start getting warnings on these storms. Oh, okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning has been issued in Hot Springs and Mountain Pine. That is going to be this area of rotation here, moving off towards Mountain Pine and Hot Springs. Get into your safe spots. I mean, you do have a lot of webcams in the Hot Springs area, so let me get some over there, see which ones we have that are the best. Sorry, Hot Springs, that we got to look for webcams in your area. That's never a good sign, I know. It'd be a good camera. Looking west. Near Glenwood. So it did get warned. Decent little area of circulation here. I really don't like how discreet these storms are either. The fact that they are maturing finally is not a good sign. There we are. We're probably going to get a tornado warning for this storm here shortly as well, north of Mountain Pine. Hello, Ghosty Boy. Welcome, welcome. Missouri has a backside hook with rotation. Is that anything? Not seeing it. Check with this radar. Yeah, I mean, there's broader circulation up here. Is this what you're talking about? And this one near Buffalo is pretty close here because of our latest velocity. The latest correlation coefficient still isn't really indicating this thing being on the ground just yet, but still want folks in Tilden, Windyville, Cedar Ridge, Wall Street, and Corkery to be in their safe spots. Where are our chasers? Why are they all the way up to the north? What are they seeing up there? That we are not. When Connor goes away from the target area, it's never a good sign. Let me see what we got going on up there. Yeah, instability is building here. A little tongue of 1,000 joules per kilogram, just north of St. Louis.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
100 millibar winds, though, are kind of on the weaker side. All right, looks like we just got a new tornado warning for that northern circulation as well. Going to be for this guy right here, south of 298. It's going to be for Avant, Mount Tabor, Flatside Wilderness as well, and DeBerry. All need to be in their safe spots there. Yeah, we have 2 tornado warnings near the Hot Springs Village and Hot Springs area. Looks like Pagey's finally starting to get a view of something. Where is she? Oh, looks like they finally made it out in front of the line. They finally caught up. Tornado warning can mean that, but sometimes it does. Like, tornado warnings don't always mean a tornado is about to drop. But for these 2 storms, they could certainly do it. They're a little bit more discreet in that area of the environment where we have around 40 knots of shear. These things do end up trying to drop a tornado. This certainly is concerning. Let me see where Freddie is. If he ever bailed south, or if he's still in Missouri. It's a little bit interesting to me that no chasers decided to chase in Arkansas.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rick Paget. I think is on this storm. Rick Paget. He's another $50 an hour chaser, but if he sees something, I'll keep my eye on it. Our new tornado warning that was issued is going to be for this part of the storm, which doesn't really have too much rotation at the surface. Aloft, though, there is a little bit there. And we do have a surging kind of RFD north and east of Taneyville, so that might eventually try to do something. If you live near Whitty, Merrick, Crossroad, Roy, Depew, Dogwood, Tigris, and Grenada, you guys should be in your safe spots. I'm still alive, by the way. Good. Glad to hear. You're all thankful for that. Latest scan here, looks like our rotation is kind of dissipated here near Buffalo. Still some pretty strong winds, though, potentially with this storm. That's going to be heading pretty close to the Lebanon area. I still think that's a storm to watch, but the little area of rotation is struggling at the moment. Near Columbia. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. Like maybe a little QLCS tornado threat with it. And a little bit of an MCS here. Sometimes those can have spin ups to the south. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. I mean, I don't think. Well, yeah, I mean, it is going to make a pretty close approach there. They did extend this severe thunderstorm warning out to the east a little bit. They did downgrade it though to 60-mile-per-hour winds for Tipton, California, Russellville, Jefferson City here in Missouri. I wonder if there's going to be like conditional tornado threat up here. Maybe that's why they're going up. Maybe a little bit more of an isolated, discrete mode being possible up here. Let's listen in. Maybe they have some. Maybe they're talking about it.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I'm gonna try to get north here towards, Palmyra or Canton.
Some nice. The terrain in northeast Missouri is really solid here.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see if they're onto something up there. I mean, there is a little bit of access to instability, but they're like, the storm intermediate is all the way up here. They bailed on these storms. The latest again on our northern warning, a little bit less organized there, but this one north of Amity still looks pretty concerning to me. Still want Mountain Pine Hot Springs. Also over here near Mount Tabor. in Hollis, Arkansas, to continue to be seeking shelter. Back over here near Harrison, I still believe that they're going to allow this tornado warning to probably expire here pretty shortly. And it's mainly just a gust front here heading into Diamond City, Lead Hill. This one back over here, though, is starting to get its act together a little bit. Looks like that little circulation that was aloft is trying to make it down to the surface. They're south of 125. Going to be heading really close to Whitty and Merritt here in Missouri. Let me see if any of my cameras go that far to the south and west. How far to the west? Because it'll be moving up to the north eventually. Unfortunately not. None of our cameras are in this area. I'm still watching Rick Paget. He's I think he's on the northern tornado warning. Can use him if needed. His service is a little spotty. Also got a lot of cameras out in this area as well, so hopefully we can get some sort of confirmation visually. EDS west of what? West of Jesseville? Arkansas? Dude, I don't know who you're watching, but he sounds like an idiot. I'm not going to lie. There's no PDS warnings in Arkansas. This rotation here, though, I'm still keeping an eye on. Heading towards Merritt and Ongo. And this one up here is still struggling to get that rotation back up and running there. So probably going to let that tornado warning expire. Yeah, I mean, there's no PDS warning on any of these right now. But, still worth watching. I mean, these circulations, especially this one, has a little a decent chance potentially if it can start to do something here shortly. But this rotation on the north is struggling at the moment. The northern one, yeah, there's no PDS tornado warning. I don't understand why he would say that. He sounds like a fearmonger. Is he is he like a news guy, or is he like a weather YouTuber? I've never heard of this guy you're talking about. Dan Scoff. Like what I'm scoffing at his opinions. That's wild, because that's not even fear mongering. That's just straight lying. News guy, really? How sad. Yeah, a little surface inversion is going away. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, there's no PDS warning. I promise, guys. I just checked them all. It looks like this northern warning has been allowed to expire in Missouri. Still got this one over here that I'm still a little bit concerned about it. Still kind of on the broadside, east of Sparta. But again, this is in Missouri, south and east of Springfield. Still keeping an eye. I think the storm that I'm most concerned about right now is this one near Mountain Pine at the moment. Also got another one that might get warmed over here near Amity. These are either going to be a lot of storms that are going to have tornadoes on them here in Arkansas, or these are going to be a lot of storms that get dang close and just never do it. Both are kind of possible right now. The environment's not perfect down here, but it's enough to support strong tornadoes. Thought you hated living in Shreveport because of the weather. Feel bad for their Arkansas residents. Yeah, Shreveport can get it pretty nasty sometimes. You guys are so far dodging a bullet today. Watching those tornado warnings are for Central Arkansas. Yeah, me too. These storms are interesting. They were a little bit more discreet earlier, but they're not as discreet anymore. So that might screw with them for a little bit, but I mean, this one over here near Mountain Pine is certainly trying. And as far as I can tell, it has not produced a tornado yet. We do have a little camera in the area near Hot Springs, but I think this thing might go just north of Hot Springs. This one's kind of looking to the west. Yeah, can't quite see anything yet from any of our cameras. Got that hat hair, man. I didn't have time to take a shower today. I made that video and then like literally went live immediately afterwards. Kind of wish I just waited to post it. Because then I could have just done like a forecast with the live stream. What in the heck? Okay. Yeah. I don't think that's anything. It's a clearing there. There might be something in there. Kind of hard to tell. That might be a little tornado. It's also kind of in the clearing of the storm, so it also might not be. Hopefully we can get some sort of ground confirmation with that.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued over here near Tipton. Got an area of some broader circulation here, heading up towards Tipton and Clarksburg. Lupus here in northern Missouri. Actually, latest scan, maybe a little bit stronger there. Fortunately,
a new tornado warning has been issued.
They're kind of in a radar hole with this storm, so it's going to be kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on with that. Oh, look at this. They did it. They did end up issuing a tornado warning for this storm here near Amity as well. It's going to be heading towards Amity, Lambert, Point Cedar, Alpine, Fendley, Lenox, Omaha, Lofton, Bismarck, Oak Bower, DeRoche, Pettyville, or Pettyview, and Lake Hamilton all need to be in their safe spots.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
We got a broadcast media confirmed tornado now with this storm near Mountain Pine. So watch out there in Mountain Pine. This has a tornado on the ground, according to broadcast media. So if you live in Mountain Pine, you need to be in your safe spots. This tornado is very close to Maddox, about to cross over 270, heading towards Bear, Mountain Pine, Royal, Sunshine, and Fountain Lake. There's a chaser down near that. I'm still looking at their stream, and they're not really showing much. Is Justin live today, maybe? Oh, he was live. But it ended a couple minutes ago. I mean, Justin went from Wind Dancer Media. That's gonna be the only chaser we could get that will 100% be chasing these storms. How's Branson, Missouri looking? I think I answered that before. I don't remember what that was, but thank you for the $2. Your donations allow us to afford these storm chasers, so thank you. I do appreciate it. Yeah, Branson's good. Branson is good to go. No, you're fine. I am totally okay with repeating myself, especially for you. You've been a big supporter of this channel. Yeah, just in case you didn't know, we have broadcast media has confirmed this as a tornado on the ground heading towards Mountain Pine. Not really sure what that means, but they have confirmed it, they said. What does that mean when broadcast media has confirmed? Does that mean that they have like a chaser out there? Why don't they just say storm spotter? I'm not seeing a debris signature on this storm yet. And it's, I guess we're kind of far away from the radar, but also going to keep an eye on this area of rotation over here near Hector. News crew caught it. Okay. And this circulation's getting a little bit stronger here now in Missouri.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That pushes off towards the north and east towards Tigris and Granada. Is getting pretty darn close to producing. Definitely be in your safe spots there. That is wrapping up.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They are filling in the tornado warnings over here. Still some broader circulation near Tipton, Syracuse, and Clarksburg. No confirmation that this is on the ground yet here in kind of central Missouri. If you live in Windsor Place, I would certainly be in your safe spot still. It's not very strong, or it's not a very tight rotation, but it is a pretty strong, broader circulation. Yeah, I mean, we're trusting the broadcast media here about this storm because we don't have any indication that it's on the ground on radar, but somebody from broadcast media has confirmed that this is on the ground. So I would be in your safe spots here in Mountain Pine. It just could be the case that the debris isn't lofting high enough for our radar to see it. Bunkering down here in Batesville, Arkansas. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. If you're like out in front of these storms, where is Batesville? I thought Batesville was like up here. Yeah, exactly. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Yeah. Is that tornado warning gonna hit Little Rock? Potentially, eventually, yeah. I mean, these storms are kind of in the right spot at the right time, unfortunately. They're also a little bit discreet, so I don't really see these guys completely falling apart anytime soon. Only thing that's gonna really stop that is if we get a little bit more of a linear line to develop. Keep my eye on Justin just in case he goes back live again. And this rotation's looking pretty hefty here near Amity. Got a similar to look to what this storm was doing. I wouldn't rule out. The problem with this storm is that it is also in quite the radar hole. Mostly concerned about mountain pine. Yeah, I mean, we just got an update from them saying that this thing is on the ground. So somebody in broadcast media saw something. I haven't seen a debris signature yet. We're not super far away from the radar. So if it was a tornado, it was most likely a weak one. But yeah, I mean, it could still be on the ground. So I still want mountain pine to be in their safe spots. How did they see it? I don't know. It just says broadcast media confirmed. So I don't know if they used a camera or if they used a Stormchaser. I am not sure. I will try to find some information about it. A tornado, Arkansas. I mean, here's what appears to be a broadcast media camera in the area. This was a time lapse of the observed tornado warning. I can't show it because it is a news cam. It could have been a tornado, but there's a hill in the way, so that unfortunately is not super helpful. I'm looking for some confirmation. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything like definite yet. But still be in your safe spots. This very well could be on the ground. Come back up into the Missouri area. It looks like this rotation over here near Tigris has broadened out a little bit, but I still want Tigris and Granada to be in their safe spots. And this storm over here. Yeah, I mean, there could be something in there. Again, this storm is in a radar hole. We're not going to really be able to tell you much information. So if you live in Brewston, Prairie Home, Lupus, Windsor Place, and Boonville here in Missouri, unfortunately, because you guys don't have a radar, like probably the best place to put a radar out here would be like in Columbia. But unfortunately, there's not one there. So we're just really not going to be able to give you much of an understanding of what is going on there. What's Pagey looking at? What am I seeing from that camera shot? A little circulation, like looks like goes right behind the mountain, like right at the last second. Like I can't tell, I can't tell if it's on the ground. So if that's what they're using to confirm this, then there's no way to say for certain.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
But as far as I can tell on radar, we do not have any definite debris signatures here, but I still want Mount Pine to be in their safe spots just in case it was like an actual chaser that spotted it on the ground. That'll be the best. I'm still trying to figure it out. We can find any information that can aid us here. Yeah, there's no photos of it yet. But it is certainly very possible. Maybe a little bit of something now popping up, but that is in the inflow. In the inflow of the storm, so I can't say for certain there. Our tornado should be located back over here. And our rotation on radar is indicated up here. All right, latest update here. They're continuing it. Okay, they dropped it down to radar indicated. So that was pretty quick. I don't know. Well, hopefully we'll get some more information. I really hope there wasn't. I think there is a possibility that wasn't on the ground. So I'm hoping that's the case. But I'd still be in your safe spots there in Mountain Pine as this approaches. Still potentially some dangerous rotation. Yeah, I'm noticing as these radars get closer that a lot of this might be side lobe. We're still kind of a little bit too far out from the radar to really be able to say for certain. You're hungry? Oh, goodness gracious. Don't say it. I'm hungry too. Here comes the food talk. Yeah, latest scan on this storm over here near Seymour. Now a lot broader rotation as this storm pushes off towards 60 in Hartville. Yeah, Mansfield as well. Passing out tacos. I wish. I wish somebody in chat actually lived near me. I don't know if that'd be good for you because I'd constantly use you to make me food. Looks like we just got a new update on this warning. Still radar indicated. Area of rotation is now just to the east of Amity, moving towards 7. Watching the line slowly creeping on you is scary. I understand. Just keep your wits about you. Deep breath. Will be over soon. You could always order me a pizza. That is true, but I'd have to give out my address. And then I'd be getting a lot more than pizza ordered to my door. Maybe a little bit more rotation there. I think I would live in like a eternal panic if I gave out my address. Ooh. Chat. Yeah, a little bit of stronger rotation developing on this northern storm here near Niangua. That's probably about to get tornado warned. That is very close to producing.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There it is. Evergreen, Phillipsburg, all needs to be in their safe spots. You know, I really wish I just had a wife. That would make things so much easier. Or a girlfriend at the very least. All right, latest scan here. Still some broad circulation on this storm heading up towards Windsor Place. This is in Missouri. You want to keep a close eye on this storm here. That seems pretty darn close. No new radar update on that. Come back down to here. Wipes don't make things easier. They can, man. Yeah, latest scan, this circulation is broadening out quite a bit. North of Mountain Pine. Still tracking towards the Mountain Valley, Blue Springs, Ozark, Lithia area. I think our strongest rotation in Arkansas right now is back over here. This one has a pretty darn similar look to what this one did. But our rotation in where the actual mesocyclone is seems to be displaced a little bit, but that could be legitimate. It's always hard to tell with these storms when they're just kind of in that, like, they're not super far from the radar, so we can kind of tell what's going on, but they're also not close enough to really distinguish between that side lobe as well. You certainly make your husband's life easier. I believe it. No, we're not going to do any e-dating in chat while I'm covering tornado warnings. I've always said, you know, you got something to say, you can say it to my DMs, but don't do that in chat. All right, latest scan, a little area of some stronger rotation north of Tipton. Seems to be getting a little bit more organized there. Potentially a little bit more of a serious storm now heading up towards Windsor Place. So waiting on that latest velocity scan. I'm popping up over here. That's in the clear air. Southern Missouri. Keep an eye on all of it. 6 tornado warnings right now, by the way. 7 tornado warnings. 6 technically tornado warned portions of the storm, though. Okay, but my friend is in Nevada, Missouri. Is it okay there? Dang. Talked about Nevada so many times. Let me see where that is. Yeah, Nevada is really good to go. Like, so good to go, it's crazy. You guys are going to be so safe from this storm. You're going to get something called negative tornadoes, where like houses just randomly start being built near your area instead of destroyed. Wouldn't that be crazy? Tornadoes in reverse. Exactly. HOAs everywhere in Nevada. Probably. I hate HOAs, man. I could never live with the homeowners association. I don't see how the rich people do it. All right, latest scan on this storm, not looking as dangerous, but I still want Evergreen to be respecting this storm. And this one further to the south here in southern Missouri is still dealing with some pretty broad circulation at this moment. Also, potentially another tornado warning could be coming for this storm in a little bit north of Gainesville. Seems broad and a little bit contaminated, but as far as I can tell, it's at least worth watching. Looks like this area of rotation north of Tipton is getting a little bit less organized. Also, a little bit of something over here, north and east of Clarksburg. They might throw a warning on. That doesn't really show up, though, on this radar too well. And I think this one's almost the closer one. Let me see. Yeah, it's almost the closer one, but the one in Kansas City still technically is our closest, but doesn't really matter which one we look at, to be honest. It's not going to really tell us what's happening near the surface since there's just such a gigantic, gaping freaking radar hole up here. Thank you, JD, for the 199. I do appreciate that. HOA instills a little bit of fear into everyone. I wouldn't even call it fear. I don't get how those things can. I don't get how they can exist. For Raleigh, Yeah. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. You do have some storms that are kind of looking tornadic coming your way, so certainly be, weather aware as the line comes through. It's, it's certainly possible. But yeah, I mean, like what? You spend like $400,000 on a house. If you plant a tree in the wrong place on your house, they can charge you. Like, what are they going to do when you not pay? Sue you? Evict you out of the house that you own? That doesn't make any sense to me. And maybe a little bit more concerning rotation here near Flatside Wilderness. Maybe trying to get a little bit more organized. They might extend it, but it's still kind of on the iffy side. This one that had a confirmed tornado on it a while ago is starting to get disorganized. And this one further to the south is also starting to lose its marbles a little bit. Looks like this part of the line is starting to get more linear, and that is hurting these storms' ability here. They can make you move? Lean on the house? That is insane. That is insane power. Why would anybody live in an area like that? Like, that's your house. Why is that legal? Why would anybody subject themselves to that? Okay, a little bit tighter circulation now developing here north of Mansfield. Heading up to Hartville. I'm getting a little bit more concerned about this guy again. It was broader circulation, but it does seem like it might be trying to do a brief little tightening of it. You can still definitely tell we have a decent supercell here as well. So if you live in Hartville, Missouri, I would still continue to be in your safe spots. Still monitoring this circulation too. Down here near 95, north of Gainesville, south of Sweden, near Cheney and Bertha. There in Missouri. Take care of the property. We don't need to replace the roof. We all pay in a pool. Huh. Two decent little circulations here near Jamestown. I would not rule out a brief tornado with some of these guys. Those look pretty close. Never mind. They just allowed this one to expire. Okay. Maybe they'll issue a new one. This one looks pretty scary. I don't know if they should let that one expire. Over there near Lupus. I'd be watching out still over there near Lupus. They haven't said this one is expired yet. Brett ever go live? What I would do for a Brett live stream right now. Brett did go live. Why didn't no one tell me? Guess no one here is a Brett fan. Where is he at, by the way? Oh, wow. He's over here near Branson. He's near one of those tornado warnings. Yeah. He's just west of Springfield on that tornado warning that is near Hartville. So he's actually in the tornado warning right now. Listen into him real quick. If he's got audio. He does not have audio. Ooh. Told me twice? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't see it. Sorry. Because we were watching you. That's a good point.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for our northern tornado warning here in Arkansas. You can see that we do have an area of some rotation trying. Still trying. It's not dying. It's still there. They're near Debury, West Alpin, Ragsville, Cherry Hill, Perryville, Adonna, Sweet Home, Perry, Reams Corner, Opello, Houston, Bunker Hill, Marlton, and County Estates. They're also extending this one off to the east, still as radar indicated. This one, not so much in terms of rotation, but Hot Springs Village still needs to be in their safe spots. Reform, Perrin, there in Arkansas. And then this one back over here. And it looks like its rotation is also struggling at the moment. Yeah, we can switch back over to here. Bring Brett up. Mr. Brett Adair. If you say his name fast, it just sounds like bread. I mean, he's in the water of the storm.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning for this storm. Now, I agree with that. I'm glad they extended this. We do have an area of some pretty decent circulation that may be trying to produce a tornado along this line, heading towards Lupus, McBain, Pierport, Columbia, Hallsville, Centralia, Sturgeon, and Harrisburg. All need to be seeking shelter from the storm. Man, something's going on Brett's view here. Lots of heavy wind. I wish he had his audio on. Let me tell him. I won't see it till later, but always good to let him know. Where's Bredimus? Where is his number? Man, it is just blinding. Level lapse rates have significantly increased. Yeah, but that's out in front of the storm. That's not near the line of the storms. He's in the thick of this one tornado warning here near Hartville. A little area of some tight circulation there. If you live in Hartville, I'd still be in your safe spots. This one up to the north near Evergreen in Missouri is pretty weak now. Come back and check in on Arkansas. Yeah, storms are still struggling down here. Not seeing really anything sticking out to me on any of these warnings except for this guy. Definitely still some decent circulation with this one heading towards Perryville and Apollo. Or Apollo. And that is crazy. I can't believe that people move into a place and then give people the power to do that to their property. That just sounds, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to call you guys dumb for doing that. I mean, I get it. I guess it's just a nice neighborhood, right? Just to get the nice neighborhood perks. But I mean, I live in the country and our neighborhood's really nice out here. I mean, this is getting pretty darn close to producing here near West Alpin. That circulation is getting a little bit stronger. All these other ones are struggling at the moment, not necessarily pressing circulations on those storms right now. I wonder what this one further down to the south looks like. Yeah, pretty broad. About these guys. Not really much there. Hope I'm feeling better. I think like about an hour ago, I've turned a page in the sick adventure. Yeah, if you're in Columbia, Missouri, I would certainly continue to be in your safe spots. You are under a tornado warning, and the circulation that's to the south of you, well, it was looking pretty bad, but it does seem like it is broadening out. But I would still be in your safe spots for this lineup. A brief little spin up cannot be ruled out. We are not getting the full picture of what's happening here on radar. It's just not happening. We're just really far away from the radar. Update over here near Hartville. Looks like that little circulation there has kind of died off, and we got another one forming to the west. Pushing up towards Grimes, Latham Mill, Talmadge, and Grimes Mill. Let's see if Justin went back live. Justin's back live. He's in Arkansas. We are going to have a chaser in Arkansas. This is Wind Dancer Media here on YouTube. I don't know where he is, but if somebody can like monitor his stream on another screen and let me know if he sees anything, I think it's the best thing we can do. Let me listen in and see if he's talking about his location. He is not. I haven't the idea of where this young chap is. Oops. I will keep an eye out for dates. Marcy would know if she's watching. She's probably modding for him. Oh yeah. Man, this rotation's getting way too close for comfort out over here near Adana. Here in Arkansas. Way too close for comfort. Hopefully it broadens out on the next scan. Is it almost bone time? And a big decrease in Cape. Let me check it out. Oh, yeah. Whoa. That is big. Look at that. Instability just got absolutely sapped with that cap building in big time. Dang. It's going to have big implications for our tornado threat. I mean, there still is going to be a little one. But the good news is that most of those should be, those briefer, weaker tornadoes. But still with 50 knots of shear. I don't know. Still got to be careful with these storms. Yes, I might be about to give Chazzy a bone. Might be bone time. So still keep my eye on this little circulation. It might be trying to pop back up here. Yes, cap is a great thing. Surface inversion is pretty stout out in this area. These storms will struggle, but they can't rule out a tornado still. Some little area of rotation north and west of Talmadge, heading towards Latham Mill and Rayburn still. That's actually pretty darn close to producing, if that's legitimate there. This one further up north is struggling a lot. This one over here near Columbia is also looks like it's lost all of its rotation, but some damaging winds are likely coming into the Columbia Hallsville area. It can be like that, but the thing is that in an environment where you have 400 to 500 SRH, you still got to be pretty darn aware for those tornadoes. Yeah, Arkansas is still completely uncapped. Yeah, that's a good point. So you can see here in the blue, That is the surface inversion that's building in as things start to cool off out there. But over here in Arkansas, it is still a wide open warm sector.
Warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued out over here into Arkansas. Radar indicated, heading towards Hot Springs here in a little bit.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
The new tornado warning has been issued for this storm, which actually has some pretty decent rotation. We've actually talked about this storm a couple of times in the past, but now it seems to be really trying to get its act together as it comes up there towards Cobble in Missouri. Yeah, eastern Arkansas certainly has some potential. That lower level shear will move out of the area, though, at least the worst of it, probably within the next 3 or 4 hours, or I would say 2 to 3 hours. Still might have a lingering 30 knots of shear after that happens. And this one also seems like it's trying to wrap up here again as well. Man, look at that. Really wrapping up. Not a whole lot of rotation to back that up, though, thankfully, but there's a little bit right there north and east of Hot Springs Village. The circulation over here near Perryville is now starting to get a little bit weaker. And then this one over here near Hot Springs. It's kind of there. Checking on these guys. Did we ever get a new rotation for this one yet? Not yet. We don't have any new scans up here yet, so we'll have to wait. Mesoscale discussion says new tornado watch likely. Okay. Let me check that out. Kazzy, I know, buddy. I'm starving too. Don't worry. I'll find some time here in just a little bit, Chazzy. We'll do the bones. Yeah, increasing tornado potential. New tornado watch likely within the hour for eastern Arkansas. Columbia, your rotation is really not overly strong at this point. Well, I take that back. Latest scan is indicating a new area of rotation now near Columbia. Still be in your safe spots there near the University of Mississippi in Columbia. Hallsville, Centralia, Sturgeon, still be in your safe spots. A new area of circulation has developed. Unfortunately, this kind of the same thing that I said earlier still applies, which is we just don't know exactly what this storm is doing near the surface. Julianne, thank you for the 10. Any tips and videos on how to learn to read a weather radar better? I don't want to be a pro at it, but it'd be nice to learn some things so don't freak out as much every tornado watch. Julianne, how long have you been watching this channel? I'm going to say less than a week. Surely. You must be new here. Best tip I can give you is during these tornado outbreaks is just really pay attention. Really pay attention. I don't have any videos on it, no. Kind of newish since January on and off. Okay. Yeah, I mean, we go over it quite a bit, you know, what indicates stronger rotation and not, you know, when does it look like more rotation? Basically, the thing that you're looking for is do we have reds and greens close to each other? You see, we got some reds up there, some blues down here, indicating that there is a decent area of circulation. In fact, hold on, I need to get this camera view back up. 1 second. We got one of those circulations about to go directly over one of our cameras in Arkansas. So let me get that going here. Want to be like right here facing west if we can. Yeah, that's pretty much what you're looking for. You know, the stronger the reds and greens, like the brighter they are next to each other, the worse the rotation is. And there's a threshold, and if you watch long enough, you'll start to get what that threshold is. Also, wouldn't rule out a tornado warning for this storm. As you can see, it's a little bit difficult here. Got some reds turning into yellows, but not a whole lot of greens. But that does indicate there's some broad circulation. Unfortunately, there's nothing I could tell you that can make you an expert in a couple of minutes. But you know, if you watch long enough, you can ask anybody in chat. Eventually, you will get a little bit more familiar with you know, what to watch and what not to. Heck, I'm pretty sure the only reason Help is an expert is because he's been watching the channels for so long. I don't know. Help, how much has my radar analysis helped you in learning how to read radar? Yeah, there are a lot of videos on YouTube on how to watch it as well. A pretty decent rotation coming into Columbia now. Now in Eastern Columbia, about to cross over 70. Next in line is going to be Hallsville. I wouldn't rule out that this circulation did produce a tornado there. It got pretty darn close there near Ribideau. But this one also has got some pretty decent rotation, still trying to tighten up as it approaches Cabell and Sargent there in Missouri. Back over down here, this circulation's getting weaker near Perryville again. This one might be potentially getting a little bit stronger on the southern side of this storm, heading towards 9 north and east of Hot Springs Village. And then this one back over here is now spinning into the Arkansas area near Hot Springs. That's pretty much going directly over our camera. Also, would not rule out another tornado warning for this one. That was going to be near Caddo Valley and Midway. I know sometimes I go over it pretty quickly, but like when we have like just like one storm to pay attention to. Where's Paigey? Oh, she's in a tornado warning actually. What's she looking at? She's in the back seat. Find. Of course, the service goes down as soon as we start paying attention, but she is she's on this northern one, I think. Yeah, near Springfield. Is she? Or is she? No, she's on this one. Near Cabo. What's Brett doing? He's also near that one, near Ribideau. Yeah, it has been quite the long day. I agree. Yeah, we'll keep you updated. We'll keep you in the know, and you know we won't freak you out unless we need to. Also, this is going to get tornado warned here probably shortly. That's going to be for Blick, Macedonia, Wonderview, Atlante. Oh no, sorry, Rachel. Another view out here I'm missing. What you guys doing? There's a couple cams out here. Actually, never mind. This circulation got pretty broad here. They might hold off on that one. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's pretty close to producing here. It's a pretty small and tight couplet. You see, we got these little elevated blues next to some darker greens. That is indicating some relative rotation heading towards reform. That one's pretty darn close to producing here. Watch out there in Arkansas. Norman Media is still up here. They might be near Columbia. Let me see where they are. Yeah. They're actually north of Quincy. They're near like Monroe City. Isn't labeled as a tornado outbreak. Well, I don't think it's a tornado outbreak yet. I'm not sure if we're at 6 tornadoes. I mean, in my opinion, I think 6 is a little low for a tornado outbreak. Let me see where we're at in reports. Yeah, we have 1 tornado report today, I think. We've had more than 1 tornado. So we're probably like at around 2 or 3. Yeah, latest scan, still maybe some stronger rotation here, heading towards Cabell and Sargent. Definitely getting a little bit more concerned about this. It's still a little bit on the broader side of things, but I mean, it only takes 1 scan, and that's a dangerous to strong tornado on the ground. Okay, so Pagey's actually on the northern storm. Just realized. I think they're trying to get back out in front. Let me see where Brett is. That's not Brett. There we go. Which storm is he on? Yeah, he's out in front. Brett is out in front of that storm I was just talking about. So we've got a chaser en route on this storm. So we'll keep an eye on it if it tries to do anything. It kind of looks like it could, but it's hard to tell. If you live in Cobble and Sargent, I would be in your safe spots. Brett is like the middle one on the right, the middle chaser on the right. Wouldn't be surprised if there's a tornado near Reform. I wouldn't be either. There's no definite debris signature, but that couplet was pretty tight there for a second. So definitely wouldn't surprise me.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Radar indicated for this tornado warned storm. This is going towards Mayflower, Bigelow, there in Arkansas. Or as Chaz would like to say, Barkansas. Yeah, it looks like Brett is officially into position here. And now he's just going to wait for the storm to come. I usually announce their name when I switch. But I don't know. I believe in the minimalistic view for chasers because they already have a lot, or usually a lot of them already have a lot on their screens. And I really don't want to like cover up things. Keep hearing Brett. Yeah, if you say bread Adair, like fast, it sounds like bread Adair. Okay, this one rotation near Hot Springs is pretty disorganized at the moment. This one over here is still trying near. Oh, that's on the ground. Oh no.
Warning has been issued.
We have what appears to be a tornado on the ground heading directly to Reform now. That looks a little dangerous. That's a pretty large debris signature. Yeah, that's definitely on the ground in Arkansas. Heading up towards Reform. Next in line is going to be Williams Junction and Martindale.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm now. We got some rotation there, moving off to the north and east. It looks like side low, but we're a little bit too far out to know for sure. But if you live in Midway, continue to be in your safe spots. And up here, we do have some rotation. Brett is on the storm. This is what it looks like right now. You can see that there is broad circulation with this storm because it got that kind of circular shape. He turned his audio on. He did not. He did not get my message. Still continue to be in your safe spots there in Sargent. A little bit further up to the north and east, this rotation is looking a lot less serious. And this one up here near Centralia and Columbia still has a little bit of circulation there, but it's not nearly as strong as it was. Still want Mexico to be in their safe spots there in Missouri. Man, I'm getting hungry. Okay, latest scan north of Reform. This is still on the ground. North of Reform, heading towards Williams Junction and Martindale. It'd be rain wrapped. It probably would be if it was on the ground. But Brett's a smart chaser. He knows what he's doing. Pretty much get right up close to that rotation before he bails. Now, latest scan on this, it still appears like this could, yeah, this is still very much on the ground here, heading, it looks like it is occluding potentially a little bit further to the north. Right in there, heading very close to Williams Junction. Still pretty strong circulation with this storm, too. Did allow that northern tornado warning to expire near Opello. This one will probably be allowed to expire, too, if it continues to be weak. And, man, this one seems like strong rotation there near D. Gray Lake. Yeah, it's definitely going to be rain wrapped, unfortunately. This is the one in Missouri. Let me see if Justin ever got close to this storm. He did not. He's somewhere else. One tornado report is from Montana. Really? That's crazy. Thank you for letting me know of that. Oops. Bring that over to here. Yeah. Latest scan puts that debris signature here now west of Route 9. Still south and west of Williams Junction, heading towards Williams Junction and Martindale. Is this not observed yet? How have they not observed this? I mean, this could be large and extremely dangerous, potentially a significant tornado. Maybe not. It is a little bit on the weaker side of rotations. About 80 miles per hour that way. Yeah. It's definitely doing some damage. Oh, wow, Brett is inside of the storm. Look at that. Pretty strong winds. That is our tornado warning to the north near the Mountain View area. He's pretty much letting that circulation go right over him. Not strong, tight rotation on this one, so we probably won't see a tornado, but maybe there's a little spin up in here. We'll see. Definitely some strong wind. Wow. Look how fast that wind is moving across the road in front of him. Oh my gosh, the Dominator. What the heck? What are the chances of that? How many times have we seen Reed Timmer just randomly cross in front of one of our storm chasers? Yeah, that's this storm over here near Sargent. Still keeping a close eye on it. Right there near Sargent, some broader circulations. Further up to the north, really seeing an organization of this storm, and the rotation has now left that area. This one over here looks like it's reorganizing yet again to another tighter area of circulation, now about to pull into the Mexico area of Missouri. Back over here with this storm, still a pretty obvious debris signature here. Still to the south of Williams Junction, that's where our tornado is. About to cross over State Highway 9. And after that, it's going to be State Highway 10. Makes a close approach to Martindale. So back over here, still has a little area of circulation to it. Still kind of seems contaminated to me, but again, we're just unfortunately too far away from this storm to really know much about it on our radar. Pagey's also got a view here of some pretty intense winds. The storm in southern Missouri is definitely not playing around in terms of the damaging wind threat. How cooked is Columbia? I think Columbia is done for the day. Yeah, Columbia is done. So on a scale 1 to 10, 0. Latest scan on this storm. So definitely a debris signature. I still am under the opinion that this is on the ground, heading towards the Martindale area. Williams Junction, I still think should be in their safe spots here for a little bit while longer. Again, this tornado warned storm is in Arkansas. You see if Justin ever caught up to this. Does anybody know where Justin is? He kind of looks like he's on a back road. Where is Pagey? Pagey is on like right over here near Houston, Missouri, where that tornado warning just expired. They're like right in here. Probably heading south towards this thing. Rotation on it is broadening out and getting weaker north of Sargent. Not sure if they're going to extend it. They might extend it out of a precautionary measure there. Also, another area of circulation south and west of Willow Springs as well. Did they finally just observe this? How is this still radar indicated? Hello? Knock, knock. Latest scan here, still a debris signature moving towards the Martindale area. Oh, that might be displaced. Hold on. No, we don't have the latest reflectivity scan. Yeah, it really seems like a mesocyclone is developing with this storm now near Oak Bower. And that rotation is now lining up with that mesocyclone, meaning this thing is probably pretty darn close to producing here. Just north of I-30, heading towards Red Oak. Arkansas is the main threat today. It seems it maybe, yeah. I mean, Missouri had a strong tornado earlier, so this is the first observed, at least radar observed tornado that we've had in Arkansas. We might have had one though, west of Mountain Pine earlier. That one never popped up on radar. All right, latest scan on this storm seems like that rotation is starting to weaken. So this might be about to lift. Is the main event for today or sporadic? What do you mean, Kari? Those really don't have much of a relation to each other, I don't think. Unless I'm reading it wrong. Is there a main event for today or sporadic? Oh, is there a main event? That makes a little bit more sense.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
New tornado watch has been issued. Let me go check that information. I'm guessing that's for Arkansas. Yeah. We have a new tornado watch out here for Pine Bluff, Monticello, Stuttgart, Helena, Forest City, Searcy, Batesville, Paragould, Jonesboro, Osceola, and Cherokee Village. Latest scan over here near Mexico, Missouri, still seeing a little area of circulation here. Also, potentially some surging happening here south and east of Fulton, Missouri. Might have to watch out for a QLCS threat. Back down over here, looks like our rotation is still broad north and east of Sargent. You know what's going on? Yeah, so, I would say the main threat is happening pretty much right now. I mean, we've been in the kind of the peak of the tornado threat for a while, believe it or not. Even though that we haven't had too many tornadoes today. You live in Hannibal, Missouri. How's it for you? Where's Hannibal? Yeah, it's like right up here. There's a little bit of a QLCS tornado threat with this line. So I mean, eventually you're probably going to be asked to go to your safe spots. At the very least, though, there is 70-mile-per-hour winds with these storms. So even without a tornado warning, you're definitely going to want to be closer to the interior portion of your house if you live near any big trees. Now let's go check back in on our tornado on the ground. Yeah, it looks like it has lifted here as of our latest scan. Oh, yeah. That's in the inflow. That is not a tornado, as best as I can tell. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, I guess it technically could be, but where it's located is directly in the green area, which would be the inflow of the storm. So can't really tell. I wish we had ground confirmation. The problem with this one is it's a little bit far away from our radar. Let me see if we have any cameras near I-30, near Caddo Valley. We do. See what this one looks like. I'm not going to really cross the highway until about Rockport. Southern facing camera from here would be nice. These all are, but a lot of them are blurry. Keep one of these up and we might see something eventually.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
This has been upgraded here. There's a radar confirmed tornado. Interesting. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Definitely can't confirm that 100% using radar. But yeah, we'll see what our next scan looks like. They are saying this is on the ground. It's definitely possible. Like I said, it's just really going to be hard to tell from afar. Yeah, our debris signature is in the inflow, and typically that means not a tornado. But I would just be in your safe spots out here just in case in DeRoche, Arkansas. Fortunately, the radar hole is making it a little bit difficult. And this tornado is definitely lifted up here. Still want Bigelow, Arkansas to continue to be sheltered in place. And this tornado warned storm, it doesn't look like it's going to be extended. There still is some broad circulation.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. This storm. Yeah, I mean, there's minor circulation aloft. Not really a whole lot near the surface, but if that makes it down to the surface, that might be a little bit more of a tornado threat. Heading towards New Florence, Montgomery City, and Bellflower. And back over here near Mexico, still seeing an area of circulation now in the Mexico area here in northern Missouri. And then next after that is Worcester. Delayed reflectivity scan? No? Nope, it's all lined up. That's where your meso would be. Inflow is in that region. It's just a little bit It's a little bit off. Not lining up, and that little as soon as that little hole collapsed there, so did that debris signature. So I don't know. It's still hard to tell. Better clear view of these storms. Yeah, a great radar in this area would be like near Prescott, because then you could cover like south, like Texarkana, and then like also like Idabel and Broken Bow would have better radar if there was one in Prescott or like Hope or like Nashville or Mineral Springs. That'd be a great place to put radar. I mean, y'all do pretty good. I mean, y'all have had, unfortunately, a lot of practice this year in taking shelter from storms. What is Storm Runner Media doing? I wonder if Connor's just going home and Storm Runner Media doesn't know about it. It looks like they're getting out of, they're just like running away from every storm. I'm not really sure what their game plan is. Maybe they know something I don't. It is possible. Connor's a pretty smart dude.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
All of Central Missouri needs a radar, maybe two. Yeah, I wonder if this rotation signal will continue now that we have an actual mesocyclone wrapping into that area. It is, but it moved back over into this inflow again. Yeah. I mean, if there is a tornado on the ground, it doesn't appear to be on the ground anymore. But I would still continue to be in your safe spots. Channel 4 has a spotter on the Roche storm. What are they saying about it? Are they seeing a tornado on the ground with this storm? Video of the storm into Roche has a wall cloud that looks like it's touching the ground. Okay, so wall cloud report out of the storm, but no reports yet of a tornado. Okay, all of our tornado warnings in southern Missouri have been allowed to expire. Saw some broader circulation over here near Summersville. A little bit down here south and west of Willow Springs. And the Mexico rotation is still pretty broad as that pushes off to the north and east. Yeah, like a rotation. I mean, a radar here would be perfect. Because this up here is also quite the annoying radar hole. It's like St. Louis's threat's going to be coming in a little bit. Where's Houston, Missouri? Isn't that down here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this thing's been broadly rotating for quite a while. They might throw a new warning on it. There might be a couple areas of a little bit tighter circulation inside of this, but just generally to me, it seems pretty broad at the moment. Paid double time? I don't know. You guys are the ones that pay me. Nobody else but you guys. All of my pay comes from you and a little bit from YouTube. But no, YouTube does not double my pay. It's just ads. That is determinant on viewership. I want to hear St. Louis coming out of your mouth. I'm sorry. I mean, wouldn't you want to, though? Like, I mean, at least that means I see the storms near you. Q Blondie and a crowdfunded message. St. Roberts winds are crazy. Yeah, these storms up here are pretty intense. Thankfully, it looks like the tornado threat is over for you in St. Roberts, but yeah, I mean, this storm, it means business. In terms of those winds, all these portions of this line here are warned for 70 miles per hour, pretty much all the way until you get into Arkansas. Up to the north, warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Near Vandalia, warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's got a new severe thunderstorm warning up here into parts of Iowa. This one's warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. But yeah, I mean, almost every warning in Missouri is warned for 70, and then every warning in Arkansas is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. As a skill discussion for Missouri. Let's check it out. All right. QLCS tornado threat and damaging gust threat should persist into the evening near the Columbia and Hannibal area, West Plains, St. Louis, Carlinville, Quincy, Keokuk, Burlington, Macon, and Jacksonville. East of Hot Springs Village. No, that is clear air contamination there. This tornado warning up here, by the way, is certainly going to be allowed to expire. A little something over here near Clinton. Definitely a little bit side-lobed there. And this one looks like they still have observed on it, but I mean, it's not on the ground. Even if you were to count the clear air as a tornado, there isn't a debris signature on this anymore. I just stretch is definitely needed. I'm gonna try. Wow. That was great advice. Oh my gosh. everybody needs to do a stretch right now. That felt amazing. You've been sitting down for more than 3 hours. Time to do some stretching. Strongest low-level jet is over the storms now. Yeah, the one the part of the storms that are over here, that's where our strongest lower level jet is. There's some broad circulation with this guy. Wouldn't count this one out even though it's not tornado warned right now. Hey, good news maybe over here north of Mexico, our rotation is broadening out quite a bit. Jazzy Noodle, what you doing? Mr. Jazzy. Big old smile. I needed that. Better than a Jazzy. Looks like they're deciding to keep this tornado warning here. Some broader circulation still with the storm near Montgomery City, New Florence, and Bellflower. Here in northern Missouri. All the tornado warnings except for one in Arkansas have been allowed to expire. You can see that this rotation is now clearly, we just got the newest reflectivity scan. Wait for that. Wait for that new scan to come in. And several things popped. Yes. That's good. In Arkansas, let me check on that. Yeah, no, for sure. I think that actually is probably one of the main factors of why these storms have become more tornadic. You make a good point there. Divergence has definitely increased. We had about a 2 on our divergence scale, and now we have about a 6. Thermodynamics, still really good out in here. Unfortunately, for tornadoes. Tornadic storms are going to really like that. Lower level shear, though, it is lifting up to the north. So it's not going to be much longer until we're in that 35 knots, which, is still strong enough for tornadoes, but that should bring us out of a stronger tornado threat. Still might be a couple of opportunities for a couple of tornadoes.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Looks like they have downgraded this to radar indicated. That's heading towards Rockport, Haskell, Benton. Guys need to be going into your safe spots there. A little bit of something here. Not strong rotation, but something to maybe keep an eye on that guy. Do I feel better? I would say that I'm like 80%. I think most of the nausea is pretty much gone. I still have a little bit of it, but I barely recognize it. Although, to be fair, I haven't eaten since about 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago. Watch out over there near Montgomery and also near Wellsville. There's also another little potential spot trying to get organized there. So wouldn't be overly surprised with the northern extension on this tornado warning, something like that. You know what the NWS needs to do since they're understaffed? Just start putting voice recognition software over my stream. And just have an AI warn it every time I mention a strong circulation and then cities. The tornado head to Columbia. If that's Missouri, then no. Columbia is good to go for the rest of the day. Hire the pups. Take over radar. I wish, man. Then Chaz could actually earn his rent. He doesn't. Yeah, can you all believe it? Chaz pays rent with licks. Isn't that crazy? Not with real money, but licks. He could actually control radar. Be revolutionary for the channel. A little bit of rotation here near Greenbrier. I think that's in the inflow of the storm. This scan is 1 minute behind the reflectivity. Yeah. Inflow contamination, 100% there. Back over here, though, still is a little bit of rotation heading towards Magnet Cove in Arkansas. Jazzy, leave Tyke alone. Loves you, but not that much. Thanks, Jazzy. All right, latest scan. Looks like this rotation is broadening out a little bit. You'll watch Arkansas, then you watch Missouri. No, I have to watch everything. I have to keep an eye on everything, just in case. Yeah, further down to the south, still a couple of areas of broader circulations. One is east of Houston, another one's near Willow Springs. Still relatively on the broad side of the rotation equation. And that's the latest. Let's do a severe thunderstorm warning update. We haven't done one of those in a while. Over here in Iowa, we've got 60-mile-per-hour winds coming to Wayland, Brighton, Washington, and Salem, Iowa. Further down to the south here in northeastern Missouri, we got a couple of warnings out here. The one up here to the north is for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be heading towards Hunwell here in about 5-10 minutes. Over here near Vandalia, we got 70-mile-per-hour winds with this storm, and still potentially a tornado threat heading towards Farber, Perry, Stoutsville, Vandalia Center, Monroe City for Farber, Perry, Stoutsville, probably about 5-10 minutes. Vandalia Center, Monroe City, probably about 10 to 20 minutes. Over here near Montgomery City, we do have an area of broad circulation here, still monitoring this portion of the line for a tornado threat. But if you live near New Florence and Bellflower, you need to be in your safe spots. But if you don't get hit by a tornado, this storm is still carrying potentially up to 70-mile-per-hour winds. Let me see if they've actually let this one expire. Not yet. Further down to the south, we got an extension of our severe thunderstorm warning into Washington, New Haven, and Warrenton. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Probably going to be in your guys' area over here in Missouri. This is, by the way, just to the west of St. Louis. You're probably going to be in your area there in about 10 to 20 minutes. Herman probably in about 5 to 10 minutes. Not really seeing any dangerous rotations on that storm, but tornado threat probably still exists up there in that area. Further down to the south and east here into southern Missouri, kind of southeastern Missouri now. We're trying to get in that, starting to get into that area. Our areas of rotation out in this area are broad. There are areas of rotation, though, so tornado warnings could still certainly be possible. But West Plains, Mountain View, all the way over here near Salem, St. James, this storm is warned still for 70-mile-per-hour winds. The people I just called out, it's probably going to be about 5 to 10 minutes until the storm gets there. For Winona, though, probably about 20 minutes. St. James, probably around 5 to 15 minutes for you guys. Further down to the south, coming into northern Arkansas, we get a couple of little thunderstorms up here with a severe potential of up to 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some pea-sized hail. For Mountain View and Melbourne and Viola and Oxford, probably got about, for Melbourne at least 20 minutes. Mountain View, though, and Oxford and Viola, probably around 5 to 10 minutes. Horseshoe Bend, maybe 20 to 30 minutes. Salem, same thing. A little bit further down to the south, still monitoring the tornado threat with some of these storms. Maybe a little bit of rotation is developing north of Greenbrier. Going to have to keep an eye on that as that moves up to the north and east towards Rosebud. Again, this is in Arkansas. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail is going to be possible. Still technically a tornado threat with these guys. So make sure you are continuing to keep an eye out for that. But Holland and Fairfield Bay is probably going to be in about 5 to 10 minutes. Vilonia and Harbor, or Vilonia probably about 20 minutes. Harbor Springs probably about 30 minutes there. Further down to the south, we have yet another severe thunderstorm warning. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be heading towards Maumelle, Alexandria, Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley. Further down, kind of deeper into this warning, we got a tornado warning, but that rotation is struggling at the moment, coming towards Magnet Cove. If you live in Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, should be anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes there because it's going to be hit or miss with some of these more discrete storms. But Benton and Haskell should probably get something within the next, 10, 20 minutes. And then Alexandria, Western Little Rock, and Maumelle, Maumelle and Mayflower, probably like Alexander's probably going to be around 30 minutes. Maumelle, maybe, a little bit more than that, or a little bit less than that, probably around 20 minutes. But that is it. That is our severe weather update. Now back to help with the sports. Who won the RBC Heritage golf tournament? Justin Thomas tied for first. And Novak. Well, interesting. I don't even know who Novak is. And there's your sports update. It's the only sports I care about. Looks like our northern tornado warning has officially been allowed to expire up here. Update on this guy. Still a couple of areas of circulation within here, and maybe another one developing here near Vandalia. Wouldn't rule out a new tornado warning here for Vandalia here in Missouri. We are down to 2 tornado warned storms. Can you tell me near Mayflower at the velocity light green? Yeah. So this here near Mayflower, as best as I can tell, not a whole lot of rotation on this storm, but looks dangerous. It certainly does. Definitely got that hook look, but our velocities are not really showing any greens or reds nearby each other near this area of the storm. That's where your tornado would be. We do have some reds and greens out here in this area, but that is in the clear air, not really associated with tornadic activity. Hey, why are you getting all riled up? I see you being all happy pappy. Are you enjoying the company? A new severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued over here near Viburnum, Centerville, Stillville, Cuba, Bourbon, Sullivan, Owensville, and St. Clair. That's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Your back hurts. It feels funny. That's never good. I don't think stretching is going to help that. Street cams.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. They are extending this tornado warning off to the north and east. That is going to be for Bowling Green and Alolia. It's up there in Missouri. Tell the line to chill. I can try. There we go. See if it listens. Hopefully it listens. Sure, a lot of folks don't really want to deal with the tornado threat today over here. Full of areas of circulation still trying to develop over here west of West Plains near Mountain View. Going over there near Sabina. Okay, that's nothing. What happened to Brett? It's like Justin ended his stream. Brett has ended his stream. AG's still going strong, though. They're behind the storm again. Stormwater Media, for some reason, is still near the Missouri-Illinois border. Listen in. What are they doing? Come on, tell us.
Yes. We out of here.
I'm standing out of it. It's clearing and see white skies. I don't think I'm actually almost out of it now.
Oh, wait. I think I'm seeing it. Okay, so eventually, this wind shear will make it into the Illinois area. It's about to push into there. Never mind. There was instability building here, but it is getting capped out. All right, see you later, Ghosty Boy. Thank you for tuning in. Well, thank you, thank you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There's that tornado warning for this storm. Yeah, a little area of circulation here just to the east of Vidalia. Still there. Perryville Center, Frankfurt, New London, Ashburn, in Missouri, also New Canton and Barry into Illinois. Jazzy, what are you doing? ASCAM for Little Rock. Let me see if I can use that. Oh, dang it. It's a news cam. Can't use it. Oh, this storm is looking... This storm still looks interesting. They might just... Let me see if there's any rotation aloft on this sucker. There actually is a little bit aloft. And some stronger winds are developing on the southern side. Still keeping my eye on the storm, even though the rotation really isn't that strong. Shoot, I remember when we hit 1,000 subs. That was monumentous. Momentous. No. Monumental. Maybe a little bit of rotation actually developing in the mesocyclone of the storm near Magnet Cove. Thank you, Jennifer. You all helped me get to every single little goal we've set. We're making a push for 80,000. Kind of crazy. Will we get to 80,000 this year or not? That is the question. What? 100,000 after that? I don't know if we'll hit 100,000 this year. I want to keep it realistic at 80,000. Give me a pic of her pug. Where? Where did you send it? I'm not seeing it. Still some decent rotation on this portion of the storm here. Shreveport thoughts. There's a severe thunderstorm near you. These storms are trying to mature down here. I wouldn't completely rule out tornadoes. These can mature. Should be a low threat, but definitely a chance for some $half sized hail there. Silver play button coming soon. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be a while until we get to 100,000. I'd be surprised if we got even close to that this year, to be honest. This channel do not grow that fast. YouTube is just not built, apparently, for more than 2 big YouTube streamers. As soon as they go live, it just shuts off the opportunity for everybody else. It's annoying, but it is what it is. It's like impossible. I don't even know what to do to combat that. My click-through rate is like 11%. I don't know how to get it higher. The latest scan up here, still a couple, what kind of seems like some rotations here, heading towards Bowling Green. Still want Bowling Green, New London to be respecting these storms. Maybe a little bit stronger rotation north of Mountain View. To keep an eye. That might get warned there shortly. That's about as good as it's looked. Rotation near Shreveport. There's a little tiny bit on one of these storms, but you know, right around in this area here. It is trying. It's not very strong, but you know, worth keeping an eye on. Wouldn't say the tornado threat is 0. Like the chill vibe here. That is true. It does get a little bit impossible to interact with like anybody if there's like more than like 5,000 people watching. I mean, this storm still looks pretty darn dangerous. Let me check the rotational loft. I mean, there's certainly rotation that can make it down to the surface, but you can see it's not quite there yet. Probably needs a good couple of minutes before that starts showing up. There's definitely some there. Let me get a camera near the Little Rock area. Maybe at least be able to see this storm. Nate went into hiding again. I know. I noticed that. Poor guy. He tried to make a comeback, but I mean, heck, there's barely enough room for me to make a living. Definitely not really much room after that. I mean, there's other streamers out there than me, Ryan Hall and Max Velocity. But the algorithm pretty much after my channel, it just completely shuts down, where it makes it pretty much impossible for anybody to earn any money to, you know, continue to just survive. I mean, it's just unless they got like a really devoted following that donates a lot, or maybe they get sponsorships. But I mean, it's hard to break 200 views if you're 200 viewers if you're, you know, out of the top 3. So I'm still technically pretty darn fortunate. But I mean, if you look at like the viewership that like Ryan Hall gets and the Max Velocity gets, like there is a sharp cutoff after that. And then from me to the next person, there's also a pretty sharp cutoff. So I'm pretty sure that's a problem with the YouTube algorithm, I guess. I don't really know how that functions per se, but yeah, he tries though. Nate's a good person. The latest scan on this storm, it's also looking more scary, I guess, in the reflectivity, but not so much on the velocities. Some pretty strong winds here on the southern side. We got to watch for a spin up here still, I think. I'm not completely ruling it out, but the rotations really aren't looking too bad. Let's come back up to here. We've got a couple of circulations up in this portion of the storm. 1, 2, 3 near Frankfurt, Bowling Green. Have a non-new YouTube job? No. This is my, well, every now and then I will go with my mom on the business that I started a while ago. I don't really maintain it anymore, but she does that full time. That's what she does as a full-time job. And every now and then I'll go with her. We'll go to estate sales and look for gold and silver. That can be extremely profitable, by the way. Like, I think it was like a week ago. Bought some gold for $4. And it was worth $1,500. You don't find those scores a whole lot. But if you do, boy, is it nice. Especially with gold being as high as it is right now. Because it's the gold is so expensive, or so much to sell for, it's really getting harder to find. Still keeping an area on this, an eye on this rotation. They are throwing a tornado warning on this. I mean, there's nothing to this other than that rotation aloft. It hasn't quite made it down to the surface yet, but there is some decent circulation aloft on this storm. So I agree with it. It's better to be safe than sorry. So if you live in Melly and Mayflower, I'd be in your safe spots. You make jewelry and also enjoy hunting for gold and silver to melt and reuse. Well, Libby, do you go to estate sales for that? Because that's probably one of the best. And WS Little Rock is getting ready to take shelter. And it's possible. I mean, this storm is coming real close to the Little Rock area. There really isn't that much rotation aloft, but there is a little bit there. And they just warned that one with not a whole lot of rotation on it. So it wouldn't surprise me if they extended this into Little Rock. They're being pretty cautious down here. Now the main threat, yeah. I mean, after this line passes for Shreveport, that's going to be it. But more rotation, still relatively broad on that storm right now. I'm trying to develop maybe over here near Heber Springs. No, never mind. A lot of that is contamination. Yeah, areas of rotation here are now kind of broadening out near Bowling Green. Still wouldn't rule out like brief tornadoes within this line. Honestly, I mean, it definitely could try still. So we're not really getting the full picture, especially with this part over here south of Hannibal. Down over here near Bowling Green, though, we do have a pretty good view from our radar here, and it does seem to be broadening out a little bit. Definitely are, aren't you? Definitely lurking. Associated with anything? Not really. And unfortunately, our radar view is going to get kind of messy here, but we do still have potentially a good camera to watch here. Just make sure we're current. Wonder if our far northern one is west as well. This one's west. We have multiple opportunities to keep our eye on this storm. This northern tornado warned one. At 2.7 million views. No, I have more than that. Like in total. I think that's just the amount that I have. I had to delete a bunch of videos because of those copyright issues. Let's see, I'll check. A lifetime, it's 12.3 million. We should see this mesocyclone pretty soon. I mean, it's going to come close enough to this camera, I think, to see everything. Justin ended his stream, as far as I've seen on the latest for him. Oh no, y'all can't start talking about pizza. Oh, nice little lightning bolt there. Looks really weird on the camera. Something's popping up on the left side there. That might be the mesocyclone. Latest scans on this storm, still not a whole lot of rotation to it. Southern one, same thing near Benton and Haskell. A little bit more rotation back over here, maybe. Oh yeah, that's definitely the the mesocyclone hopping out over those trees. Roland, Arkansas. Let me see where that is. Roland, Arkansas. Oh, you're in the warning. Okay. Yeah, you're right there. I'd be in your safe spot still. You still got a little while. The circulation should pass to your south, though. I'll give it like 5 more minutes and you guys can come out. Roland with the homies. Thank you, Sassy, for gifting 5 memberships. You guys get a membership from the old Sassatron. Make sure you're saying thank you. I think RT means Reed Timmer, Jennifer. Ooh, 2 lightning bolts? Are you kidding me? Those almost struck at the same time. Did you get a membership? No, your name's still gray. Sorry. Still got a gray name. Once your name turns green, you know you got a membership. Yeah, it's coming in. That's the mesocyclone. This is the tornado warned storm near Maumelle. We're about to get a really good view of it with this camera. In a perfect spot. What's up, N5KDA? Welcome, welcome. Welcome back to the stream. Someone stole your cupcakes? That sucks. Not gonna lie there. What's for dinner? Probably rice and chicken. I'm feeling up to it. I think I can handle like a full meal. I ate a small one earlier. I've just been the sausage biscuits I ate earlier kind of upset my stomach a bit.
Tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for Benton, Bryant, Salem, Alexander, and Little Rock, Arkansas. Folks need to be indoors and in your safe spots here. Yeah, new tornado warning for you guys. Rotation on this storm is not really strong. They're being really cautious here. But you know, better safe than sorry, as they say. So I would be in your safe spots. I'm not seeing like a definite wall cloud yet on this storm. There's your inflow tail. I do want to check on the other cameras just really quick, just to make sure we got the best view in the house. That's the best view, no doubt. Can't beat that. Jeez Louise. Yeah, this is the tornado warned storm north of Little Rock. Heading towards Mom Mel, Mayflower. All still need to be in their safe spots. Let's go check back up here near Missouri and Illinois real quick. Yeah, over here near the Bowling Green area. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any rotations on this line anymore, except for over here. But this looks very contaminated back here. They might throw a warning on that for Hannibal, Palmyra, maybe Payson, Burton, and Quincy there in Illinois. It's the latest up there. Further down to the south, not seeing any dangerous rotations. I mean, I'm not seeing a NATO in here yet. Kind of looks like how I would expect it. Jazzy. Kazzy, if you're going to go bark over there. Kazzy, enough. Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise. They're barking up storms. That's the only reason there's storms out here, because the puppers be barking them up. Jeez Louise, what the heck's going on out there? Yeah, still not seeing a tornado on the ground here north of Little Rock. Might have a tornado on the ground. I mean, we're looking right at the storm. I'm not seeing a tornado. I mean, that rotation is coming right for our camera. It would pop out. There's kind of a lowering back in there, actually, but I'm looking on radar. I see what you're looking at. This little thing here, but it's not a definite enough signature to be able to confirm. And I mean, we've got a really clear view of the storm here. Not seeing any tornado yet. Stop barking, please. Goodness. I mean, if there's a tornado on the ground, it's gonna like slam right into this camera, I think. This camera is on the southern side here. Yeah. I'm not seeing anything. And the circulation should be pretty much directly over the camera. Help. So we'll see. What's Chazzy barking at? I don't know. Probably somebody walking a dog outside or something. Yeah, I mean, this is going to be our last look at this storm in a while. We can go check out this storm next. Let's come into the Little Rock area. But yeah, I mean, I couldn't confirm one here. I don't know. And it doesn't seem to be on the ground to me. But that's the best I can tell. I mean, unfortunately, it's coming pretty close to that radar. So it's going to be hard to tell for sure. So we got this thing over here near Benton. See if we can see anything on this one. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at that. This is the Little Rock tornado warning. Is it a debris ball? It's when a storm is lifting debris, it shows up on the correlation coefficient as a debris ball, like an area of blue. Has to be associated with reflectivity and velocities. Yeah, this is our one's looking east towards Benton, so that is certainly the tornado warned portion. So this is where the tornado would come out of this storm if it were to drop. And this is the one heading towards Little Rock. No, this one is facing towards Little Rock. This camera. So this is back over near the Benton area. This camera's like right back in here, facing east. So we're looking at this portion of this tornado warned storm that's coming into the area. Keeping an eye on it to see if we see a tornado or not. All right, and they haven't extended this warning into Illinois yet. They might not on the southern one. I can see maybe an extension if this rotation here gets a little bit stronger. Man, got a lot of things that look like funnels on this thing. What the heck? Those might be little shear funnels. Just some stringy scud. Ah. Bark right in my ear, Taiki. That hurt. Your bark is loud. It looks like it's about to get covered in rain. Still keep it on until it completely gets covered. This circulation should stay just to the west of this highway, though, so we should be able to keep an eye on that area. Let's find another east-looking one. Yeah, here's another east-looking one just outside of the rain. Kind of see something still hanging down there on the top right. Like it. Most likely a scud, though, just given the lack of rotation on radar.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for this storm over here near Thayer. Wow. Actually, some decent rotation with that. Aloft. Unfortunately, this is in a radar hole. Multiple radars, though, are confirming this area of circulation. So watch out over here near Thayer in Missouri. That's going to be heading towards Thayer and Alton. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. The camera. Oh, there it is. All right, let's see if we can go out in front of this storm and then look back at it. You know, western facing camera. There we go. This is perfect. A little bit choppy, but it'll do. And just make sure there's nothing better. This one. That one's facing west, but not quite in view yet. Oh my goodness. Wow. Look at that. There's that little lowering again. In Shreveport, I'll go back and check in on you guys. I mean, I think there's a small tornado threat with these. We've been seeing some weaker areas of rotation around the Shreveport area, but nothing's quite got organized enough yet. I'm still kind of keeping my eye on storms that look like this down here, but your main threat for now is some damaging winds. We're still keeping an eye on it. Holy moly, we've been live for 11 hours and 11 minutes already. Let's go check back in on that storm. Just got warned. Here. It looks like that rotation is broadening out a bit. Oh my goodness, that might be on the ground. Fortunately, we're in quite the radar hole here in southern Missouri, but there is what appears to be a little bit of a debris signature pushing into Koshkonong and Alton there in Missouri. Let me just make sure there's no cameras there. No, there's not. A lot of our tornado warnings up here are expiring, but we still got one over here near the Barry area. If you live in Barry, I would continue to be in your safe spot. Not a whole lot of rotation there. Wouldn't rule out another tornado warning over here near Fall Creek and Payson, though. That storm over here near south of Quincy still has an interesting look to it. And also, A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jacksonville, Winchester, Virginia, Beardstown, Astoria, and Rushville here in Illinois. That's going to be for 70 mile-per-hour winds. And it seems like that rotation is moving away from this camera. It seems like it's kind of going up to the north a little bit. We might have to move our camera even further to the east. Yeah, it's a little bit up, further up to here. We got to find another good west view. Probably like back over here, maybe. That's east. East. Here's west again. Yeah, I mean, this is our best view of it, but it's north. It's to the, you can see it's over there, though. That's the problem. We're going to have to wait till it gets close to like one of these cameras. Back over in here. We'll be able to get another view on it, but it's going to be a little bit. And we're going to have to wait till that gets into Little Rock. You become a popular storm chaser. All right, you're shouting me out for inspiration. All right. I'll hold you to that. I hope it happens for you. Although it's really hard to become a famous storm chaser. Oh my goodness. Pagey is right next to this storm. They are right next to that rotation too. This is that little tight area of circulation where we thought there might be a tornado.
Oh, yeah.
Pagey's right there. I didn't even realize that.
Yes. Oh, Billy badass. Okay.
There's always one Billy on the road. They're like right next to this rotation here in southern Missouri. I did not know that. I think they were going to head down to Arkansas, but got distracted. Yeah, it looks like they're in the inflow of the storm. Should she be there? You can make an argument for no, but you can't really tell storm chasers what to do. Especially when they're already there, so. Yeah, it looks like your service is struggling, but. Okay. I was about to say, there's a correlation coefficient jump scare there. That is not on the ground.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, it looks like they did finally issue a new tornado warning on this storm here near Payson. An area of some decent rotation here, heading into Payson, Burton, and south of Camp Point. Clayton all need to be in their safe spots here in Illinois. We don't have, well, yeah, we still have a tornado warning here in Missouri. Go check on this storm entire. Yeah, still a decent area of circulation here. Just moved over the road, heading into Alton, Missouri still. Still want you guys to be in your safe spots. What are you doodleheads doing? You guys being doodleheads? Yeah. Goodness. Yeah, I mean, yeah, these storms, the good news about these storms, they have not really been looking too intense. I mean, we've had tornado warnings on these ones in Arkansas for quite a while, and we haven't really seen much rotation. We've been watching them pretty closely, though. Oh, looks like Pagey's looking back at the storm. See what she sees.
There we go.
Get the Pagey 360 cam.
Very surface based, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd say. Oh, there's something popping out of that rain on the left. What is that? Looks interesting. It's like a right edge of something. Not in the middle, but on the left side of the screen. Like just poking outside of that rain. It's in southern Missouri. Oh my gosh, that muffled audio is so creepy. Why is that so creepy?
This is a pretty freaking good view. Not gonna lie.
Yeah. I think we can all agree on that.
All right. I'm holding on.
Looks like they're going to extend that tornado warning to the north as a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. A little something in there again. They might extend this if that ends up being something there. Little area of circulation still with this guy. It might be trying again. They might extend that warning. Let's see. Yeah, latest scan on this. Still not a whole lot of rotation yet coming into the Arkansas area. I think I've got a pretty good camera waiting for this storm to come closer to Little Rock. There's a tower cam out there. Keeping my eye on. Waiting for it. Not quite in view just yet. Do I need to sleep? You've been streaming for 11 hours. No, I don't need to sleep. We'll probably take a break and eat after we get to 12 hours. But, and then come back if needed. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, latest scan. Look at this, man. Still some pretty darn strong rotation. It wouldn't surprise me if that little thing that we see in there is like a tornado. Thing that was popping out of that rain. Look at that. Like there is very pretty big possibility that that is a rain wrapped tornado on the ground. Yeah, it could be. I mean, there's certainly some stuff going on back in there that looks pretty dangerous.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Which there's an east road. I think we had to take it before. I think we did too. I think we've seen a big tornado.
It's impressive. No, I agree. It's definitely an impressive look on and a dangerous look on radar here. One of the stronger couplets we've seen in a while since we had that storm over there in northern Missouri. So if you live in Alton, I'd be in your safe spots there. That is certainly looking pretty iffy. Let's come back up to here. Check back in with these guys. Yeah, still some pretty decent, actually a couple of circulations over here near Payson. Still heading towards the Clayton area. And this one near Barry seems to be subsiding. So they'll probably let this one expire, but then keep this one further to the north. Is Stormwater Media out over on that one? Maybe? They're in Hannibal. Yeah, they are near that circulation. But really much to see there. Pagey's on the best storm right now, believe it or not. She's done it again. She's put herself in a good spot. They're dang good chasers, her and Bryce. They have a bright future ahead of them. Or should I say a Bryce future ahead of them. World's first storm chasing couple. So cute. Hydrate, sure. It's always fun. Another little view of the storm. Just there's some food at the bottom of my cup. Waiting to see if there's gonna be power flashes. I doubt it, to be honest. There's not much rotation on that guy near Little Rock, thankfully. Our best view of the storm in the Little Rock area. Oh, they just let the tornado warning expire. Oops.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. Looks like they are going to extend this tornado warning into Pittsfield and Griggsville and Perry. It's mainly just, being cautious. We really don't have a great view on this storm. Let me check this one over here near Illinois, see what it's looking like. Yeah, this one's showing still a little bit of rotation in there. So if you live in Perry and Griggsville, I'd be in your safe spots. Brett's back live, and he's near Thayer as well. Finally got his live stream back up. He seems to be south of Pagey, though. I think Pagey's in the best spot, to be honest. She's outchased even the great Brett Adair. Wheat Bread Adair. There's a little nub up in there, that's for sure. There's definitely some nubs on the leading edge of this tornado warning here in southern Missouri. Check our latest rotation. Still some decent rotation with this heading up into Alton. Alton still needs to be in their safe spots. Yeah, Little Rock is just really not showing much rotation. This is, we got a camera right here that I've been keeping my eye on for the area on the other screen. You can see there's your area of circulation back over on the right side. Crazy thing is, it's even going to the north of this storm as well. It is just mainly staying on this track. I think our next camera is going to have to be like over here, looking west. Yeah, like right there. Is in the Little Rock area. Not expecting to see much out of this storm, though. I mean, again, we're just not really talking about a whole lot of rotation on this storm. Aloft, though, there's a little bit of broad circulation, but nothing overly powerful right now near the surface, but still keeping a close eye on it. It's not tornado warned anymore, though. They did warn this storm over here north of Zion Hill. Is that? Oh my gosh, that's on the ground.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
This is on the ground. Tornado on the ground. Heading towards Camelot Acres and DeBoer, Ward, Beebe, and Cersei's all need to be in their safe spots. This is a tornado that is on the ground here in Arkansas. My goodness. Do have cameras near Ward. Let me see if they see anything. Oh, thanks for turning that off. I totally forgot that was still on. I have one looking south at a BB. Yeah, we got a... Oh my gosh, this is a potentially large and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Holy crap. That is looking bad. My goodness, that is a very deep debris signature here, unfortunately. Not surprised. It would not surprise me if we got this upgraded to a PDS tornado warning here. That is a very deep debris signature. We're at 0.2 on that, which is, and yeah, you can see very clearly on the reflectivity. It's showing up there as well. Jeez, this is looking like a strong one here. Switch this over to our BB one. Not sure if we'll end up seeing anything because it might be just a little bit too far away. Cabot, Ward, it's looking north. Can't see anything out of that. BB, looking south. Like up here. Yeah. This is our best view. If it does show up, it'll show up on the right side of the screen. Boy. Keep your eye on the right side. It might show up. Oh my goodness. Latest scan is still showing a very deep debris signature just to the west of Camelot Acres, moving up towards 64. Again, this is most likely a large and extremely dangerous tornado that is on the ground, moving up towards 64. It's still not confirmed by the National Weather Service here. I don't know how they're not seeing this. This is as obvious as it gets. They need to go ahead and slap a PDS on that.
New
there it is.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
All right. Well, at least it's confirmed. People know. Let me just make sure there's no chasers that I have access to that are in this area. There's just Jordan Hall, who is all the way up with Storm Runner Media. This is bad. Bad. Yeah, you can see it very clearly there north of Camelot Acres. Still a lot of debris getting lofted up here. It's crossing very close to Cypress Creek Airport. If you live in Cypress Creek Airport, near that area, I would prefer you guys be underground, but if not, you need to be in your innermost interior room with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible on the first floor of your house, or a basement that's underground, or a tornado shelter. If you live in an RV trailer or a mobile home, you guys need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. Check back in with some of these cameras. Still not seeing it from that one. Check a camera near Ward. Maybe we can go south of this and still look north. This one's looking south. Where is that out of? Austin? Be on the right side. I'm still not seeing anything, though. It's not looking close enough. Just double check to make sure Justin didn't go back live. He's not on this storm. Yeah, he's not live. All right. Still waiting on that latest scan. You know, what's interesting about this thing, the rotation, really isn't as that strong, but I mean, there's just so much debris in this. It's really making me think that this is a strong tornado. I mean, there's just so much debris. Oh no. Looks like Cypress Creek Airport took a direct hit from this tornado. My goodness. Near 16th Section Cemetery off a Cemetery Road. And this is a big one, it seems. Let's go back up here and check in on our Thayer storm. Yeah, still a pretty decent area of rotation with this storm near Pagey Tornado. It's moving up to the north and east towards Turner's Hill, Turner's Mill, McFry, Ford, Wilderness, New Liberty, Hollis, and Lulu. Check back up here to the north on these guys. Yeah, still some broader circulation here. This circulation south of Camp Point is pretty much gone. There could be another one developing here near Golden that they might warn. It's in Illinois. Hope they just upgraded this now. Nope. Still confirmed on the ground, according to chasers in this area. Let me see which chasers are on this thing. Check the spotter network.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Jack, Andrew, Mahan. Let me see if any of these guys are on YouTube. Andrew, Mick. Chaser. And Zach Hardcastle. Zach Hardcastle has really been trying to stream this. Yeah. He's on YouTube. But he keeps on, his streams keep on only lasting for like 5 minutes. And if you're just now tuning in, we have a tornado on the ground at this moment here north of McDermott. Condition. Well, latest correlation coefficient has that, yeah, still very much on the ground here. A lot of debris being lofted here, heading towards Opal. Heading towards Opal. Just making sure. I'm just checking all these guys on YouTube. Just to make sure. Yeah. And none of these guys that are near the storm right now are live on the YouTube. Right there in that area. Still some pretty strong rotation as this continues to push off towards the north and east. Should go north of BB. We do have a camera in the BB area. We've been continuing to keep an eye on, but we haven't been able to see anything yet out of this storm. At least from any of these cameras. They're just, unfortunately, not going to really be looking at this thing. They're too far. We're not going to be able to see this thing unless it goes over Highway 57. All right, latest scan still seems like there is a tornado on the ground. Still an area of rotation. They're now heading into Opal, Arkansas. Again, Opal, Arkansas, Antioch, Essex, Beebe, McRae, Garner, Higginson still needs to be in their safe spots. This is a potentially a pretty dangerous tornado here. We got an extension of this tornado warning as well here in Missouri. That's for Van Buren, Missouri. Decent little area of rotation there. Heading off towards the north and east towards Van Buren. No debris signature yet. Pagey tornado is on this storm, though. He's the person that's right underneath me in the feed, and she's looking at the storm right now.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Not seeing anything back in there other than just a big old rain shaft. The latest scan up here on these tornado warnings looks like this rotation here is subsiding a little bit. Not really seeing much sticking out to me here in the Illinois area, but I'm still keeping an eye on that. Storm of the hour, though, is definitely this one. Latest scan still indicating, looks like it's indicating some debris spread now. If that comes close to 64. Yes, this is on the ground, yeah. Jack just went live. Send him a message. Is he near the storm? Or is he like... That's Zach Hall, right?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning has been issued now for this area of rotation near Ironton. Pretty broad at this moment, but if you live in Ironton, Missouri, Iron Mountain Lake, Bismarck, and Farmington and Park Hills, you need to be in your safe spots. Poplar Bluffs, and then down here. I don't know where that is. If it's down there in southeastern Arkansas, then you guys still got a little bit to wait. All right, latest scan out of this is back to radar indicated. Frozen. Oh, it's still live. They just lost service. What's Storm Runner doing? They don't got no radar. Yeah, does appear like this has lifted on radar as well. You can see back over in here. There's your area of circulation. Not a whole lot of debris in that at the moment. So thankfully we have some chasers that are nearby. Oh, southeast Missouri. I'm stupid. Poplar Bluff. Yeah, there it is. Sorry about that. Yeah, you'll be fine from this one, but you know there are still some storms to your south that need to be monitored, and they're not going to really have great radar coverage. Also, a little area of rotation over here near Pleasant Pines. That's in the inflow of the storm. But yeah, these storms are going to be coming your way. They will have a tornado threat. It's not going to be like, it shouldn't be super prolific, like in terms of like just a bunch of tornadoes all at once, but it's going to be on and off throughout the day probably. I gotta refill my water real quick. Outside for the first time today. Beautiful clouds. Nice little sunset happening. Nice little sunset. Yeah, latest scan on this storm. Still not a whole lot of rotation with it. Does seem like it's dying off pretty quickly here. That was a pretty quick hitting tornado there for sure.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued now for this storm. On a side load with this, kind of hard to tell what's happening actually in the mezzo, given that we're getting pretty darn far from our rotation. But if you live in Newark, Oil Trough, and Tuckerman, guys need to be in your safe spots there as well. Let's come back over to here. Over near Ironton, Iron Mountain Lake, and Bismarck and Farmington. You guys still need to be in your safe spots as the storm approaches. And then back over in Illinois, seems like these storms are still struggling at the moment to really produce any really concerning rotation. But I mean, we're still talking about a damaging wind threat of around 70 miles per hour with a lot of these storms, and that's going to be enough to knock out power for some. Down over here near Rushville, Bardstown, Beardstown, Winchester, Jacksonville, Virginia, and Chandlerville here in Illinois. Still baffles me that Storm Owner Media and Connor went north instead of south. They must have had some sort of crazy forecast cooked up there. All right, guys. It doesn't matter, if that person is trolling or not. If you personally don't believe them, just don't give them any attention. Chances are, if someone gets hit by a tornado, they're not going to be telling us in chat, though. I will let you guys know that. Usually not the first person they tell. Just don't give them any attention. Still trying to get a good look on the storm here. Still some decent rotation with this thing. Moving up to Van Buren, Missouri. Want you folks to be in your safe spots. Brett's looking at. He's pretty close to what's going on here? At Adair. There we go. He's coming into Arkansas, so we will have a chaser down here eventually. Better than not having one in Arkansas, but it seems like he's struggling with service at the moment. Is it tornado time? It's kind of been that all day. Sure, where you've been. Tornado time has been going on for a while. Should be getting pretty close to our peak. Like the end of our peak. I'm hoping. Let me check the environment, see what's happening. Is our lower level shear looking? Yeah, our lower level shear is calming down even further up to the north. And yeah, kind of we still have a decent environment here at the very least in this area. Oh, we just got a new update on this. Did they just continue it? Yeah, they just continued it. Here's our hook echo there. Still not a whole lot of rotation in that area. Got a strong inflow on this storm though, and it's kind of in the middle of nowhere. Kind of hard to tell just how dangerous this storm truly is. But I would still be respecting it over there in Newark and Tuckerman there in Arkansas. Atmosphere is getting more stable. Yes, thermodynamically, a lot of the storms.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
In Missouri and Illinois really don't have that great of instability whatsoever. Same with these guys up here. We keep getting tornado warnings up here, but we really haven't seen much rotation with these storms for a while. Still keeping an eye on them, though. And another tornado warning here near Rushville, Littleton. There is still a small tornado chance up here, just mainly because there is some decent shear, but our shear and SRH are really the only things that are going to be keeping this storm alive. Yeah, there's around like 700 into there's like 800 SRH where this storm is right now, or like I would say 600 to 750 SRH. So probably why they're continuing to warn these things, just in case. That could probably, I mean, even with lack of moisture, could probably pop a couple tornadoes out. Not gonna lie. Is Chazzy calmed down from barking? He is. He is. It switched to whining mode. Should be our closest radar here. That one. It's just so hard. I mean, there's definitely appears to be some decent rotation in this storm still heading towards Van Buren. Still keeping an eye on Paige's view. She's the one that's on that storm. This storm here still doesn't really have much more organized rotation. And this one over in northern Arkansas still doesn't really have too much either, but still kind of struggling to figure out what this storm is doing in the first place. So I would just be in your safe spots if you're in a tornado warning here in Arkansas. Yes, I am turning the corner, Arlene. Thank you for that. Probably going to push this live stream all the way until 11 hours and 59 minutes. So we got about 7 minutes until that point. And then unless there's a tornado on the ground, I will probably go eat. But if there's a tornado on the ground, I will end and then come back immediately. No problem, Lisa. No problem. Watch out. There's some the storms are approaching the St. Louis area. Not a whole lot of rotation with them right now, though. But let's see what we're talking about. 60-mile-per-hour winds in there, though, which is not as bad as it was, so that's good. I will say once I start eating my meal, I'm probably not going to interrupt that. So I'm really hoping that we can just get a nice little period here with no NATOs. I'm hungry. Will I be back after eating? Yeah, if needed. I mean, if we have no tornado warnings, or if we have tornado warnings on like dying circulations, I probably won't go back live. But I mean, if there's still like some dangerous storms out there that are looking like they might drop tornadoes, we'll definitely bring back on the live stream. Just depends on what the storms do. I can't imagine them just completely dying while I'm eating. So I mean, I think we still got a little bit of a tornado threat left. They did allow this southern tornado warning to expire, so Searcy and Bald Knob can come out of their safe spots. What do y'all think Bald Knob means? Like, what do you think they were trying to imply that city name? Is that like they're like a mountain over there? It's like Bald Mountain. Near Irondale, Missouri. Looks interesting. What is that? You mean Ironton?
A new tornado warning has